Chapter 1098. A white-haired figure stood quietly in the heavenly demon ancestral land. 3 earth-shattering existences floated in the sky in front of him, interrogating him about the Phoenix Master. Ning Chen did not answer the question. He asked the 3 demon emperors about the destruction of the Green Hill Fox clan. The destruction of the Green Hill Fox clan in a single day had plunged the royal territory into misery and suffering. Not a single one of them was left alive. It was extremely cruel. "We don't know why the Green Hill Fox clan was destroyed," the first Kuni demon emperor said calmly. "It was Xianzhan and a few royal heavenly demons who did it. Apart from the Imperials, who else do you think could order them around?" Ning Qin said calmly, "Xianzhan." The 7 Brilliance demon emperor squinted his eyes. He looked at the figure beside him and said, "Bahuang, is he telling the truth?" "There are indeed the auras of Xianzhan and a few other royal heavenly demons in the Green Hill Fox clan, but they have all died in battle. There's no way to find out who ordered them," Bahuang replied. The 7 Brilliance demon emperor nodded. He looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly, "Since there are no survivors, the dead tell no tales. Let's put the matter aside for now. 13. Tell us about the Phoenix Master." Ning Qin ignored him. He looked at the 3 demon emperors and said coldly, "There are only 6 Peak King realm cultivators in the primordial demon realm who can mobilize them. Apart from the 3 demon emperors and my master, only the 2 princes are left. It's not difficult to find out who gave the order." "Do we really need to find out who's responsible for such a trivial matter?" The 7 Brilliance demon emperor said with a dark expression, "It's just a royal clan. It doesn't matter if it's destroyed. As long as you tell us about the Phoenix Master, you can choose any of the princesses or even princesses of the 100 clans. Who can replace a heavenly lady? So what if she's a princess?" Ning Qin said coldly, The 8 Brilliance demon emperor asked, "Heavenly lady, the person you're marrying isn't the saintess of the Fox clan. How can she be a heavenly lady?" "The 2 princesses of the Fox clan are heavenly ladies. My master knows about it. If you don't believe me, you can ask my master." Ning Chen looked at the 3 demon emperors and calmed himself. Demon emperors, and princesses of the 100 clans, and demon emperors. A clan with 2 heavenly daughters? Demon Emperor Kuin narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he said, "This matter is a foregone conclusion. Even if there is someone behind it, there is no evidence, and it is difficult to convict them. 13, Xianzhan, and the other royal skyscraping demons are dead, and justice has been served for the Fox clan. Let's put this matter aside for now and talk about it later. We brought you back to ask about the Phoenix Master. Tell us, you are the only survivor of the Green Mountains, so you should know the whole story." Ning Chen's face turned cold. The Celestial Devil Imperial family was the most cold-blooded race in the world. Not willing to waste any more words, Ning Chen calmed himself down. He looked at the 3 of them and said calmly, "I don't know why the Phoenix Master appeared in Green Hill." At that time, the Phoenix Master suddenly appeared, and Xianzhan and the other royal sky demons died in battle one after another. I only managed to survive by relying on the mysterious dispelling 9 transformations to protect my master. The 3 demon emperors should be able to see that I have lost all my cultivation. I'm not lying. The first Kuin demon emperor frowned and raised his right hand. Demonic chi surged and entered the former's body. After several breaths, the first Kuni demon emperor withdrew his hand and nodded. "I understand. You can go back." "Thank you, demon emperor," Ning Qin said calmly. He cupped his fists and bowed. Then he turned and left. Xian Juyo had been waiting quietly in the royal palace of King Juyo's mansion. After waiting for a long time, a white-haired young man walked in from outside the mansion. He entered the palace and bowed. "Did they make things difficult for you?" Xian Juyo asked with concern. "No." Ning Qin shook his head and said, They just ask some simple questions. With Master's deterrence, they won't act rashly unless it's necessary. Xian Juyo nodded. He looked at the disciple in front of him and said, "What happened to your cultivation? Even if you used 10 times your strength, your cultivation shouldn't have been crippled." Ningchen smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. I'm fine. My cultivation was just temporarily withdrawn. I'm not crippled." Xian Juyo frowned and looked puzzled. Ningchen told him what happened when he was unconscious, including the opportunity to become an immortal in the undying peach tree and the appearance of the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm. Xian Juyo listened quietly. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "Unbelievable. If I didn't hear it from you personally, it would be hard to believe." It had been hundreds of thousands of years since the collapse of the 4 great celestial realms. The Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm was still able to leave behind the opportunity to become an immortal. He was the first person since ancient times. No one could compare to him. You missed the opportunity to become the most powerful person in the world. Don't you regret it? Xianjiu looked at the disciple in front of him with a complicated expression. "I don't regret it." Ningchen smiled and said, "I've lost too much in my life. All I'm left with are these memories. If I lose them, what's the use of becoming an immortal? If you don't become an immortal, you'll turn into a mortal. The Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm gave you the opportunity to become an immortal. You gave it up, so you have to pay the price. Now, your cultivation has been suppressed by the Celestial Gate. Unless you can break through the shackles and enter the mortal Celestial Realm, your cultivation will never recover." Xian Juyo said, seriously, "Ningchen, I can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourself to recover your cultivation. Don't worry, Master. This is a small matter. I can solve it quickly." Ningchen smiled and said, "Even if my cultivation is destroyed, I can still cultivate it again. It's only temporarily suppressed now. It's not a big deal." Xian Juyo sighed softly. His expression didn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This disciple of his was his greatest pride in this life. "Master, I have another matter this time. I'm here to bid you farewell for a few days." Ningchen said calmly. The Green Hill Fox clan was destroyed, but Miss Xiao Xiao and Wanner were not among them. I think they were sent out by the Fox King. I want to leave the 3 Imperial City to find their whereabouts. The primordial demon realm is huge. It's more than 1,000,000 miles wide. Now that you've lost your cultivation, where are you going to find them? Xian Juyo said seriously, "There's a limit in the world. Although I've lost my cultivation, I can still go anywhere in the world. As long as I look carefully, I'll be able to find them. The reason why the Fox clan was destroyed was because someone wanted to deal with me. Now that Miss Xiao Xiao and Wan are missing, I can't sit by and do nothing," Ningchen said seriously. Xian Juyo looked at the person in front of him. After a long time he sighed again and said, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Go." "Thank you, Master." Ningchen bowed respectfully and didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Outside the 3 Imperial City, a cold wind blew and dust flew. A young figure walked out of the city. He was wearing plain clothes and had white hair. He walked into the distance. After cultivating for 100 years, he became a mortal in a day. When the Celestial Gate was opened, the Phoenix's cry would reach the 9 heavens. Chapter 1099. The primordial demon realm, the Western continent, was a bustling place where martial arts were practiced. Its customs and people were very different from the other 4 continents. There were dozens of different races that fought endlessly. On the vast continent, martial artists could be seen fighting everywhere. They would fight at the slightest disagreement. It was like an undeveloped land. However, the Western continent was famous for its strength. If not for the existence of the Celestial Demon Clan, the absolute overlord of the primordial demon realm, the Western continent would be the strongest of the 5 territories. In the wilderness, 2 sides were fighting. In the middle of the battle, A dirty little girl kept wiping her tears. She looked very pitiful. Ugh! Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, the little girl's father's head was chopped off. Blood gushed out and mist covered his young eyes. The little girl was stunned. After a while, she cried out in grief. The battle was intense. The little girl's father's side was quickly killed. Only a hideous woman was left. Her clothes were dyed red with blood. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Two burly men from the side with the upper hand stepped forward and slashed down with their swords. They wanted to eliminate the little girl and the woman. The killing intent on the woman's face did not diminish. She wanted to fight back, but she was heavily injured and did not have the strength to do so. The little girl cried even harder. She was so frightened that she could not move her legs. The scene in the wilderness was almost a microcosm of the entire Western continent. The strong preyed on the weak. It was primitive and cruel. The moment the swords fell and blood dyed the sand, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. Her expression was calm and her face was delicate. She was ordinary and calm. The moment the figure appeared, the swords of the two burly men suddenly paused and trembled in fear. As the figure approached, the two ordinary swords trembled more and more violently. In the blink of an eye, they broke in the middle with a crack. The two burly men were shocked when they saw this. Neither of them understood what was going on. In front of them, the figure was already in front of them. When they came back to their senses, the figure was already in front of them. She did not speak or attack. The figure passed by them and gradually walked away. The two burly men and their companions looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. The woman, who was not far from the little girl, saw the moment of hesitation. She waved her hand and threw out a wave of hidden weapons. Then she took the little girl and rushed forward. "Chase!" The two burly men shouted and quickly chased after him. "Sir, help!" The woman chased after him and begged. The white-haired young man ignored him and continued to walk forward. "Sir, are you really going to leave me to die?" Behind them, the enemy was about to catch up. The woman said anxiously, "Didn't I already save you?" Ningchen stopped, looked at the woman, and said calmly. The woman stared blankly for a moment before she said anxiously, "Mister, please save him to the end. Please save him." When Ningchen heard this, he turned around and looked at the group of people chasing after them. He asked, "Can you spare their lives?" The two burly men and their companions stopped and looked at the young man in front of them with fear. One of the men said in a deep voice, "No, their clan has been slaughtering our clansmen for decades. Over the years, we have finally turned the situation around. How can we let you go just like that? If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it?" Ningchen calmly advised, "That's why they have to die. We won't give them another chance to take revenge," the man who spoke earlier said. After getting the answer, Ningchen turned around and looked at the woman in front of him. He said calmly, "They don't agree." The woman's face darkened. She did not say anything else and ran forward with the little girl. "Chase!" Behind them, the two burly men immediately chased after them with their companions. Soon, they disappeared under the setting sun. After this brief interlude, Ningchen did not waste too much time and continued on his way. In the past few months, he had searched the entire central mainland, but could not find any trace of Wan and Miss Xiao Xiao. Therefore, he could only look for another place. The Fox clan was exterminated. Wan and Miss Xiao Xiao wanted to avoid danger. They would most likely leave the central mainland, controlled by the Sky Devil Imperial tribe, as soon as possible. He did not know where they would go, so he could only look for them one by one. The sun set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. After walking for another 100 miles, Ningchen stopped in front of a dilapidated temple. He pushed the door open and entered. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see the entire temple. The dilapidated temple was overgrown with weeds. At a glance, he could tell that the temple had been abandoned for many years. Ning Chin walked into the dilapidated hall in front of him. He cleaned up the place and started a bonfire for a short rest. He did not know if it was because his cultivation technique was suppressed by the immortal sect, but he did feel tired after rushing for several days. The bonfire crackled. Ning Chin took out a piece of dry rations and ate it silently. The dry rations were hard, but it could alleviate his hunger. After entering the mortal realm, many feelings that had disappeared for 100 years appeared again. It was troublesome, but he missed it. Bang! At this moment, the door of the dilapidated temple was knocked open. The woman that he met in the wilderness stumbled in. Her face was covered with scars, which made her look terrifying. The little girl in the woman's arms cried all the way. She was so tired that she fell asleep. In the dilapidated hall, Ning Chin looked at the woman who stumbled in and frowned. Why did she come back? Outside the dilapidated hall, the woman collapsed. She had held on for several hours due to her serious injuries. At this moment, she could no longer hold on and fainted. Ning Chin sighed softly. He walked out of the hall and brought the woman and the little girl into the hall. He then walked back to the bonfire and continued to eat his dry rations. After an unknown period of time, the little girl woke up. She looked around blankly. Her memory gradually recovered and her eyes reddened again. Ning Chin looked at the dirty little girl and took out a piece of dry rations. He said, "Are you hungry? Here." The little girl shook her head timidly. She did not dare to say a word. "I have a younger sister and a disciple. When they were your age, they went through the same tragic experience as you. However, they were very strong. After crying, they wiped their tears and continued to walk forward. They did not lower their heads to anyone. Therefore, I am proud of them," Ning Chin said calmly. The little girl hugged her knees and sat there crying softly. He did not know if she heard him or not. Ning Chin placed the dry rations in front of the little girl and did not say another word. He also knew how Yin, and Mingyue were doing. It had been a long time since he last saw them. He was worried, especially that troublemaker, Yin. She would not be at ease easily. Sky beyond sky, Hongwan star region, Tianyu planet. On a peak, an apricot tree swayed with the wind. Under the tree, a beautiful girl sat cross-legged. Her long hair reached her waist. After many years, she was even more beautiful. There was a girl in Tianyu planet. She often sat under the apricot tree and whispered to the sky. At this moment, in front of Tianyu Peak, the void shook. 5 powerful figures appeared. Their shocking auras covered the sky and shook people's hearts. Among the 5, a young man stood in the air. He was wearing a silver divine robe. His noble temperament was extraordinary. Under the apricot tree, Yin-Er's eyes were closed. She scanned the 5 with her divine sense and frowned. Diming Tian, Chapter 1100. In front of the heavenly word peak in the red phoenix star zone, demonic clouds surged. Di Mingtian of the scaled race was coming over with killing intent. Under the apricot tree, Yin-Er sensed the incoming enemy with her divine sense, and her expression froze. Is it her? Behind Di Mingtian, the 4 red dust realm experts' eyes flashed coldly. They never thought that the famous Western King Hairpin would be in the hands of a half-step red dust realm girl. Kill! Di Mingtian waved his hand, and the 4 red dust realm cultivators flew out. Their powerful beast chi mercilessly threatened Di Mingtian's life. Under the apricot tree, Yin-Er stood up and raised her right hand. Heaven and earth raged. On the heavenly word peak, spiritual chi rapidly gathered, forming a barrier in front of them. With a rumble, for powerful palms shook heaven and earth. However, the barrier formed by the laws of heaven and earth was indestructible. The heaven speaker under the tree had an inviolable aura. Back off! With a light shout, the spiritual chi around Yin-Er surged. Above her slender hand, a spiritual chi vortex rapidly spread out. The once timid little girl had been baptized in phoenix blood when she was young, and her talent was amazing. Later, she received the heavenly word inheritance and was personally taught by Ning Chen, Amen, Mu Qingxuet, and the others. Now she was shining. Raging waves swept across heaven and earth. In front of the heavenly word peak, the 4 red dust realm experts were all sent flying. With a muffled groan and a splash of blood, the 4 retreated a few steps in shock. By the order of the heavens, purifying heavenly light. With the advantage, Ener didn't stop at all. She used her secret technique, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Heavenly light shone down, illuminating the world. The heavenly light purified the world, and the demons retreated. Heavenly fire rose around the 4 scaled race experts and burned. How can this be? Under the purifying heavenly light, the scaled race's absolute defense revealed a flaw. The places that weren't protected by the scales were ignited, and the flames spread from inside to outside. Outside the battle, Di Mingtian, who hadn't made a move until now, looked at this scene with a serious expression. What a powerful heaven speaker! The 4 of them showed signs of defeat. Di Mingtian didn't want to waste any more time. He clenched his right hand, and a divine weapon with the aura of time appeared amidst the flowing light. It was filled with patterns, ancient, grand, and threatening. After dozens of years, the Sword Pavilion's divine artifact, the Sun and Moon Duel, reappeared in the world. A world-shaking sword, a divine tool that could slash heaven and earth. An incomparably sharp sword light cut through the void, slashing towards the woman on Heavenly Word Peak. Sensing this, Ener took a step and turned, retreating 1,000 feet away. However, a shocking sound rang out. Sword Pavilion's divine artifact hacked apart Heavenly Speech Peak. A huge crack extended from the peak all the way to the bottom. It was a horrifying scene that was hard to believe. The sun and moon were in the sky, and the Sword Pavilion's divine weapon shocked the world. With the divine artifact's might, the situation instantly changed. Ener frowned again. She took a step forward and flew out of Heavenly Speech Peak. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures crossed each other. Between heaven and earth, there were thousands of thunderbolts that swallowed the invader. Di Mingtian swung his sword and slashed apart the layers of lightning. He walked among them, not panicking at all. Tian Fa, star fall! In the sea of thunder, Ener raised her hand. Above the 9 heavens, a meteor fell from the sky and into the mortal world. Compared to your master, you are still far behind. Di Mingtian snorted coldly. He swung his divine artifact, and a sword broke through the 9 heavens. The divine artifact's power broke through the stars. In the horizon, the meteor collapsed with a loud bang. Huge rocks fell like rain, and thousands of miles around suffered a calamity. Under the rain of rocks, Di Mingtian's figure flashed. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the woman. His heavy palm condensed energy, and the wind and clouds went crazy. With a strike of his palm, the layers of space in front of him instantly collapsed. In the instant of danger, the laws of heaven and earth gathered in front of Ener, forming a protective barrier that blocked in front of her. With a loud rumble, the heavy palm dispersed the laws of heaven and earth and landed on Ener's chest. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out. Demonic chi entered her body, and the vital chi in Ener's body trembled, unable to gather. In the void, Di Mingtian held his sword and walked forward step by step. His cold eyes looked at Heavenly Speech Peak in front of him. He said, "Where is your master? Is he not here?" Back then, on the ancient starry sky path, this woman's master had made everyone suffer quite a bit, including him. He had always remembered this kindness in his heart. "If you knew that my master was here, would you still dare to come?" Ener sneered and mocked him, forcefully suppressing the injuries in her body. She gathered her energy with all her might and the 9 heavens sword appeared. Huh. With a deep shout, Er's eyes suddenly opened. Instantly, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Heaven's judgment. The heavenly speech forbidden technique manifested in the mortal world. Above the 9 heavens, a red sword floated up and down, and endless, profound lightning surged. After a while, the sword fell, and thousands of lightning bolts opened a path. Facing the heaven's extremity, even Di Mingtian, who was half a step into the king realm, did not dare to be careless. He gathered all the demonic qi in his body, and in an instant, the dark force was activated rapidly. The sun and moon were in the sky, and sharp rays of light were dazzling and dazzling. In an instant, the might of the extremities collided. Used all that she had learned in her life, and the heavenly speech forbidden technique merged with the supreme intent on the sword to slay demons. On the other hand, Di Mingtian relied on his powerful cultivation and peerless divine artifact to defeat 10 people with his strength. He had hundreds of years of foundation, and this created the most extreme result. Ugh. The 2 moves collided, and the outcome was decided immediately. With an ear-piercing groan, endless shockwaves spread out. The entire heavenly speech peak was filled with sand, and the terrifying shockwaves destroyed more than half of the mountain in the blink of an eye. On the peak, Eener staggered and took a few steps back. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and it dyed the ground red. The clear difference in cultivation was indescribable. Even with the mandate of the heavens, it was difficult to make up for this huge gap. In the void, Di Mingtian's figure descended and stepped forward. He looked at the new heaven's speaker, who was heavily injured, and the coldness on his face was not concealed at all. Stabilized her body, and blood dripped from her eyes. The backlash from opening her eyes had worsened her injuries. Let me correct you. No matter whether your master is here or not, I will take away what I want today. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Mingtian's figure flashed, and his palm landed on Er's chest. The dark force surged into Er's body. Blood spurted from her mouth, and her figure flew out again. Her long hair was scattered and dyed red, and an ancient golden hairpin flew out and fell silently. Di Mingtian grabbed the golden hairpin with his right hand, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. He had finally succeeded. Now that the mission was completed, Di Mingtian did not want to stay any longer. He glanced at the heavily injured girl under the apricot tree and said indifferently, I will let you live for 10 days. Go and say goodbye to your master. Cherish these last moments. We will not meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Mingtian turned into a stream of light and left quickly with the 4 powerful figures of the scaled tribe. On the collapsed heavenly speech peak, the dust waves did not stop for a long time. Under the apricot tree, Eener coughed violently a few times, and blood kept flowing out of her mouth, dyeing her dress red. White apricot flowers kept falling from the swaying apricot tree, and they landed on the girl's body. The girl's red dress was embellished with sporadic white. She was so beautiful, so sad. Chapter 11:01. Hongwan Star Zone, Jinsi City. Inside the bright room, a figure in a silver-gray cloak was concentrating on trimming the flowers and plants. She was as calm and indifferent as usual. At this moment, a beautiful figure in a white dress walked in from outside the restaurant. Her beautiful face did not have the slightest aura of the mortal world. She was like a fairy that descended to the mortal world, making people unable to blaspheme her. Inside the bright room, the owner of the Dawn Moon House sensed something and stopped what she was doing. She looked outside and said, Hongwan, an important guest has arrived. Go and welcome her. Yes. On the first floor, Hongwan heard the message and walked out of the restaurant. A woman in white walked to the front of the restaurant. Seeing her, a strange look flashed through Hongwan's eyes. What a beautiful woman! I'm Mu Qingxue, requesting to see the owner of the Dawn Moon House, Mu Qingxue said calmly. The owner is already waiting for you. Miss, please follow me. Hong Luan collected her thoughts and said softly before turning around to lead the way. The two of them went upstairs and arrived before the bright room. Hong Luan stopped and said, Owner, I've brought the important guest. Come in. The owner of the Dawn Moon House said from inside the room. Hearing this, Hong Luan pushed open the door and looked at the woman behind her. Miss Mu, please. Thank you. Mu Qingxue stepped forward and walked into the room. It was a simple and elegant room with simple yet exquisite decorations. One could see that the owner's taste was extraordinary. I'm Mu Qingxue. Greetings to the owner. Mu Qingxue politely bowed and said calmly, Miss Mu, I've long heard of your name. The owner of the Dawn Moon House revealed a smile. Mu Qingxue's eyes narrowed and soon returned to his senses. He somewhat understood. Her name should have been mentioned by Ningchen. On the side, Hong Luan silently walked out of the room and closed the door without lingering. May I know why Miss Mu has come here? The owner of the Dawn Moon House looked at the woman before her and asked. To ask about someone's whereabouts. Mu Qingxue said calmly. Is it the Jiming Marquis? The owner of the Dawn Moon House asked. Yes. Mu Qingxue nodded and said, Owner has the bright scroll and can understand everything in the world. Can you tell me Ning Chen's whereabouts? Didn't he mention it to you before he left? The owner of the Dawn Moon House asked. I missed it, Mu Qingxue said honestly. A strange look flashed in the waning moon brothel master's eyes. The fate of these two people was truly filled with ups and downs. They had missed each other time and time again, but they were still unable to be together. Without a doubt, the person in the Jiming Marquis heart was Miss Mu. Unfortunately, too many things had happened to the two of them, making this relationship extremely difficult. Right now, he is not in the inner realm, nor is he in sky beyond heaven. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said calmly, although I can't clearly see where he went, according to my deduction, he should have gone to another realm. What do you mean? Mu Qingxue narrowed his eyes and said, Ning Chen went to the place where the 100 clans came from. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master nodded and said, only this reason can explain why the Ming scroll was unable to find his whereabouts. He really did go there. Mu Qingxue let out a soft sigh. Before coming here, she had already guessed a bit. She understood Ning Chen's personality. The 100 races would be a great disaster sooner or later. For the safety of the inner realm, Ning Chen wouldn't leave them alone. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said faintly, I think that the Jiming Marquis went to the place of the 100 races to find out their true strength. He shouldn't have gone. Mu Qingxue's face was filled with emotions and said, even if the sky collapses, he shouldn't have held it up. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. In the end, someone has to do it. Even if that person isn't the Jiming Marquis, it will be someone else. In this matter, there is no right or wrong, only willing or unwilling. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress looked at the woman in front of her and continued, now that the Hell King's boundary is destroyed, the inner realm will not be spared if the 100 races wreak havoc. The people that the Jiming Marquis cherishes the most are there. Therefore, he can't leave them alone, right? Mu Qingxue fell silent and didn't answer. Miss Mu, are your memories still disappearing? The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress sighed softly. Mu Qingxue nodded and said, there is a price to pay for cultivating the great indifference. When I chose to enter the innate realm as soon as possible, I already expected this day to come. Do you regret it? The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress asked seriously. Since I made the choice, I won't regret it. Mu Qingxue said calmly. Right now, he and Yin help me remember what happened in the past. If I forget, they will tell me. Ina? Hey, is that girl okay? The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress chuckled. She is at the Heaven Speech Peak. She can clearly feel the power of the Heaven Speaker there. After I visit the tower's mistress, I will go there, Mu Qingxue said softly. Heaven Speaker. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress looked into the distance and reminisced. That Heaven Speaker was so talented. Unfortunately, she died too early and didn't make it to this glorious era. Miss Mu. After a while, the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress came back to her senses. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked into the distance again with shock. How could this be? Mu Qingxue saw the drastic change in her expression and asked in confusion, Tower's mistress, what happened? Quickly returned to the Heaven Speech Peak. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress looked away and said in a deep voice, Something happened to Iner. She didn't dare to imagine how crazy the Jiming Marquis would be if he knew that something happened to Iner. Just as she finished speaking, a white light flashed in the room. It was so fast that no one could react to it. When the figure appeared again, it was already tens of thousands of miles away. In the starry sky, Mu Qingxue's figure appeared and rushed towards the distant Heaven Speech planet without stopping. In the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress room, the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress collected her thoughts and walked outside. Hongwan, I will leave for a few days. You stay here. Yes. At the same time in the primordial demon realm, Ning Chen was sitting in front of a bonfire and quietly gnawing on dry food. Suddenly his chest tightened and an indescribable, suffocating feeling came. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Rumble. Outside the dilapidated temple, the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Not long after, heavy rain poured down, fogging up the world. Ning Chen stood up and looked into the distance. Shock flashed through his eyes. Why did he have that bad premonition? Did something happen to someone? On the Heaven Speech Peak, a cold wind blew. After a great battle, desolation filled the peak. Under the apricot tree, a pretty girl was lying in a pool of blood. Her clothes were dyed red with blood, and she was dazzling. Petals of apricot flowers fell from the girl's body. They were as white as snow and were gradually dyed red. Just as the apricot flowers were about to fall, a beautiful figure in white walked out from the Heaven Speech Peak. Her speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination. It was as if she had crossed time and space and appeared out of thin air. Iner, Mu Qingxue, stepped forward and saw the girl covered in blood under the apricot tree. His pupils shrank. Chapter 1102. On the Heavenly Word Peak, under the apricot tree, a young girl was unconscious and covered in blood. The void rippled, and a white streak of light appeared. Arriving under the apricot tree in a single step, Mu Qingxue's body shook when he saw the young girl's blood-stained clothes. Iner! Mu Qingxue stepped forward to help the unconscious girl up. He condensed his true essence and poured it into her body. In an instant, demonic qi surged out from Yin-Er's heart, sealing her vital meridians and cutting off her vitality. Mu Qingxue's face turned grave as he struggled to move his origin energy. Panic flashed through his usually calm eyes. He could feel that Yin-Er's vitality was fading, and she could only hold on for 10 days at most. Behind him, a streak of light arrived and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. Looking at the scene in front of him, his expression turned solemn. The worst-case scenario still happened. That Jiming Marquis had spent his entire life protecting these precious people, but he couldn't keep them. In the end, he couldn't keep them. This girl couldn't hold on for more than a few days. Sensing the person behind him, Mu Qingxue got up and turned around to look at the former. House Master, can you see who did this? Scaled Race, Dimingtian. The Dawn Moon House Master said calmly. The remnant demonic qi here was clearly detectable. It was easy to find the culprit. Mu Qingxue nodded and did not say anything. He picked up the girl under the apricot tree and was about to leave. Where are you going? The Dawn Moon House Master asked. To find Ning Chen and take revenge. Mu Qingxue said coldly. The Dawn Moon House master's expression turned solemn. The Jiming Marquis left a phoenix body in the reverence, moon, holy ground. You can go there to find him. Many thanks. Mu Qingxue replied calmly. His figure flickered as he left the heavenly word peak. The Dawn Moon House master looked at the withered apricot tree and sighed inwardly. Di Mingtian left Yin. Alive, his thoughts were deep. If he wanted to save her, he would have to pay with his life. He couldn't say these words. This world needed the Jiming Marquis more. Although Tianyu was strong, he needed time to grow. The current human race couldn't wait any longer. At the border between the All-Heaven star field and the Luojia star field, the Reverence Moon ancient ground, the sacred ground of the Reverence Moon clan, tens of thousands of Reverence Moon clan members were kneeling before an altar. On the altar, a red-clothed figure stood before a stone statue, praying for the entire Reverence Moon clan. With the moonlight, the clear saint force became stronger and stronger. The phoenix was noble and pure, untainted by the mortal world. Right at this time, in front of the Reverence Moon ancient ground, a white-clad figure appeared in the starry space. Her peerlessly beautiful face now had a hint of a mundane aura. Mu Qingxue did not hesitate. He waved his hand and the Chungying sword appeared. With a swing of his sword, a formless wheel of swords appeared behind him. In an instant, the wheel of swords turned into boundless swords that pierced through the air. In the next moment, there was a violent tremor as the sword light collided with the divine restriction. Layers of sword qi dispersed and were blocked by the divine restriction. Inside the Reverence Moon ancient ground, the Reverence Moon clansmen sensed something, and their faces were filled with shock. Don't panic. It's not an enemy. On the altar, Ning Chen spoke softly. His gaze was fixed on the sky, and in a flicker he flew out. The phoenix spread its wings and soared into the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix reappeared at the Reverence Moon ancient ground. The red-clad figure walked out and looked at the newcomer. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of her. Mu Qingxue spoke, and his eyes dimmed with guilt. It's not your fault. The phoenix body stepped forward and took the unconscious Iner into his arms. Sensing the rapidly dissipating vitality in the young girl's body, the phoenix body turned and walked towards the Reverence Moon ancient ground. On the altar, the phoenix body placed the young girl in front of the moon god's stone statue and knelt down silently. At this moment, high in the 9 heavens, clouds began to gather. The moon god's stone statue shone brightly, and an aura that transcended the mortal world emerged. The moon god had descended and reappeared in the mortal world. The beautiful figure in the void was pure and holy. Moonlight swirled around her body, obscuring her true appearance. When the moon god appeared, the Reverence Moon clansmen prostrated themselves in front of the altar and saluted respectfully. Moon god. The phoenix body lowered its head and said, Young man, in this world, no one is qualified to receive your worship. The same goes for the gods. The moon god spoke softly. Moon god, please save Iner's life. The phoenix body's eyes sank as it pleaded. I can't save her. In the void, the moon god sighed softly and said, Even if the gods come to the mortal world, they can't change the rules of heaven and earth. Hearing this, the phoenix body trembled once again. The suppressed sorrow rushed to its heart, and it said softly, I'm willing to use 1,000 years of my life in exchange for 100 years of her health. Above the altar, the moon god fell silent. After a while, she said, The demonic qi in her body has locked all her meridians. The person who performed the technique did it on purpose. If you want to save her, you will exhaust all your strength. Moreover, during this process, it's impossible for her body to remain unaffected. Even if she survives, there will be irresolvable side effects in the future. I want her alive. The phoenix body raised its head and looked at the god in the void and said without any hesitation. The moon god sighed again and did not try to persuade the phoenix body anymore. She nodded and said, "As you wish." With that said, the moon god raised her hand. Specks of light fell from the sky and entered the young girl's body. "I will do my best to protect her heart. As for the demonic chi in her body, only you can remove it." "Many thanks," the phoenix body responded. Its phoenix essence burned rapidly, and its supreme saint force turned into a sky-scorching power that swallowed the entire altar. On the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds altar, divine flames rose, and a phoenix rose from the ashes. The phoenix body's saint force dispersed, expelling the demonic chi from the young girl's body. In the void, as the moon god's energy was depleted, the moon god's body became more illusory. A few breaths later, it disappeared completely. In front of the altar, millions of Reverence Moon Holy Grounds clansmen watched the scene in front of them with uncontrollable sorrow. High Priestess. In front of millions of Reverence Moon Holy Grounds clansmen, a white-haired old woman said with a sorrowful expression, "Don't grieve for me. The phoenix is immortal and indestructible. There will be a day when I return and lead all of you forward." As her words fell, the divine flames above the altar dissipated, and Hong Yi's figure disappeared. No one could sense her aura anymore. In front of the moon god statue, the demonic chi in the young girl's body was completely erased, and her vitality finally stopped dissipating. Not far away, Mu Qingxue, who had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, turned and left without saying a word. This enmity would not rest until one of them was dead. In front of the Z-Wei galaxy, Di Mingtian's figure appeared. After completing his mission, he walked towards the scaled race's territory in the distance. In the distance, a streak of white light sped past, faster and faster. Behind it, the starlight flickered, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The desolate city's daughter came with murderous intent. The desolate city's daughter, who had hidden her sharpness for the past 100 years, had once again revealed her peerless sharpness. She had once suppressed all the geniuses in the inner world and was the first to step into the Xiantian realm. In the Z-Wei galaxy, Di Mingtian was less than 100,000 li away from the scaled race's territory. At this moment, an extremely fast streak of white light shot through the air, traversing time and space, forcefully blocking the path of the royal bloodline of the scaled clan. Di Mingtian sensed it and stopped in his tracks. He looked at the person in front of him and asked solemnly, "Who are you?" "Mu Qingxue." As he spoke, a beautiful woman in white appeared. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she said coldly, "On the heavenly word peak, the girl you injured called me mistress." Chapter 1103. In the Z-Wei galaxy, the Lady of the Desolate City crossed 2 galaxies and came to kill the royal bloodline of the Scaled tribe. The Lady of the Desolate City, who wanted to return to the mortal world for 100 years, used the Taishan unruffled emotion and forbidden energy. "Today you will die." The declaration of death was bone-chilling. Mu Qingxue clenched his fist, and a divine weapon as thin as a cicada's wing appeared. It was the famous sword of the desolate city, the Chungying sword. Feeling the anger in its master's heart, the Chungying sword kept humming. The visible sword gradually turned invisible, making it difficult to see clearly. Taking a step forward, Mu Qingxue's body was like a bolt of white lightning in the starry sky. Holding his sword, he started his killing spree. The endless flames of war burned the world. Facing the sudden killing intent, Di Mingtian did not dare to be careless. He raised his hands, and the demonic chi around him rose. The dark energy turned into a protective barrier in front of him. The Chungying sword passed by, and the Taishang forbidden energy was activated. The invisible sword light hit the demonic chi barrier. A violent collision sounded. The sword light shook the demonic chi. At the moment of stalemate, Mu Qingxue pointed at the sword, and the Chang'e sword spun rapidly. With a clang, the Chang'e sword broke the barrier and stabbed at Di Mingtian's heart. However, a strange light rose. The scaled tribe's armor protected the vital parts, and the divine weapon could not penetrate. It's hard to take revenge. With a sneer, Di Mingtian gathered his primordial energy into his palm and counterattacked. Mu Qingshue's body was pushed back a dozen steps. His cold eyes stared at the strange light on Mu Qingshue's chest. I killed one of his disciples, and now a woman comes. The ninth son of the Maha sect. How dare he not come? Di Mingtian waved his right hand, and an ancient divine weapon appeared in the dark energy. The sun and moon shone brightly in the sky. It was the divine weapon of the sword pavilion, the sun and moon saber. It was the divine weapon of the divine weapons. You are not qualified to make him fight. Mu Qingxue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed forward again. In an instant, the tip of the sword pierced through the air. The extremely fast sword broke through the demonic qi and landed on Di Mingtian's chest once again. A strange light rose, and the result was the same. The scaled tribe's armor blocked the sword light. It was an absolute defense. A futile struggle. Di Mingtian snorted coldly. The divine weapon in his hand slashed down. As the sun and moon flickered, the starry sky was split apart. The peerless sharpness shook the heavens and the earth. Since he was already prepared, Mu Qingxue didn't make the same mistake as before. With a stomp of his foot, his silhouette instantly disappeared, and he reappeared in the world with extreme speed. Fast, so fast that it was hard for his divine senses to distinguish. When he regained his senses, the sky was filled with white-robed figures. Streaks and streaks of sword gleams slashed towards Di Mingtian's chest. Your speed isn't bad. Unfortunately, that's all you can do. Di Mingtian raised his hand to wipe off the blood on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the incoming sword light. He yelled deeply, and the chaotic dark power started to rise as his half-step king warrior cultivation exploded. Di Mingtian's demonic essence spread out from his body and engulfed the sword radiance with his dark force. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius turned into darkness. In the starry sky, Mu Qingshue's silhouette seemed to have sunk into a swamp. His advantage in speed was greatly restricted. The sky full of afterimages disappeared, and the real body appeared. Di Mingtian seized the opportunity and leaped forward, slashing down mercilessly with a sword. The two swords clashed, and sparks burst out. The white-robed figure flew out and smashed towards the distant planet. Dust and sand filled the skies. On this primitive great star that was dried up of life, a beautiful white-clothed figure fell down, smashing open a 1,000-foot deep crater. Di Mingtian's silhouette slowly descended from the sky. Looking at the crater covered by dust, he didn't dare to be careless. However, right at this moment, a dazzling white sword gleam appeared in the sky. The next moment, the white-robed figure soared into the sky. Behind her, huge sword wings flapped, splitting apart the darkness as she increased her speed. Before anyone could react, the white-robed figure flashed past. Her speed was so fast that even the heavens and earth couldn't withstand it. Wherever the white-robed figure passed, the space shattered. With a boom, the sword edge shook the divine armor. Di Mingtian let out a muffled groan as his silhouette flew out. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Mu Qingshue's silhouette flashed out again. The Chang'e sword spun rapidly, and the Supreme Forbidden Origin was activated. The Forbidden Origin surged, and Mu Qingshue's cultivation rose rapidly. In the mortal world, they forgot about each other. 7 ultimate arts, beginning of reincarnation. With the Forbidden Origin, Mu Qingshue's left palm activated the power of reincarnation. With a thunderous roar, he slammed his palm on the former's chest. Another heavy blow landed on the same spot. With a boom, Di Mingtian's mouth was filled with blood, and the remaining force penetrated his body, severely injuring the demon. The silver-robed figure crashed onto the planet, and the ground collapsed. Huge cracks spread across the planet. The sky was filled with dust again. Mu Qingxue didn't hesitate and charged into it. After a while, the ground shook. Heaven and earth moved at extreme speed, and the absolute defense. The two geniuses of the age faced each other, and they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. The primitive great star seemed to have met with an apocalypse, gradually falling apart in the fierce battle between the two. The entire great star began to crumble, and huge rocks were sent flying into the distance. In front of Di Mingtian's chest, the scaled race's armor blocked most of the attacks. Even though he was hit repeatedly, he was still able to maintain his peak strength. On the other hand, the Lady of Desolate City was trapped in the dark force field, and her forbidden origin was rapidly depleting. She couldn't maintain her peak state for long. "I told you this is all you can do." Di Mingtian snorted coldly. He suppressed his injuries with his demonic qi and attacked with his divine weapon. As the two swords clashed, the divine weapon's power became more and more shocking. The Chang'ing sword couldn't block it, and tiny cracks appeared on the thin sword. Not good. Seeing this, Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious. He used the forbidden origin to protect his sword and pointed with his left hand. 7 ultimate arts, 9 void wave breaking finger. As he pointed out with his finger, endless forbidden energy gathered. In an instant, the power of his finger shook the divine armor. Boom! Again and again, the scales on Di Mingtian's chest began to crack as well. Even the absolute defense could not withstand the continuous attacks. Di Mingtian's expression changed slightly as his armor was damaged. He endured the pain in his chest and gathered his demonic qi to counterattack. The dark force field surged out. Mu Qingxue retreated quickly, avoiding the palm energy. He stepped in the air 100 feet away and turned back again. The Chang'ing sword flew out, shining brightly. A white light pierced through the sky and pierced toward the cracks on Di Mingtian's armor. Naive! Di Mingtian was furious after being injured again and again. He used his absolute defense to forcefully grab the sword edge. In the next moment, the sound of the sword edge rubbing against the armor sounded. It was so ear-piercing that it made people shudder. "Back off!" With a roar, Di Mingtian's demonic qi burst out. He clenched his left hand that was holding the Chengying sword. The cracked divine weapon finally couldn't withstand it anymore and shattered into pieces. The dark force field hit Mu Qingxue again and sent him flying a few hundred feet away. In the endless battle until now, both of them were seriously injured. Blood covered their bodies, but it couldn't hide their killing intent. The Chang'ing sword shattered, and the battle turned around. Di Mingtian's figure flashed past, using his absolute defense and the power of the divine weapon to attack again. Cold blade closed in, and every move was fatal. Mu Qingxue turned around and moved into the sword light. "You still have some strength after losing your sword." Di Mingtian mocked coldly. His dark force and cold blade blocked the girl's path of retreat, showing no mercy. Unruffled emotions, witnessed by the heavens. Witnessed by the heavens, unruffled emotions. Mu Qingshue's forbidden origin was activated, and his memory was lost at an accelerated rate. His body was many times stronger than before, and it pierced through the sky and shook the sun and moon. The white-robed figure flashed past quickly, and not a trace of him could be seen. Amidst an earth-shattering sword hum, a red wooden box appeared in the void. The great green sparrow sword broke through the void, and it reappeared after 100 years. Holding the great green sparrow sword, Mu Qingshue's figure flashed in front of Di Mingtian. Forbidden origin circled around the ordinary sword, and the sword pierced through the body. As the sword entered the body, the forbidden origin exploded, instantly destroying the cultivator's meridians. Di Mingtian groaned, and he retreated again and again. Blood spurted from his chest, dyeing his divine robes red. His meridians were destroyed and his life was in danger. However, Di Mingtian's eyes were filled with a strong desire to live, and he countered with a palm strike on the former's chest. Retreat! Not daring to fight anymore, Di Mingtian took the opportunity to retreat and quickly flew toward the scaled race's territory. As long as he returned to the scaled race, he would be safe. With the dragon transformation pool, his injuries would recover quickly. The loss of life was so clear that Di Mingtian's consciousness gradually became hazy. For the first time, he felt fear in his heart. Behind him, the heavily injured Mu Qingxue stabilized himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not have time to suppress his injuries and quickly chased after Di Mingtian. 10,000 miles away, the white flowing light broke through the sky and blocked the front again. A distance of 90,000 miles was nothing to a half-step king. However, at this moment, it was like the end of the world, unreachable. "Father, save me!" With death blocking his way, Di Mingtian's eyes were filled with despair. He looked into the distant sky and used the last of his strength to shout. The desperate roar shook the starry sky. In the distant scaled race's territory, the scaled king seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, the king rushed out of the abyss and flew into the distance. "Father!" In the starry sky, Di Mingtian saw the demonic clouds in the distance, and his face was filled with joy. Hope reignited in his eyes. No one can change your defeat today. With his back facing the demonic clouds, he could still feel the powerful demonic power. However, even a king could not instantly reach the distance of 90,000 miles. With one step, Mu Qingxue arrived in front of Di Mingtian. He burned his restriction yuan to the limit and sent out a palm strike with full force toward the former's chest. The sound of the strike echoed through the starry sky. Endless restriction yuan entered the body, instantly destroying the martial artist's bones. Blood spurted out, and the demonic cultivator's eyes turned misty. The silver-clothed figure flew out and crashed into the distant, withered star. The flame of life in Di Mingtian's body gradually disappeared. In front of his chest, a pool of blood spread out, dyeing the silent, withered star red. He had been good at scheming all his life, brave all his life, but in the end it was all for naught. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. His powerless eyes gradually closed. The last thing he saw was the white-clothed woman standing in the starry sky. She was so beautiful, but the death god took his life without mercy. Chapter 1104. In a dilapidated temple in the primordial demon realm, a bonfire danced. A plain-clothed figure stood in front, looking at the heavy rain outside the temple. The aura of the phoenix body had disappeared. Separated by a realm, he could not know what had happened in the sky beyond heaven. However, there was no doubt that something had happened there. The three bodies were of one mind, and they were bound together for good or ill. He was still alive, which meant that the phoenix body had not fallen but had undergone nirvana. That ominous premonition from before might be the reason for the phoenix body's nirvana. Not far away, the little girl held some dry food in her dirty hands and gnawed on it. In order to survive, she did not dare to waste any dry food, even though it was hard to swallow. Bang! At this moment, the door of the dilapidated temple was kicked open. Two burly men came in and shouted when they saw the little girl in the dilapidated temple. "They are here." Behind them, three companions walked in. Their clothes were soaked by the rain and stuck to their bodies, making them look a little embarrassed. "Kill them," one of the burly men said coldly. "Yes." The three men walked into the temple, ready to eliminate the source of the problem. Seeing this, the little girl was terrified. She immediately ran behind the plain-clothed young man beside the bonfire and hid. The two burly men also walked into the dilapidated temple. When they saw the young man in front of the little girl, they frowned unconsciously. Although this person had not made a move, their instincts told them that this person was not to be trifled with. "Brother, please do us a favor," one of the burly men said seriously. Ning Chen recovered from his thoughts and looked at the 5 people who walked into the temple. There was no change in his calm eyes. The noise in the temple woke up the unconscious woman not far away. Her ferocious face and a pair of cold eyes opened. When she saw the 5 people, she immediately sat up. "Second mother." Seeing the woman wake up, the little girl immediately ran forward and said in surprise, "Cuckoo." The woman pulled the little girl behind her and looked at the 5 people in front of her vigilantly. At this moment, she was like a mother beast protecting her young, unusually fierce. With a life and death crisis in front of her, there was no way out. The woman's gaze once again fell on the white-haired young man. With a pleading expression, she said, "Sir, Ku is still young. Please save her life." Ning Chen quietly watched the scene before him and sighed in his heart. His eyes were strangely calm. The strong preyed on the weak. In his life, he had seen far too much. He had once tried his best to save them, but he had been powerless to stop them. Perhaps if he saved the mother and daughter today, in the future, the mother and daughter would turn into the coldest demons to these men, who would crazily seek revenge. However, if he did not save them today, the woman and the little girl would undoubtedly become ghosts under his blade. There was no way for them to survive. To save or not to save, it was a simple decision, but it was difficult to make. "Sir, please do me a favor." The burly man who spoke earlier opened his mouth again and said politely. Ning Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the 5 people in front of him. He said calmly, "You can't even spare the child's life? If you don't remove the roots when you cut the weeds, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. Mister, our 2 races have been enemies for generations. If you leave even one alive, it could be a disaster for our race in the future." Speaking up to here, the burly man paused and looked at the woman not far away. He said with a cold expression, "Mister, you only saw their pitiful side today. You didn't see the cruelty of their race when they wantonly slaughtered our race. At that time, they didn't show any mercy to our race." Hearing the burly man's words, the woman clenched her fists. She did not deny it. Her ferocious face became more alert as she prepared to rush out of the encirclement at any time. Ning Chen clenched his right hand. It was so quiet that there was no movement of qi. However, the space around the woman suddenly twisted. In the next moment, blood poured out like a waterfall, filling the sky. Her destroyed qi sea swept out like raging waves. Her cultivation scattered between heaven and earth. Her martial bones were destroyed, and there was no way for her to recover. Ugh! The woman let out a mournful groan. She knelt down with a thud, and cold sweat flowed down her back. Inside the dilapidated hall, everyone was shocked when they saw this shocking scene. What just happened? Why didn't they feel the slightest movement of qi? Her cultivation has been lost, and her martial bones are destroyed. She can no longer be a threat to you. Can you spare them? Ning Chen looked at the 5 people and said calmly. The 2 burly men recovered from their shock. They looked at the white-haired young man in front of them with fear and bowed respectfully. "Venerable, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. If we offended you before, please forgive us. You are just protecting your own people. There is nothing wrong with that." Ning Chen said indifferently. He looked at the woman and the little girl and said, "That child has practically no cultivation at all. If you're afraid of her even when she's like this, then the reputation of an expert is undeserved." The 2 burly men looked at each other and bowed again. They said respectfully, "Thank you, Venerable. We will take our leave." After they finished speaking, the 2 turned around and left with their 3 companions. In the ruined palace, blood dripped from the woman's body and dyed the ground red. The pain of having her cultivation destroyed was unbearable. After the 5 people left, the woman collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Her tensile relaxed, and she immediately fainted again. Second mother! The little girl's expression changed, and she exclaimed. Ning Chin walked up and pointed at the woman's dantian to stop the bleeding. He looked at the little girl and said calmly, "Her injuries are not light. If she can't find a doctor to treat her, she won't last more than a few days." Hearing this, Ku was anxious. She looked at the pouring rain outside and didn't know what to do. This rain will stop in a few days. However, your second mother won't last until then. Ning Chin said honestly. Ku gritted her teeth and ran out without hesitation. In the heavy rain, the little figure disappeared. It was so weak that it seemed like it would be swallowed by the mortal world at any time. Why didn't the immortals save them? At this time, the space on Ning Chen's shoulder twisted and the little gourd appeared. She can find a doctor and this woman will be saved. It is such a simple thing. Why do you need someone else's help? Ning Chin said calmly. It is not simple at all. The little gourd murmured softly. That little girl was only about the size of a 6 or 7-year-old human child. How could a child of such a size find a doctor when she was penniless? This is her fate. Ning Chin said calmly, "If you can't do it, then you have to bear the consequences. If I save them today, who will save them in the future?" The little gourd didn't dare to say anything more. It hid in the God-forbidden seed and disappeared. Ning Chin looked at the unconscious woman not far away and ignored it. He sat down in front of the bonfire again and waited quietly. There was still no movement from the sealed cultivation. The immortal gate suppression was unbreakable. Tap, tap. Right at this moment, numerous black-clothed figures flashed past outside the ruined temple. They were high up in the air, and their footsteps caused beautiful splashes to appear as they stepped on the rainwater. Again, inside the ruined temple, Ning Chen felt something. He looked outside the temple and coldness flashed in his eyes. He couldn't remember how many waves of pursuers it was. It seemed like even if he left the primordial demon region, there were still people who wouldn't give up. Ning Chen walked out of the hall and pointed his right hand. The rain gathered and streaks of water swords flew out of the ruined temple. Ugh! Several groans were heard. The water swords pierced through their bodies and brought out a waterfall of blood. Even if they had lost their cultivation, a swordsman who had just entered the extreme realm was not to be bullied. Great Sword Realm. With a soft voice, the watery light spread. The extreme realm of Sword Realm was opened. In the Sword Realm, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood in the air. He looked at the black figures in front of him calmly and said, "You've been chasing for so long. Take a rest." As soon as he said that, the watery light swallowed everyone in the Sword Realm. Silently, hundreds of demon assassins disappeared. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The world returned to normal. The heavy rain washed away the spilled blood and covered the evil of the massacre. Ning Chin turned and walked into the hall in the ruined temple. He continued to wait patiently. "If you encounter any pursuers again, I can help you." Demon Chi surged. The demon walked out and said in a deep voice. Ning Chin shook his head and said no. "I sealed your aura with the divine seal to hide from the celestial sect. If you help, your identity will be exposed. Then you will be suppressed. Saints and demons counter each other. The celestial sect's threat to you is far greater than mine." The demon's eyes darkened. The people from the primordial demon region will become stronger and stronger. Now that you have lost your cultivation, how are you going to deal with people like Xianzhan? "Don't worry," Ning Chen said calmly. Ning Chen said calmly, "Even the Celestial Devil Clan can't casually dispatch experts at the peak of the King Realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with these few pursuits. Now, The news of my complete loss of cultivation should have spread throughout the 3 imperial cities. This is a good thing for us. At least, we have a lot of time to prepare before the true experts arrive." The demon's eyes narrowed. He looked at the woman not far away and said indifferently, "There's no need to care about this." "It's nothing," Ning Chen said calmly. Ning Chen calmly said, "Who knows if today's cause will bear tomorrow's fruit?" "When did you start to believe in cause and effect?" The demon sneered. "I don't know." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I forgot. Maybe I'm just looking for a reason for my actions. Let's put this matter aside for now. The Phoenix Bodies incident means that the sky beyond heaven is no longer peaceful. We need to speed up here. You're not looking for the 2-fox princess anymore?" The demon was puzzled. "Yes," Ning Chen said calmly. "However, we have other things to do while we leave." "What things?" The demon's eyes narrowed. "Do you remember what Fan Lingyue did back then?" Ning Chen looked into the distance and said. Hearing this, the demon's expression changed slightly. "What do you want to do?" "Actually, the current situation in the primordial demon region is very similar to the divine prefecture back then. The heavenly demon clan is dominant and seems to be invincible, but in fact, they are surrounded by enemies." At this point, a strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He continued, "This time, Fan Lingyue has already shown us what to do, hasn't he?" Chapter 1105 Primeval Demon Realm, Western Continent, in a ruined temple. After the battle, the heavy rain washed away all traces, leaving only the red ground as a record of what had happened. In the main hall, Ning Chen, who had been waiting for half a day, threw the last piece of dry wood into the bonfire and stood up. He had done his duty. There was no need to wait any longer. Just as Ning Chen was about to leave, outside the ruined temple, a wet little girl ran in with many herbs in her arms. The road was muddy. The little girl slipped and fell to the ground. The herbs spilled in the muddy water and were stained with mud. The little girl hurriedly got up, ignoring the wounds on her body. She carefully picked up all the herbs, wiped them with her clothes, and hugged them in her arms. Then she continued to run towards the ruined temple. In the main hall of the ruined temple, Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the hall. He sensed the little girl's breath and stopped. The child was back. With a creak, the wooden door of the ruined temple was pushed open. The little girl ran in with the herbs in her arms. Seeing the figure in front of the hall, her face lit up with joy. Ning Chen looked at the little girl who had just returned and understood what had happened. "You didn't find a doctor?" Ning Chen asked. "The rain is too heavy. The doctor won't come with me." Ku answered timidly. "Where did you get these herbs?" Ning Chen asked again. "I exchanged them with something." Ku lowered her head and said with a gloomy face, "I didn't have any money, so I kept the jade pendant my mother left me." Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. "Sir, can you help me save second mother?" Ku handed over the herbs in her hands, her big eyes full of hope. Looking at the little girl's eyes full of hope and pleading, Ning Chen nodded slightly and took the herbs. "Come in first." After that, Ning Chen turned around and walked towards the bonfire that was still burning in the hall. Ku followed behind timidly, not daring to say anything. "Dry your clothes first," Ning Chen said. He glanced around the hall and saw an abandoned incense burner on the incense table in front of him. He walked towards it. The incense burner was a bit shabby, but fortunately it was still intact. Ning Chen walked out of the hall, poured the ashes out of the incense burner, washed it a few times, and then filled it with rainwater. In front of the bonfire, Ku was curled up and shivering. It was obvious that she had been drenched in the rain and was freezing. Ning Chen placed the incense burner on top of the bonfire and placed a few medicinal herbs into it. Then he sat there quietly and waited patiently. Ku looked at the incense burner. She wanted to ask a few questions, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. Her careful look made people feel sorry for her. Not long after, The choking smell of medicine wafted out from the main hall. It was a little pungent and mixed with a spicy smell. It was very unpleasant. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Ning Chun took down the medicinal herbs that had been boiled and placed them in front of the little girl. He said, "When it's slightly cooler, feed it to your second mother. After drinking it, your second mother should wake up very quickly." After he finished speaking, Ning Chin stood up and walked out of the hall without staying any longer. When Ka saw him, she asked anxiously, "Sir, are you leaving?" Ning Chen's footsteps paused. He looked back at the little girl and said calmly, "I still have things to do. When your second mother wakes up, you can leave. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen continued to walk out of the hall. He didn't stop. The pouring rain gradually engulfed Su Yi's figure. Not long after, he completely disappeared. Ka looked at the figure that disappeared in the rain. Her bright eyes flashed with tears. She firmly remembered the former's back view in her heart. "Immortal elder, you have to compensate me." In the heavy rain, the little gourd appeared and said with dissatisfaction, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. As a spiritual being of heaven and earth, how can you not have this awareness?" Ning Chin stretched out his hand and lightly flicked the little gourd's head. "It hurts." The little gourd hugged its little head and pouted. That person's life was clearly not in danger. "Immortal elder still wants to use my blood. It's too wasteful." Ning Chin chuckled and said, "Because I'm in a hurry. I can't just leave halfway after saving someone." The little gourd continued to pout and said with dissatisfaction, "I don't care. Immortal elder, you have to compensate me." "Huh." Ning Chun smiled faintly and said, "If I have the chance, I'll find you some heavenly treasures as compensation." "Immortal elder, you have to keep your word." Hearing this, the little gourd smiled happily and nodded vigorously. Then it hid itself in the divine restriction again. Ning Chin shook his head helplessly. This little gourd was about to become a spiritual being. He just didn't know if this divine vine could grow into a divine being like the undying divine tree in the future. Just as knowing destiny was heading west, in the northern sorcerer tribe, a few emperors had been talking for several months on the huge altar. In the illusory space, the 5 emperors stood quietly and discussed how to deal with the future together. Go Huang, Scale Emperor, Stone Emperor, Holy Master of God's capital mountain, and the leader of Golden Lion tribe, the 5 supreme beings of heaven and earth, all had solemn expressions on their faces. Over the past few months, news of what had happened in the primordial demon territory had been spreading, shocking the 5 of them. The Fox tribe was also destroyed. "It was still done by the heavenly demons," Emperor Stone said in a low voice. The 13th prince of the heavenly demons was already prepared to marry the princess of the Fox tribe. "I didn't expect that he still couldn't protect the Fox tribe," Holy Leader of Divine Capital Mountain said. "The ambition of the 3 demon emperors of the heavenly demons is obvious. Now, only the demon emperor of Abyss has not made his stance clear. He has clashed with the 3 demon emperors more than once. Maybe we can break through from this demon emperor of Abyss," the leader of the Golden Lion tribe said seriously. "It's difficult." Emperor Go shook his head lightly and said, "The demon emperor of Abyss is from the heavenly demons after all. If the 3 demon emperors insist on starting a war, the demon emperor of Abyss will not be able to change their minds. The chance of success is too small. Emperor Go, do you have any other ideas?" The leader of the Golden Lion tribe asked seriously. "Maybe. There's another person who's a better choice," Emperor Go said seriously. "Do you remember which tribe the disciple of the demon emperor of Abyss is from?" Hearing this, the 4 emperors' expressions turned serious. The 13th prince of the heavenly demons seemed to be from the human tribe. In the primordial demon realm, the human tribe is weak, especially the heavenly demons who hate the human tribe. Once the heavenly demons take control of the entire primordial demon realm, the human tribe will undoubtedly suffer the cruelest suppression. I've met the 13th prince a few times outside the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. He's a sentimental person, and he won't turn a blind eye to the future of the human tribe. Therefore, at this point, Emperor Go's tone changed as he continued. As long as we can convince the 13th prince to stand on the side of the human race or us, with how much the 9 Nether Devil Emperor values this disciple. Even if he doesn't help, he will stay out of this matter and not help either side. After listening to Emperor Go's analysis, the 4 emperors looked at each other and nodded slightly. Judging from the demon emperor's attitude after the 13th prince took over the heavenly demon's imperial clan, it was possible. It's said that the 13th prince has left the primordial demon realm, and we don't know where he is now. Emperor Go, can you find out where he is? Emperor Scale asked. Emperor Go looked at the leader of the Golden Lion tribe and reminded him, Lion Emperor, if I'm not wrong, the 13th prince will visit soon. Oh, the leader of the Golden Lion tribe was surprised and said he came to the west. Just as the 5 emperors were discussing, in the depths of the Z-Way galaxy in the sky beyond heaven, a powerful aura with endless anger rushed over. On the crumbling, withered star, the Dark Emperor Heavenly Corpse's body shone brightly. The Scale King's soul suddenly opened its eyes. The silver-robed figure flew out quickly, his aura stronger than before. With a flip of his palm, a stormy wave cut through the starry sky. Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious as he stepped out to avoid the palm energy. It was a dangerous situation with the king's soul in front and the Scale King's body behind. The situation could not be delayed. 7 ultimate arts returned to the desolate era. With the crisis unresolved, Mu Qingxue did not waste any more time. With a deep roar, he used the last of his strength. Instantly, a strange light shot into the sky as an unprecedented power gathered. The terrifying power broke through the restrictions of heaven and earth and quickly disintegrated the starry sky. In front of him, the Dark Emperor Heavenly Corpse's power also rose rapidly. The Scale King's soul was trying to stop the former at all costs. In the next moment, the Indifference Grand Supreme and the Scale Race's power clashed. A shocking shockwave swept out, and wherever the shockwave passed, the stars turned into stardust and disappeared. Arg! Blood splattered and dyed his white robe red. Mu Qingxue took half a step back and staggered to stabilize himself. In front of him, the Dark Emperor Heavenly Corpse's blood kept splattering. His divine robe was torn and almost completely destroyed. Behind him, the demonic cloud spread out, and a powerful palm energy broke through the sky and attacked the injured lady of Desolate City. Mu Qingxue turned around, and blood mist surrounded his hands as he used the Grand Supreme Forbidden Art. With a thump, his white robe flew out and was dyed red again under the king's heavy palm. In the starry sky, the Scale King stood in the rolling demonic cloud. He felt that his son's life force had completely disappeared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You shall be buried with my son. With a furious roar, the Scale King's demonic aura shot into the sky, and his terrifying king's aura covered the starry sky. Mu Qingxue looked at the changes around him, and there was not much fear on his face. 7 ultimate arts. 100 generations. Final chapter. The last chapter of the Grand Supreme Forbidden Chapter was a forbidden technique that was activated for the first time. Mu Qingxue's eyes shone with a strange light. Before the Forbidden Chapter of the Forbidden Chapter was activated, violent waves gathered and formed a brilliant scene of reincarnation. Just as the Forbidden Chapter was about to be activated, a blue sword light broke through the sky from afar. The purest sword aura instantly pierced through the darkness. Almost at the same time, in a faraway world, the earth fire spewed out. After the phoenix body's aura completely disappeared, the sky was filled with divine flames. The power of laws suppressing the vermilion bird dissipated, and the divine flames soared into the sky. From the earth fire, a red-robed figure walked out. The familiar face was like the moon in the water, and it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The vermilion bird looked at the sky coldly, and a scarlet divine sword appeared in her right hand. With a slash, heaven and earth were split open. Chapter 1106. In the Z-Wei galaxy, the king-level warriors were pressing for his life. Mu Qingxue, who had just experienced a fierce battle, was already out of strength and had no strength to fight back. As the crisis approached, there was no time to hesitate. Mu Qingxue forcefully activated the Taishang restriction martial art, Chaos Restriction Yuan, shaking the starry sky. The king raised his hand, and a completely different kind of destructive power exploded, crushing forward. The battle was in danger. At this critical moment, a blue sword light broke through the sky from afar. It was an outstanding sword aura, exquisite and pure without any impurities. The sword light arrived, suppressing the enemy first. Before the scaled king could release his palm, it was interrupted. With a rumble, the sword light shook the scaled king's unending protection. In the intense vibration, the scaled king took half a step back to dissipate the remaining power. In front of him, the clouds dispersed, and a familiar figure appeared. Her figure was exquisite, and her face was beautiful. Her eyes were clear like water, reflecting all the evils in the world. This was the first time they had met in 100 years. Mu Qingxue looked at the figure in front of him and immediately guessed the identity of the person. It was the barbarian race's princess. Ah, man, be careful. Their scales are hard to deal with. It won't help if you fight for a long time. Mu Qingxue said with a serious expression. Okay. Hearing the reminder, Ah Man nodded lightly. She looked at the shining scales in front of her, and a strange light flashed in her clear eyes. Another one to die with my son. I'll fulfill your wish. The scaled king could not hide his anger. He raised his hand, and a dark power surged, sweeping through the starry sky. When the king attacked, Ah Man's figure moved as well. She avoided layers of dark power with each step. The sword of initial heart bloomed as if it had a mind of its own. It found the weakest point of the monster energy and cut through the obstacles, reaching the king. With a clang, the sword tip and the scale armor clashed. The sword of initial heart pierced through the gap between the two scales. The sword technique was so precise that there was no mistake at all. Wherever the will was, the sword would be there. An ear-piercing sound of friction was heard. The sword of initial heart pierced through 3 inches, and the sword momentum gradually stopped. The scaled king's expression sank, and he turned his palm to attack Ah Man's chest. When the palm energy arrived, Ah Man's body moved and dodged the palm energy. She took a step forward, and her body turned back once more. She pointed her finger, and the sword of initial heart penetrated another 3 inches. The scale armor blocked the sword tip, but it could not block the remaining power of the sword. The sword chi vibrated, and the scaled king took another step back. He was furious, and the hidden power around him exploded. With the impact of the demonic essence, the origin sword was immediately sent flying. At this moment of crisis, a man grasped his sword, took a step, and leaped up. A man took a step in the air and moved 300 meters away. She looked at the king in front of her and said softly, Sister Mu, prepare to retreat. We can't win. Mu Qingxue nodded. He temporarily suppressed the injuries on his body and prepared to retreat. You want to leave? Dream on. Seeing through the two's thoughts, the Scale King snorted coldly. He raised both of his hands, and instantly wind howled and thunder rumbled. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, a dark force swept out, blocking the two's escape route. Knowing that he could not be trapped here, Mu Qingxue unleashed the last of his forbidden energy. The great yin's green sparrow sword emitted a dazzling brilliance. With a slash of the sword, The galaxy turned upside down. With a boom, the supreme forbidden energy blocked the king's power. Amidst the violent vibrations, Mu Qingshue's figure flashed, and the travel scroll was pushed to the extreme. He took a man who was beside him and turned into a stream of light. In the starry sky, the Scale King raised his hand to disperse the surging forbidden energy in front of him. He looked at the two people in front of him, and his killing intent surged. He could not suppress his anger. Half a day later, on an unknown life planet, two figures appeared. The moment they landed, the beautiful figure in white staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing her white clothes red. Mu Qingxue, whose forbidden energy was depleted and his body injured, felt his consciousness become heavy, and he fell straight down. Sister Mu. A man was shocked and immediately reached out to support the former. Primordial Demon Realm, Western Continent. For the past few days, a white-clothed figure walked forward. Her speed was not fast, and since she entered the mortal realm, her speed seemed to have slowed down. There were battles everywhere in the continent, and killings could be seen everywhere. Ning Chen had saved people and ignored them. He followed his heart and did not force himself. Kindness and hatred had become so ordinary in this continent. Everything was like a fleeting cloud, and gradually they were forgotten. In the past, he had walked too fast and missed too many things in the mortal realm. Now that he was starting all over again, he could see more clearly. Sorrow, joy, separation, reunion, slaughter, redemption, joy, and hatred. The more one experienced, the heavier the shackles on one's body. The traces of time could never be shifted by one's will. They were silently engraved on one's forehead and body. His white hair was as white as snow. Although his face did not change much compared to 100 years ago, the young man from back then could not be seen anymore. Every step he took left clear footprints on the ground. The weight of time was pressing down on him, and he gradually grew old. Mother, look, there is a white-haired person. In front of the village, a child pointed into the distance and said in surprise. The child's mother looked in the direction of the child's finger, but she did not see anything. She could not help but scold. How can there be a white-haired person? Children should not lie. I saw it just now. The child pouted and said softly. 100 miles away, the white-clothed figure appeared. She took a step and disappeared again. The mortal realm scenery was left behind. He had seen it and remembered it in his heart. In the west, it was getting colder. After months of running, there was still no news of the two fox princesses. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Although Ning Chen was prepared, he could not help but feel disappointed. The extermination of the Fox clan was caused by the celestial demons. Wan, and Xiao Xiao must hate the celestial demons, and even him. Even if they knew that he was looking for them, they probably would not show up easily. He did not know if he could find them, but as long as he was in the primordial demon realm, he would not give up. In the western sacred region, a pure land ruled by the Golden Lion clan, the fighting and killing gradually decreased. Ning Chen walked towards the center of the sacred region. The scenery in the sacred region was beautiful, and the exotic atmosphere was very strong. The golden-haired men were as strong as bulls, and the blue-eyed women were as enchanting as snakes. Ning Chen walked among them. His white hair was very eye-catching. The blue-eyed women saw the handsome, knowing destiny, and ripples appeared in their eyes. The women whispered to each other, and their eyes never left him. The women's eyes were attracted, and many men were jealous. A strong golden-haired man blocked Ning Chen's way and provoked him. Ning Chen ignored him and continued to walk forward. Being ignored, the man was furious and punched the person in front of him. Bang! Just as the man's fist landed, a young man with thick blonde hair appeared between them and blocked the man's fist. Brother Ning, long time no see. Hong Yuan looked at the young man beside him and smiled. Third prince. On the street, the people saw him and were shocked. Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, long time no see. You may leave." Hong Yuan looked at the man in front of him indifferently, and then sent him flying with a bang. 10 feet away, the man fell to the ground. He got up awkwardly and did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly left. "Brother Ning, welcome to the sacred region." With the trouble solved, Hong Yuan looked back at the person in front of him and said seriously, "Thank you." Ning Qin replied and said, "I'll have to trouble you for a few days." Chapter 1107. In the sky beyond heaven, in the unknown god realm, a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth sat on a wheelchair. Her handicapped body didn't bring her too much trouble. Perhaps it wasn't that Peacock didn't care, but her identity as a goddess prevented her from thinking about these useless things. On the peak of the god realm, Peacock sat quietly as she looked at the starry sky. The rise and fall of the human world was reflected in her eyes. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. Behind Peacock, a man in white walked over. His face was still as young as 100 years ago. Young Master Xiao Bai, a peerless genius who was famous in the starry sky 200 years ago. He disappeared after the battle with the Lord of the Underworld and only reappeared in the human world during the chaos of the 100 races. "What are you looking at?" Young Master Xiao Bai followed the girl's gaze and asked, "The world of mortals." Peacock replied, "The world of mortals is boundless. Even Buddha and gods can't see through it. Why are you looking for trouble?" Young Master Xiao Bai said calmly, "If I can't personally experience the world of mortals, I can't truly leave the world of mortals. I can't leave and can only watch from here." Peacock said softly, "You are a goddess. Naturally, you can't easily enter the world of mortals. Peacock, with your talent, you don't have to go through all this. A goddess is ultimately different from ordinary people." Young Master Xiao Bai retracted his gaze and looked at the girl in front of him. There was a hint of heartache in his eyes as he said, "A goddess is also immortal. How can you truly not enter the world of mortals?" Peacock said calmly, "Since ancient times there have been countless kings and emperors. Those who are heartless have all stopped at a certain point in their life. The heavenly Tao is heartless. Humans can't be heartless anymore. You're still so eloquent. I can't win against you." Young Master Xiao Bai sighed helplessly. Young Master Xiao Bai purposely lost to the Lord of the Underworld because of emotions. Compared to winning and losing, using the most extreme method to severely injure the Lord of the Underworld in exchange for 100 years of peace is the most respectable action. Peacock said faintly, "Huh." Young Master Xiao Bai chuckled. "Now that the goddess has said it, I feel that I'm a little noble. However, I didn't think so much back then. As long as Mo Luotian can lie down longer than me, a temporary victory or defeat is nothing." When he spoke up to hear, young Master Xiao Bai's gaze looked towards the clouds in the distant red Luan galaxy and continued, "Actually, compared to us, that young man from the Nether King's pure land is the true heaven's chosen one." "He is not the chosen one." Peacock shook her head and said calmly, "He is the son of misfortune. Ever since he appeared, the human world has been plagued with disasters. Be it the pure land of Hades or the realm beyond heaven, it is the same. This is inevitable. It has nothing to do with him." Young Master Xiao Bai said seriously, "Even if this kid didn't appear, the Nether King would still descend into the world, and the 100 races would still break out of the seal. This is the will of the world, and no one can change it. I'm not saying that he is to be blamed for these things. The knowing destiny state was born. Unfortunately, it's not luck but misfortune. This is his misfortune and the misfortune of the world." Peacock looked into the distance and said softly, "For the past 100 years, Master has been paying attention to this person and even wants him to become the new master of the realm of the gods. However, I don't think he will succeed." "Why?" Young Master Xiao Bai laughed and said, "Just because Master wants you to marry this knowing destiny Marquis." Peacock ignored the former's teasing and continued calmly, "Because of his innate talent, and even more so because of his karma, Although innate talent is not an absolute factor that determines a martial artist's ultimate destination, it is still a crucial aid that cannot be ignored. We have all seen how difficult it was for him to break through to the immortal realm in the past 100 years, not to mention the celestial realm in the secular world. I do not deny his hard work and astonishing willpower, but since ancient times, how many mortals have been able to ascend to immortality? The celestial realm in the secular world is just too difficult for him. As for the karma that I mentioned, you should know what it is. When the eternal night descends upon the world, all living beings will have to undergo immeasurable tribulations. He borrowed the lives of all living beings to send Yama away, and the unfinished tribulations of all living beings will forever be on him. Young Master Xiaobai was silent. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps this is the tribulation that a successful person should face. Otherwise, Master wouldn't want this kid to become the new master of the realm of the gods. I respect Master's decision, but I will keep my own opinion." Peacock said seriously, "If one day I am wrong, then I will abide by the agreement and wholeheartedly assist the new master of the realm of the gods." "You are still so proud." Young Master Xiaobai sighed. "In fact, he has done well enough. Even those geniuses are far inferior to this Marquis Jiming. What he has done these years has already surpassed the limits of the younger generation. After all, he has only cultivated for a little more than 100 years. We can't ask for more. It's not enough." Peacock said calmly, "He is the future master of the realm of the gods. Then he must surpass everyone. From now on, his opponents are not the younger generation, but the kings and emperors of the 100 races. No matter how long he has cultivated, the kings and emperors of the 100 races have already appeared. This is an indisputable fact. Peacock's match is the master of the human world who can calm the war. Otherwise, my existence is meaningless." "Peacock, don't be too harsh on yourself and that young man. You are still young. There is no need to force yourself so much." While they were talking, an old man with a walking stick appeared behind them. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. He was the master of the godly land, the emperor who protected the human world. He slowly walked over step by step. "Master, Master." Peacock and young Master Xiaobai bowed respectfully. The old man nodded and looked at the human world with his weathered eyes. He said softly, "There are 9 supreme emperors in the primeval demon realm, but we humans only have less than 3. This gap cannot be closed in a short time." That young man opened the ancient battlefield and bought a lot of time for the human world. Now, there are people in the human world who have entered the 4th level. One day, we humans will have the strength to rival the 100 races. "Master, do you really think that day will come?" Young Master Xiaobai sighed. "With 9 as the limit, the number of supreme emperors in the primeval demon realm has reached the limit. Although there will be supreme emperors in the human world in the future, according to the number of 4th level cultivators now, there will be at most 1 or 2. We are still far from the primeval demon realm. Have you forgotten how those young people sent away Pluto's pure land in the past?" The old man looked into the distance and said seriously, "Compared to now, the situation in the divine prefecture was more than 10 times worse. That was true despair, and there was no light at all. But those young people still did it because they never gave up. Over the years, look at those young people from the divine prefecture. No matter what kind of situation they face, their optimism is far beyond that of ordinary people. I chose that young man because he will never give up. He will never give up on himself, and will never give up on others. Master, now that you mention it, I also feel that Marquis Jiming is not simple." Young Master Xiaobai smiled. "Will there be a second miracle?" Peacock asked after a moment of silence. "No matter whether it will appear or not, we should believe that there will be a day." The old man said softly, "That young man who once created miracles is still working hard to create miracles. Perhaps he never thought of saving the world, but for the people he cherishes, he did so without hesitation. There is one more thing that you may not know." Speaking of this, the old man looked at the two and said, "Not long ago I felt a strong burst of vitality before the phoenix nirvana. Something must have happened to the phoenix body that the young man left in this world. Without the phoenix body, his strength will weaken a lot. There is always a limit to a person's strength. This great calamity of the human race should not be borne by those young people. When the time is right, you should leave the divine realm to help him." "Yes." Young Master Xiao Bai replied softly. On the side, Peacock nodded slightly, but did not really express her opinion. The old man did not say much. The peacock goddess of each generation was the woman of destiny. Peacock's pride would not change because of anyone, not even him. However, if that young man wanted to fight against the king and emperor of the 100 tribes, Peacock's existence would be an indispensable help. Whether Peacock could be subdued or not depended on whether Phoenix could be reborn from the fire and rule the world. At the same time, in the endless starry sky, in the primeval demon realm, in the sanctuary deep in the western holy city, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. He entered the royal family and negotiated with them. In the sanctuary, one palace after another spread along the rugged, holy mountain. At the top there was a towering, holy palace. It was magnificent and extraordinary. Beside Jiming, Hong Yuan accompanied him as they walked along the path of the holy mountain. Along the way, the palaces that they had to pass through were empty. No one was guarding them. However, Ning Chen could clearly feel the terrifying aura in the depths of each palace. Each aura was not weaker than the late-stage king realm. It was very shocking. 12 palaces, 12 cultivators in the late-stage king realm, or even the peak king realm. Even the celestial devil royal family could not compare. The Golden Lion clan was the legendary descendant of the sun god. Their bloodline was noble and extremely powerful. The sun god had disappeared from the world for so long that the legends were untraceable. However, no one had ever doubted the strength of the Golden Lion clan. Every leader of the Golden Lion clan had the strength to rival the strongest celestial devil royal family. The Golden Lions had the strongest attack in the world. Even the celestial devil royal family did not dare to go against them easily. After passing through the 12 palaces, the holy palace at the top of the holy mountain came into view. The huge and majestic building made the people below feel small. "Brother Ning, please," Hong Yuan said softly. "Thank you." Ning Chen replied softly and walked toward the holy palace. After a few breaths, the two stepped into the holy palace. In an instant, golden light rose from the 12 palaces at the bottom of the holy mountain. The 12 beams of light connected and blocked all the mysteries of the holy mountain. Chapter 1108. In the western sacred region, Zhi Ming and Hong Yuan walked into the sacred palace. The huge palace was empty. They couldn't see anyone. The two walked forward and passed through the front hall. Their surroundings changed, and a new scene appeared in front of them. Behind the sacred palace, a majestic statue of a god stood there, shining with golden light. In front of the statue, the throne was lying there quietly. There was no one in sight. "Father." The two stopped 100 steps in front of the throne. Hong Yuan bowed and said respectfully, "I've brought the guests." As soon as he said that, golden light shone in front of the throne. A figure with an extremely powerful aura appeared. He was surrounded by golden light as if the sun god had descended. "Greetings, sacred lord." Ning Chen bowed and said, 13th Prince, there's no need to be so polite." In front of the throne, the emperor of the Golden Lion clan and the sacred region, Lord responded calmly and continued, 13th Prince, why have you come to the sacred region from so far away?" "I'm looking for someone." Ning Chen said calmly, "Sacred Lord, you should already know what happened to the Fox clan. The princess of the Fox clan and I are engaged. I'm only here to find her. The Fox clan was exterminated in one day. No one knows why. 13th Prince, you were the first to arrive. Do you know what happened? The sacred lord of the Golden Lion clan asked. It's a long story. Ning Chun sighed softly and said, a traitor has appeared in the celestial fiend imperial clan and sent people to slaughter the entire Green Hill Fox clan. Their crimes are monstrous. Although I've executed the executioners they sent, the mastermind behind this is still at large. It's difficult to find them. I see. The sacred lord of the Golden Lion clan nodded and said, 13th Prince, you've been searching for many days. Have you found anything? Ning Chin shook his head and said, nothing. That's why I came to the sacred region to ask for your help. To be honest, 13th Prince, I've been sending people to look for the princess of the Fox clan for the past few months. However, there hasn't been any news so far. However, I'll continue to send people to look for her. Once I find something, I'll inform you immediately, the sacred lord of the Golden Lion clan said calmly. Thank you, Holy Lord. Ning Chun thanked him and looked at the master of the Western Sanctuary. There's one more thing. As a junior, I would like to remind the Holy Lord that the Sky Devil Imperial family has been in turmoil recently. The rebels have been inciting wars everywhere. I'm sure the Holy Lord has noticed that the Howling Moon clan, Phoenix clan, and Fox clan have all been attacked. Although the sanctuary is far away in the west, the rebels are powerful. 13th Crown Prince, I will keep your reminder in mind. I wonder what your Highness Master, the demonic emperor of the Nine Serenities, thinks about the recent upheaval of the Celestial Devil Imperial family. 3 imperial families have been exterminated one after another. Are we just going to let it go like this? Under the huge statue, the Saint Lord of the Golden Lion clan asked seriously. The rebels are powerful and cannot be stopped in a day or two. However, Master's attitude is very firm. He will absolutely not change his position and wallow in the darkness. Ning Chin reminded him without leaving a trace. When the sacred leader of the Golden Lion clan heard this, he squinted his eyes and said, if that's the case, I am relieved. Holy Lord, Ning Chin said seriously, the 5 imperial families have 5 emperors. If we work together, we will be invincible. If we separate, we will not be able to do anything. There are 9 emperors in the entire primordial demon realm. Besides Master and the masters of the 5 imperial families, there are only 3 left. If the 5 imperial families work together, they will be able to conquer the world, even if the Sky Devil Imperial family rebelled. Don't you think so, Holy Lord? We don't have a good reason to act. Moreover, the 5 imperial families are all very cautious. Who would dare to gamble the fate of their entire clan on others? The sacred leader of the Golden Lion clan said straightforwardly. Although everyone knew about the current situation, the 5 imperial families were not all on good terms. It was easy to say that they would work together, but it was too difficult to do. No one could be sure that there were no puppets or spies of the Sky Devil Imperial family in the 5 imperial families. Working together was based on trust. What the 5 imperial families lacked the most now was trust. The Sky Devil Imperial family's rebellion has already affected other clans. If the 5 imperial families send troops, they will have a good reason to do so. As for the problem of trust among the 5 imperial families, someone has to take the first step. This first step might be the Sorcerer Tribe, or the Divine Capital Mountain, or the Golden Lion Clan. I think that as long as someone is willing to take the first step, the rebellion will be suppressed like a spark in a prairie. The sacred leader of the Golden Lion Clan was silent. After a long while, he said, as long as someone is willing to send troops to quell the rebellion, the sanctuary will not fall behind. It is the responsibility of all clans to protect the peace of the primordial demon realm. The Golden Lion Clan will not shirk our responsibility. Ning Chin had heard about this before. He understood the sacred leader's attitude. The Golden Lion Clan was not willing to be the first person to take the first step. But if the imperial family took the lead, the Golden Lion Clan would be willing to help. Perhaps this was the attitude of all the other clans. The Sky Devil Imperial family was powerful. No one was willing to take the lead. However, in the current situation, if the other clans did not work together, they would be defeated by the Sky Devil Imperial family one by one until the Sky Devil Imperial family ruled the entire primordial demon realm. I understand Saint Lord's intention. I think the situation you want to see will happen very soon. When the time comes, I hope Saint Lord will remember the promise you made today and help the various clans to quell the rebellion in the Imperial clan of the Celestial Devils, said Ningchen softly. I will wait for that day to come, the sacred leader of the Golden Lion clan said seriously. After discussing the important matters, Ningchen did not stay any longer. He excused himself from the sacred leader and walked down the sacred mountain. Hong Yuan sent him off. The two of them went back the way they came, passing through many palaces on the sacred mountain. Just then, at the top of the sacred mountain, in front of the statue, the sacred leader of the Golden Lion clan said indifferently, Sarah, test this boy's strength. Yes. On the sacred mountain, in the 6th palace, a calm voice sounded. The next moment, a young man surrounded by golden light appeared in the palace. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void. His aura was like the ocean. Vaguely, he had touched the barrier of the imperial plane. Sarah formed a seal. In an instant, a majestic golden light beam shot up into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the golden light turned into a golden meteor and shot toward Knowing Destiny, who had just come out of the palace. Outside the 6th palace, Ningchen sensed something. He looked back at the golden light beam falling from the sky. A serious look flashed in his eyes. Sarah, the lord of the 6th palace in the sacred mountain, was said to be the person closest to the imperial plane. He was extremely powerful. Facing a legendary cultivator, Ningchen did not dare to be careless. The sword aura around him came out of nowhere. In an instant, the sword realm spread out. Tens of thousands of swords gathered and formed a protective barrier in the sky. With a boom, the golden light shook the tens of thousands of swords. The two huge forces collided. The surrounding stone steps immediately collapsed and scattered in the sky. Cultivator. In the 6th palace, Sarah, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, said calmly. Chapter 1109. On the sacred mountain in the western sacred region, the lord of the 6th palace made his move. The strongest person in the world who was closest to the imperial path was ordered to test Knowing Destiny. A golden pillar of light fell from the sky like a vast ocean. Knowing Destiny sensed it, and tens of thousands of swords flew out to block the attack. In the shocking vibration, the tens of thousands of swords were defeated, and the golden pillar of light also collapsed and disappeared. After probing with this move, Sarah stopped and did not make any more moves. On the peak of the sacred mountain, under the statue of the sun god, the lord of the sacred region watched this scene with a strange look in his eyes. He knew Shama's strength very well. Even in the 12 palaces of the sacred region, he was definitely one of the top 2. When he used his full strength, he could even fight with the imperial path. The fact that the 13th prince of the Sky Devil royal family could withstand Shama's attack was indeed extraordinary. What was even more shocking was that just now he clearly felt that the 13th prince's cultivation had completely dissipated, as the rumor said. In that case, the 13th prince had blocked Shama's attack with just his extreme path strength. Not to mention the younger generation. Even the kings who had lived for thousands of years would find it difficult to do so. The 13th prince's tolerance was really unfathomable. Outside the 6th palace, Ningchen looked back at the golden figure floating in the hall behind him and bowed politely. Thank you for showing mercy, Lord. At the end of the eastern continent, there is a heavenly heart flower that can repair the injured body. If there is an opportunity, Your Highness can give it a try. In the 6th palace, Shama said calmly. Hearing this, Ningchen nodded slightly and said, Thank you. After that, Ningchen did not stay any longer and continued to walk down the sacred mountain. Knowing Destiny left. In the 12 palaces, the kings looked at the 6th palace and asked through telepathy, Shama, Did you show mercy?" "No." In the sixth palace, Shama shook his head and said, "His sword has already reached the extreme realm. When the day comes, even you will not be able to match him." Hearing this, the palace lords looked serious. Shama's words could not be false. The 13th prince's potential was indeed shocking. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Ning Chen said goodbye to Hong Yuan and rushed to the north. 2 months later, in the sorcerer tribe's territory in the northern continent, Ning Chen appeared and walked directly to the sorcerer tribe's sacred land. Countless altars covered the vast and boundless wasteland. At the very center of the wasteland was an enormous altar. It was ancient and solemn, and it had existed for countless years. Not long after knowing destiny entered the great wilderness, in the holy land of the sorcerer tribe, Tianqin sensed something and opened his eyes. Looking at the figure in the distance, he said, "Master, he's here." "Welcome." Behind the altar in the center, an old voice spoke calmly from the sorcerer tribe's holy temple. "Yes." Heaven Heart accepted the order. He took a step forward and disappeared. 10,000 miles away, the void shook and a beautiful figure walked out. She looked at the young man walking over and waited quietly. "Miss Tianqin." Ning Chen greeted politely when he saw the newcomer. 13th Prince, you really came," Tian Xian whispered. "Could it be that Miss Tian Xian already knew that I was coming?" Ning Chen asked. "After the incident with the Fox clan, Master said that your highness would definitely come, so he told me to be prepared to welcome you at any time." Heaven Heart said honestly, "Emperor Go's wisdom is truly admirable," said Ning Chen with an expression of admiration. "Please follow me." As he spoke, Tian Yu formed a seal with his hands, and a dim light rose around them. After a few breaths, the space opened and swallowed the two figures. In the middle of the altar in the sorcerer tribe's holy temple, a dim light rose and the two figures appeared. They were 10,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen looked at the tens of thousands of altars around him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that these altars could be used as spatial arrays. The sorcerer tribe was established in the northern mainland and was the most low-key tribe among the 5 royal tribes. They rarely appeared in the eyes of the world. However, every successor of the sorcerer tribe was a rare fortune teller in the world. Their ability to predict the future was unparalleled. Prophets, no matter where they were extremely terrifying existences, causing people to be apprehensive. The two appeared at the middle of the altar. In the distance, an old woman walked out from the sorcerer tribe's holy temple. Only her wise eyes could not be eroded by time. "Greetings, Emperor Go." Ning Chen bowed and said respectfully, "No need to be so polite." In front of the sorcerer tribe's holy temple, the woman said, "Are you here to ask about the whereabouts of the 2 princesses of the Fox clan? Please tell me, Emperor Go." Ning Chen said seriously, "The fate of a heavenly lady is comparable to that of an emperor. Even I cannot see it clearly. I can tell you that the 2 heavenly ladies of the Fox clan are not in danger. You can rest assured," the woman said calmly. So Emperor Go already knew that Wan and Xiao Xiao were heavenly ladies. Ning Chen said with a strange expression, "The fate of the Fox clan could not bear 2 heavenly ladies of the Fox clan. The extermination of the Fox clan was not accidental. The king of the Fox clan wanted to avoid this calamity through marriage with the imperial family of the heavenly demonic tribe. But it backfired and hastened the arrival of this day." Emperor Go replied in front of the holy temple. Ning Chen was silent. He had always been against the idea of fate. He did not believe that everything was decided by fate. If everything was decided by the heavens, then what was the point of all his hard work? "Your Highness, do you have any other questions?" Emperor Go asked again. The fate of the sorcerer tribe. Ning Chen suppressed the waves in his heart and looked at the emperor in front of the holy temple. He said seriously, "Emperor Go, you can see the fate of the sorcerer tribe. let's not beat around the bush. Everyone can see the current situation in the primordial demon territory. If someone wants to unify the primordial demon territory, the 5 imperial families will be the biggest obstacle, especially the sorcerer tribe who can predict everything. They will definitely be the first opponent to be eliminated by the ambitious. Emperor Go sighed softly and said, "You came from the Western Sanctuary. Did you get the answer?" The Lord of the Sanctuary is wise and agreed to send troops. However, the Western Sanctuary is not the first target of the ambitious and will not be the first to send troops. Ning Chen said honestly, "So, you came to the Sorcerer Tribe?" Emperor Go narrowed his eyes and said, "You think the Sorcerer Tribe will be the first to stand out?" "It is not what I think. It is the result of the general situation. Of course, the Sorcerer Tribe can choose to submit. If so, I have nothing to say." Ning Chen said lightly, "How dare you?" Emperor Go's face turned cold, and he said, "I do not want to hear such words a second time. Otherwise, even if you are Xian Juyo's disciple, you will not be able to leave the Sorcerer Tribe alive today." "I am sorry I have misspoken." Ning Chen bowed and said apologetically. At the side, Tian Xan quietly listened to the conversation between the two and did not interrupt. Although his master and the 13th prince did not point it out, the Sky Devil imperial family's ambition to rule the world was obvious. Once the Sky Devil imperial family started to cause trouble, the Sorcerer Tribe, who had the ability to predict the future, would undoubtedly become the Sky Devil imperial family's first target. After apologizing, Ning Chen stood up and looked in front of him. He did not back down and said seriously, "Emperor Go, the Sorcerer Tribe has no way out now. If we advance, we may be able to fight with the heavens. If we retreat, we will fall into the abyss. The end is set." In front of the Sage Hall, Emperor Go was silent. Although he knew that Ning Chen was telling the truth, he still could not make a decision. Seeing that Emperor Go was silent, Ning Chen took a step forward and said, "Senior Go, do you really want the Sorcerer Tribe's legacy to end in your generation?" Chapter 1110. In the Sorcerer Tribe's holy land, Ji Ming met with the Sorcerer Tribe's sovereign. His aggressive words were merciless, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. The inheritance had been passed down through 100 generations, and the importance of this responsibility had already been deeply ingrained into the bloodline of every single ruler. Even if they were peerless emperors or peerless emperors, they were still unable to avoid this responsibility. 100 years ago, there was an emperor in Great Xia who was forced to the point of insanity by Fan Lingyue, causing his temperament to change drastically. The rise and fall of a dynasty was too heavy of a responsibility. If one rose, their reputations would last for eternity. If one fell, their reputation would be tarnished for tens of thousands of years. No one was willing to become a sinner for all eternity. They would be too ashamed to face their ancestors in the Yellow Springs. In front of the Sorcerer Tribe's holy palace, Emperor Go remained silent for a long time. The legacy of the Sorcerer Tribe had been passed down for hundreds of generations. No matter what, it could not be cut off in her generation. "Emperor Go, as long as you agree to take this step, I am confident that I can convince the other royal families to send out their troops and fight against the evil demons together." On the altar, Ning Chen solemnly promised, "Why is the 13th prince in such a hurry for the imperial families to send out their troops? Is it only because of the Fox clan's holy maiden?" Emperor Go calmed himself down and looked at the young man on the altar in the distance. "This is only one of the reasons. Just like how Senior Go Huang doesn't want to become a sinner of the shaman tribe, I'm a human, and I don't want to watch the demons wreak havoc and the human race fall. The Sorcerer Tribe can send out their troops first, but I have a condition." Emperor Go said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you must guarantee that the 9 underworld demon emperor will not make a move. Otherwise, even if the 5 great imperial families join forces, the outcome will not change." They were all emperors, but the gap between them couldn't be ignored. The celestial devil imperial family already had a demon emperor, Kuin-i. If the Juyo demon emperor joined the battle, it would be a one-sided battle. Sure. Hearing the sorcerer tribe's sovereign's response, Ning Chan nodded solemnly and said, I'll think of a way to delay Master. Senior Go Huang, you can rest assured. I will wait for your highness good news in the sorcerer tribe. Tianqin, send the guest off. Go Huang said calmly, Goodbye. Ning Qin cupped his fists and bowed. Your highness, please. At the side, Tian Xan said softly. As his voice fell, a dim light rose up from the altar and swallowed up the two figures. After a few breaths of time, space trembled thousands of miles away, and two figures walked out. Your highness will meet again. In the great, desolate lands, Tian Xan looked at the person before him and said softly, Until we meet again. Ning Qin said his goodbyes and strode forward. Heaven Heart stared at the back of the former. After a long time, the former's figure faded and disappeared. Master, he's gone. Tian Xan appeared on the altar at the center of the sorcerer tribe's holy land. Tell the 12 shamans to prepare. The war is about to begin. In front of the sacred palace, Go Huang looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Yes, Tian Xan replied seriously. A month later, knowing destiny appeared in the eastern continent. He was wearing plain clothes and had white hair. 100 years ago, Fan Lingyue single-handedly pushed the world to attack the Xia. 100 years later, Xi Ming traveled to various regions for the future of the human race, inciting the various royal families to join forces to slay the demons. It was unknown whether it was fate or fate, but the two people who hoped for peace the most had become the conspirators who started the war one after another. At the same time, in the primordial demon area, in the Three Emperor City, secret reports about knowing Ming's whereabouts were sent to the mansions of the royal families. Have you found the whereabouts of the two princesses of the Fox clan? In the mansions of the first and third crown princes, two figures asked in a deep voice, Your Highness, we haven't found anything yet. In front of the two royal mansions, Shadow replied. They had different standpoints, but the same answer. Continue. Yes. Also, tell the lord of the Sunrise Royal City where he is. In the first crown prince's mansion, the fifth prince's cold voice sounded. Yes. In the ancestral land of the heavenly demons, powerful auras appeared. After the ancient age, almost all the royal bloodlines had sealed themselves in the source of demons, waiting for the next era to come. The 13th prince has gone to the divine capital mountain. Among the many powerful heavenly demons, 3 extremely terrifying auras floated. One of them said coldly, He still hasn't given up on finding the two princesses of the Fox clan? Another person snorted, It seems that this child has fallen for her. I didn't expect that 9 Nether would choose to sink into depravity for a human girl. Today his disciple would walk the same path. The strongest of the 3 auras sighed softly. At the same time, in the royal palace of the 9 Nether King's mansion, demonic flames circled around. A majestic and domineering man appeared. He looked to the far east as a stream of light flashed past. Everyone had their own path. No matter what Ning Chen chose in the future, he wouldn't interfere. His only hope was that Ning Chen would choose this path himself and never regret it. On the divine capital mountain, there were many steep peaks. On the highest peak, there were many palaces that were comparable to palaces in the mortal world. In the divine capital, a tall figure in dark red armor stood quietly looking down at the world. He was extraordinarily handsome. Behind him, a white-haired young man in plain clothes had been there for a long time. Look at the scenery of the mortal world. How beautiful it is. Unfortunately, it will soon be destroyed in the flames of war. The Lord of the Divine Capital stood on the peak and said plainly, Only through destruction can it be even more beautiful on the day of rebirth. Ning Qin said calmly. If it's completely destroyed, how can it be reborn? The Lord of the Divine Capital said coldly. Then we'll rebuild it. As long as we win this war, the future primitive demon realm will no longer be a demon realm. Ning Qin said seriously. You're very bold, the Lord of the Divine Capital said calmly. What do you think will happen to you if the 3 demon emperors find out that you were the one who started this war? You flatter me. Ning Chen looked humble. I don't have the right to start a war. This is the general trend. I'm just a messenger. It's not important. Huh. The Lord of the Divine Capital smiled faintly and said, Go. As long as I see the situation you've described, I'll naturally send troops to help. I'll take my leave. Ning Chen bowed, then turned around and walked out of the Divine Capital. Half a month later, at the end of the eastern continent, Ning Chen walked over. The barren polar region was cold and silent. The lord of the 6th palace in the western sanctuary had said that there was a heavenly heart flower here. Whether it was true or not, he had to come and take a look. The legend of the heavenly heart flower had been around since ancient times. Although it wasn't as divine as the divine flower or the immortal peach tree, its effects were still miraculous. Legend had it that the heavenly heart flower had the miraculous ability to revive the dead. As long as there was still a breath left, it could immediately revive someone who was half a step away from death. Ning Qin didn't believe these rumors. He had once owned the immortal divine tree, so he knew more about such divine items than anyone else. Therefore, reviving the dead was only a legend. At the end of the polar region, clouds and mist filled the air. Many towering peaks reached into the clouds like heavenly pillars. It was a spectacular sight. It was the first time Ning Qin had seen such a miraculous scene. He couldn't help but stop and look at it for a long time. In the memories of his first life, there was a legend in the east. There was a heavenly pillar at the end of the world that held up the 9 heavens and stabilized the land. It was very important. At that time, he had always thought that it was just a legend. Now that he saw it, he realized that the world was big and full of wonders. One would never know how high the sky was from the bottom of a well. Ning Qin took a step forward and soared into the air. He left no traces behind as he stepped on the snow. His figure was like a floating leaf as he soared into the 9 heavens. A white-clothed figure soared up the huge peaks. He was so fast that it was hard to catch sight of him. The 9 heavens were high and covered in snow. The higher one went, the lower the temperature. Gradually, the entire sky seemed to freeze, making it difficult to advance. Ning Qin looked at the sky. He didn't stop. He shouted, and a sword aura spread out around him. He turned into a sword. In an instant, a white sword light soared into the 9 heavens and slashed open the frozen sky. Cold winds blew in the 9 heavens. The white sword light scattered. Ning Qin took a step forward and arrived at the peak. He looked into the distance, searching for the heavenly heart flower. Several towering peaks of similar height stood before him. When he looked into the distance, he saw white snow. It had been frozen for 10,000 years and had never changed. After looking into the distance for a long time, Ning Qin didn't see any signs of life. He exerted force with his feet, and a huge rock was sent flying. Ning Qin took another step forward, and his figure soared 100,000 zhang away. He arrived above the huge rock, and with another step he traveled another 100,000 zhang. After a few breaths, the white-clothed figure arrived at the peak of the opposite peak. Even though he had lost his cultivation, the dangers of heaven and earth couldn't stop him with his strong physical body. After searching for half a day, Ning Qin found nothing. The sun set in the west, and the sky of the entire primordial demon realm started to darken. Ning Qin frowned. He knew that he was not fated. He didn't want to waste any more time and flew down the peak. Just at this moment, a golden sword light soared through the sky from afar. It was surrounded by golden flames, and its might was shocking. Ning Qin's face sank as he fell. He took a step in the air and quickly stopped himself. Ning Qin stood between the peaks. He looked at the figure in front of him, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. The young man holding a sword came from afar. He looked cold, and his killing intent surged. He didn't hide it at all. "You guys come out as well," Ning Chin said coldly as he glanced at the two sides. As soon as he said that, many black-clothed figures appeared on the two sides. They wore black veils and covered their faces. "I didn't expect that crown prince to collude with outsiders just to kill me." Ning Chin looked at the lord of Sunrise Royal City and said calmly. In the air, Ness Yao's figure flashed, and the better cloud divine sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the wind blew and the cloud surged. With a boom, the devil's sword blocked the divine weapon. Ning Chin looked at the lord of Sunrise Royal City, who was right in front of him, and said with a calm expression, "This is the last time. What I owe you, I've paid." As soon as he said that, Ning Chin stepped into the air and entered the 9 heavens. The devil's sword reflected the moonlight, and an earth-shattering power spread out rapidly. Great Sword Realm, Sword Emperor. Above the Sword Realm, a bloody light rose. On the moon devil divine sword, countless red sword energy gathered and formed a realm of its own. A dragon among men, an emperor among swords. Knowing destiny held the sword and slashed down. The most extreme sword, with endless destructive power, appeared to destroy the world. The unforgettable sword became the last memory of this life. Below, dozens of black-clothed figures couldn't dodge in time and were instantly swallowed by the sword light. Chapter 11:11. At the easternmost end of the primal devil realm, a single sword strike shook the world. Below the sky-piercing mountain, a blood-red sword light slashed apart the mortal world. Its world-shaking might terrified thousands of devils. In the sky, black-clothed figures could not dodge in time and were instantly swallowed by the sword light. Blood splattered down like rain, dyeing the sky-piercing mountain red. At the center of the battlefield, Yu Yao looked at the blood-red sword light descending from the sky. He swung becloud to receive it. With a rumble, the extreme power of the sword suppressed the king. Yu Yao's figure continued to fall. 10 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. At 3,000 meters, Yu Yao's figure stopped. The blood-red sword light disappeared, and the remaining power dispersed. Drip! Crimson blood dripped down from the sky. The scorching, 3-legged golden crow's blood could not be stopped by the cold. White mist rose and quickly evaporated. "So you have such extraordinary combat strength. This is good too. I can send you to the next world with a clear conscience." Seeing that the person in the sky was not crippled like what the heavenly devil clan said, Yu Yao coldly said. Then he took a step in the air and soared into the sky. Boom! With a violent tremor, the two divine weapons clashed again. The sharp sword energy shook continuously and slashed at the sky-piercing mountain. Instantly, huge rocks flew and smashed towards the two. Yu Yao and Ning Chin swung their swords to knock away the huge rocks. Their figures intertwined with each other, and their sword light crisscrossed. Behind the two, the sky-piercing mountain received the aftermath of the battle. The sword energy broke into the mountain, and the sky-piercing mountain shook violently, showing signs of collapse. At this moment, in the depths of the heavenly devil ancestral land, a mighty figure suddenly opened his eyes. Murderous intent surged around him, and his face was filled with anger. What happened? 7 luminaries and 8 desolation asked in confusion. Someone is fighting on the sky-piercing mountain. First Kunyi Demon Emperor said solemnly. So what? 7 luminaries Demon Emperor frowned, still confused. You don't understand. Nothing must happen to the sky-piercing mountain. After saying that, First Kunyi Demon Emperor took a step forward and disappeared. It's been a long time since I saw Big Brother so nervous. 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said. Perhaps the towering sky peak has secrets that we don't know about. As for what they are, we'll have to wait until my brother returns. the 7 brilliants Demon Emperor said sternly. At the same time, 9 Nether appeared in the 9 Nether Kings' residence. He looked to the east with a solemn expression. Why would Ning Chen go to towering Sky Peak? In the 6th palace of the Western Sacred Realm, a figure of golden light floated up and down. Shama opened his eyes and looked towards the distant east. Bits of flowing light flashed past. He still went. Sarah. At the peak of the sacred mountain, beneath the statue of the sun god, the sacred lord walked out and asked, "Did you say something to him?" "Yes." In the 6th palace, Sarah said calmly, "I told him where the heaven's heart flower is. He must have gone to look for it." Hearing this, the lord of the sanctuary frowned slightly but did not say anything. Shama's identity was different from the other Holy Region Palace lords. In the entire Holy Region, everyone worshipped the sun god. Only Shama was born with a Buddha body. It was said that he could converse with the gods and Buddhas in the sky and knew many things that ordinary people did not. Because of Shama's identity, even he could not blame him too much. "Sacred Lord, there is no need to worry. Even if towering Sky Peak is destroyed, someone will repair it in time. This sky will not collapse." In the 6th palace, Sarah said softly, at the extreme east in front of towering Sky Peak, the battle between the two had reached a critical juncture. Bearing a blood feud, Ness Yao's battle strength was raised to the peak of his life. Golden flames surrounded his body, and the image of a gigantic, 3-legged golden crow appeared behind him. With the support of the phenomenon, his battle strength increased by several folds. Divine weapons clashed, sparks flew in all directions. His heart was filled with vengeance, and his body was filled with guts. He had already disregarded his life and death. The sword in his hand was a divine weapon that could cut through the extremes. An extraordinary opponent with a world-shaking battle spirit. Ning Chen did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Sword intent rose around his body, and he similarly unleashed his full battle strength. Great Sun Forbidden Art. 3 points returned to origin. With the forbidden art in hand, burning the sky and boiling the sea, Ness Yao's golden flames soared into the 9 heavens. Amidst the shocking scene, the golden crow's wings flapped, turning into a golden sun, and crashed towards the figure in front of him. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression sank slightly. The tip of his sword turned, and countless streams of swords gathered, turning into a barrier in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the great Sun Forbidden Art crashed into the barrier of thousands of swords. The enormous impact shook, and the white-clothed figure was immediately sent flying, crashing into towering Sky Peak. A terrifying loud noise resounded. Towering Sky Peak, which had been ravaged since the start of the battle, could no longer endure the powerful impact, and began to crumble inch by inch from the center of the mountain. Amidst the shocking scene, huge rocks fell like rain. A towering Sky Peak was destroyed, and the skies of the entire Primal Devil realm began to shake violently. Amen? The expressions of all the 4th-level practitioners in the Primal Devil realm changed. They looked towards the distant east, and their faces were filled with shock. Between the Primal Devil realm and the extreme east, devilish clouds rapidly spread. The sovereigns of devils released their origin arts, and with their supreme cultivation, they forcefully stabilized the shaking heaven and earth. At the extreme east, under the crumbling towering Sky Peak, a white-clothed figure flashed out. Her figure shifted amidst the rain of rocks falling from the sky, and in an instant, she once again appeared in front of the king. The devilish sword slashed down with a force of 1,000 kilograms. With the addition of 100 times the gravity, Yu Yao simply felt his body sinking, and he could not help but fall downwards. In the sky, Ning Chen stepped on a huge rock, and his figure flashed out like a sword, charging downwards together. While falling downwards, Yu Yao looked at the figure hurriedly rushing towards him. Without the slightest concern for his own safety, he let out a low shout and his forbidden art appeared once again. Great sun forbidden art. 3 crows returned to the sea. Pointing his finger over the sword, golden flames burned the skies. Behind you, Yao. 3 golden crows appeared at the same time. With a forbidden art, it instantly destroyed a third of the king's foundation. Blood mist filled the air and fused into the golden crows' bodies. In the next moment, the 3 golden crows charged out at the same time. Their destructive power was unstoppable. Sword art, 3 lights shine together. Forced to his limits, a sword appeared on his sword. Ning Qin executed his ultimate move, and 3 figures appeared. Human, deity, and devil performed their martial arts. 3 sword lights broke through the sky at the same time. The golden crows and the sword lights collided, and the aftermath was vast. The 2 of them bore the brunt of the impact and were instantly sent flying. With a boom, Yu Yao's figure crashed onto the ground. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. In the sky, Ning Qin was also struck by the aftermath. His figure was sent flying, crashing towards a mountain in the distance. A few breaths later, amidst the intense tremors, the second heaven-raising mountain was knocked down by the knowing destiny mountain that was sent flying. In the distance, within the rapidly spreading devilish clouds, Devil Emperor First Kuin's expression changed once again. Looking at the gigantic hole in the sky, his heart was filled with rage. Is the sky going to collapse? At this moment, throughout the primal devil realm, even ordinary people could feel the world-shaking tremors. Their eyes looked towards the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. In the eastern sky, the heaven-raising mountain collapsed, and a gigantic hole appeared. Such a terrifying scene had never been seen before. In the battlefield, Ning Qin and Yu Yao looked towards the sky at the same time. A moment later, their expressions changed. Above the 9 heavens, thousands of meteors fell from the sky. Blazing flames coiled around them, and like a rain of fire, they rapidly fell. The scene of doomsday seemed to be a punishment from the heavens. Under countless shocked gazes, a rain of meteors appeared from the hole in the eastern sky and fell into the mortal realm. Chapter 11:12. At the far eastern end, the heaven-raising peak was destroyed, and a meteor shower fell into the mortal realm. The scene of doomsday shook the world. Right below the meteor shower, Ning Qin and Yu Yao quickly regained their senses from the shock. Without any hesitation, their figures flew out, fleeing for their lives with all their might. Boom! In the next moment, countless meteors smashed down. An intense tremor resounded, and the earth sank, collapsing and collapsing. The sky in the east collapsed, and the balance of the entire primordial devil realm was destroyed. The various continents shook violently, and strange signs appeared at the same time. The sky is collapsing. On the various continents, practitioners looked towards the east, and their expressions turned solemn. At the far eastern end, within the meteor shower, 2 figures quickly charged out, one after another. 5,000 kilometers away, their figures stopped. They looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Right at this moment, a deep shout resounded from afar. Devilish clouds rapidly approached, and within the devilish clouds, a towering devilish figure stood tall. Devilish aura surged, blocking the gigantic hole in the sky. Outside the hole, the meteor shower continuously smashed down. Devil Emperor First Kuin received all of the attacks, and his devilish body grew. Using his supreme cultivation, he forcefully held up the tilting heaven and earth. Immediately search for heaven-raising rocks and repair the heaven-raising peak. Quickly, Devil Emperor First Kuin angrily said. Facing the Emperor's order, Ning Qin and Yu Yao did not hesitate and respectfully accepted the order. The grudge between us will be settled in the future, Yu Yao coldly said, and then his figure flew out, rushing towards the distance. Ning Qin did not pay attention to him. He turned to look at the two collapsed heaven-raising peaks, and a thoughtful look flashed past his eyes. A moment later, he took a step and flew in the opposite direction. Ha! Seeing the two leave, Devil Emperor First Kuin once again shouted. Devilish aura surged from his body, and with an unprecedented ability, he stood tall, supporting the collapsing heaven and earth. In the sky, a gigantic hole appeared. Meteors from the starry sky continuously fell, crashing into the barrier of devilish aura. From the north and south, two figures sped forward, dragging huge boulders that were the size of small mountains. They arrived at the collapsed heaven-raising peak, and with a step they leapt up. With a boom, the boulders fell and waves of dust rolled. The two figures once again turned back and flew towards the distance. For a day and a night, the rulers used their bodies to mend the sky. Their cultivation bases were unparalleled, and a trace of fatigue appeared in their eyes. Under the duo's efforts, the collapsed heaven pillar peak gradually recovered. Countless boulders were piled up, reaching a height of 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 100 zhang, and so on. After 1 day and 1 night, the two heaven-upholding peaks had been repaired. The two of them were also on the verge of exhaustion and no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Before his eyes, the towering mountain appeared once more. However, the cracks on the mountain were clearly visible, and it was no longer as complete as before. All of you, back down! Demon Emperor Kuin said coldly. Yes. The two of them bowed in unison and quickly left. After the two left, the demonic chi around the first demon emperor continued to spread, merging into the two towering sky peaks. Gradually, the demonic cultivator's body began to petrify, and the cracks between the two towering sky peaks began to heal. 5,000 kilometers away, the two figures appeared. Carrying his sword, Ness Yao left without saying another word. No matter how much they had enjoyed each other's company in the past, in the face of his father's death, all friendship had turned to smoke. The figure in the distance was dressed in a scarlet robe inlaid with gold. The sheathed Biyun's sword aura was ice-cold, no longer as clear as before. Watching the former leave, Ning Chun retracted his gaze and lightly sighed in his heart. Some things, once done, would not be regretted. The grudge between him and Ness Yao could no longer be resolved. Only fresh blood could wash it away. Behind him, the heaven-upholding peak stood tall between the heavens and the earth. Demonic chi lingered around it, and it was slowly and visibly recovering. 5,000 kilometers away, Ning Chin stood quietly. After a long while, he turned and left. Though he did not find the Heaven Heart Flower, being able to trap the first demon emperor here was still an unexpected gain. As long as the heaven-upholding peak was not repaired, the first demon emperor would not be able to leave. He would not waste such a precious opportunity. 2 days later, in the territory of the Stone Clan, Ning Chan walked over. Thousands of kilometers away, divine spiritual mountain, the land of inheritance of the Stone Clan. Back then, Xianjuo destroyed the mountain with a single palm strike, and even now, it had yet to fully recover. Outside the mountain, Ning Chin stopped. Looking at the divine spiritual mountain in front of him, he spoke. Junior Ning Chin requests an audience with Senior Stone Emperor. Humph. In the divine spiritual mountain, an angry snort sounded. The Stone Emperor opened his eyes and looked at the young figure outside the mountain. He coldly said, 13th Prince, have you come to the wrong place? My Stone Clan is simple, so I won't invite you in. Please leave. Ning Chun revealed a smile and said, This junior is here on the orders of my master. Since Senior Stone Emperor is unwilling to meet me, this junior will not force you. This junior will pass on a message and leave. Senior Stone Emperor, the divine spiritual mountain is blocking the path of my Sky Devil Imperial clan to the east. You should make way. Impudent. In the divine spiritual mountain, an angry roar sounded. True energy surged out of the Stone Emperor's body, and his killing intent could not be concealed. Outside the divine spiritual mountain, Ning Chen stood amidst the raging waves, but there was no fear on his face. He knew very well that the Stone Emperor did not dare to touch him now. I have passed on the message. This junior will take his leave. After saying that, Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and left. In the divine spiritual mountain, the Stone Emperor could not suppress his anger, but he did not stop him. Half a month later, in the southern continent, Ning Chen had been searching for several days. He did not hide his tracks at all. In the purple scale abyss, under the bottomless abyss, the auras of the scaled race's elites could be vaguely seen, waiting for the 13th prince of the Sky Devil Imperial clan to arrive. However, after waiting for several days, the figure they were waiting for never showed up. Another half a month later, Ning Chen left the southern continent and returned to the primordial demon area. Strange. In the purple scale abyss, many powerful figures were puzzled. That 13th prince had traveled all over the 5 continents and visited the 4 great imperial clans. Even the stone race, which he had an old grudge with, was no exception. Why did he only pass by the scaled race and not enter? In the primordial demon area, Ning Chen had returned. After traveling all over the 5 regions, he was covered in dust and could not hide his exhaustion. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had been suppressed by the Celestial Gate, but Ning Chen's face was less cold and more emotional. He's back! The moment Ji Ming stepped into the primordial demon area, the various imperial clans in the 3 imperial cities all received a secret report. For a moment, the silent 3 imperial cities once again surged with undercurrents. In the end, he still came back alive. In the Crown Prince's residence, Xianjin looked at the secret report and sighed. If we don't get rid of this person, he will definitely become a huge threat. Elder brother, there are still a few days before he returns to the 3 imperial cities. Please make a decision, quickly. The 5th prince said with a cold expression. We can't take any more risks. Xianjin shook his head and said, after several failed assassinations, he was already prepared. With his current strength, unless we use the battle power of 3 or more kings, it will be very difficult to take his life. However, even I can't easily use the battle power of a king. If 9th Imperial Uncle finds out, there will be endless trouble. But the 5th prince looked anxious and was interrupted just as he was about to speak. Say no more. Even if 13th prince returns, it doesn't mean that we will definitely lose. Let's just wait and see. In the southwest of the primordial demon area, demonic aura filled the sky. A majestic palace collapsed, and a king's body that was thousands of feet tall suddenly exploded, dyeing the city red with blood. After taking back the city, Xian Luo looked into the distance with murderous intent. Now it was that brat's turn. Chapter 11:13. In the primordial demon region, knowing destiny returned and walked towards the 3rd royal city under everyone's gaze. 2 days later, a silhouette in plain clothes appeared in front of the 3 imperial city. Her body was covered in frost, and her white hair was dazzling. You're here. Xianqing stood quietly in front of the city. When he saw the newcomer, he immediately went to welcome him. 13th brother, welcome back. Xianqing looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. 3rd royal brother, please welcome me personally. I'm sorry, Ning Chen said softly. We're brothers. It's my duty, Xianqing replied with a smile. In the 9th prince's estate, Xian Ke was quietly drinking wine. At this time, outside the hall, a guard quickly walked in and said respectfully, reporting to your highness, the 13th prince is about to return to the city. His Highness, the 3rd prince, has personally gone to welcome him. Got it. You may leave, Xian Ke said indifferently. Yes. The guard accepted the order, bowed and left. In the palace, Xian Ke put down the wine cup in his hand and looked at the wind and clouds outside the palace. Coldness flashed in his eyes. With the 13th prince back, there would be a new wave in the imperial city. This time, who would be the pitiful sacrifice? In the city, the two crown princes walked side by side. The forbidden army cleared the way, and the commoners all moved aside. Third royal brother, I'm going to see master first. Let's part here. After walking for 10 miles, Ning Qin stopped and looked at the person beside him. Xian Qing nodded and said, "If there's a chance, I'll visit you again." "You're welcome." Ning Chen cupped his fists and walked towards the 9th Underworld King Palace without saying anything. Seeing Ning Chen leave, Xian Qing looked away and walked to the other side. He believed that with sincerity, the 13th prince would eventually be used by him and become the sharpest sword in his hand. In the 9th Underworld King Palace, Ning Chen walked over. In front of the palace, the guard saw him and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, your highness. No need for formalities." Ning Qin said calmly, "No need to report. I can go in myself." "Yes." The two guards stood up and made way for him. Ning Chen strode into the mansion and headed towards the imperial hall. In the 9th Underworld King Palace, Ning Chen walked in and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master. I'm back." As he spoke, the space in front of the throne shook. Demonic qi curled up, and a domineering figure walked out. His vitality was exuberant, and he was like a divine furnace. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I'm going out for a walk to broaden my horizons. You've caused quite a commotion while you were gone." Xianjiu looked at the disciples in the hall and asked, "Did you encounter any danger along the way?" "It's not dangerous, but it's a little troublesome," Ning Chen said calmly, "but it's all settled now. You have caused a lot of trouble in the easternmost region. The 3 demon emperors will not let this go. You have to be mentally prepared," Xianjiu said seriously. "Disciple understands." Ning Chen nodded and said, "I was also schemed against and had no choice but to act to protect myself. I didn't expect that it would cause such a huge disaster." He had never heard of the towering sky peak's secret before. It could be seen that even in the celestial devil imperial family, very few people knew about it. This time the towering sky peak was destroyed and Dongfang Tian was broken. This secret was known to the world, and the demon emperor First Kuin would definitely be furious. However, as he said, he was schemed against, and the fault was not his. Even if the demon emperor First Kuin wanted to blame him, some people in the 3 imperial cities would not be able to get away with it. The towering sky peak will take some time to repair. Before the demon emperor First Kuin returns, no one will mention this again. You should stay in the imperial city and try not to go out, Shinjuyo said. Yes. Ning Qin accepted the order. All right, I have nothing else to do here. You should go back and rest as soon as possible, Shinjuyo said calmly. Disciple will take his leave. Ning Qin bowed respectfully again and then turned to leave. At the same time, on the central altar of the sorcerer tribe's sanctuary, Emperor Go appeared. He formed a seal with his hands, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Beside him, Tian Xan stood quietly with a tinge of nervousness. Emperor Go showed his imperial power. In the sky, the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and a blurry and illusory scene appeared in the wind and thunder, disappearing in an instant. After a long while, the sound of wind and thunder stopped. Emperor Go retracted his aura, and exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Master! Tian Xan opened his mouth and said, Did you see something? The sorcerer tribe is going to face a great calamity. Emperor Go sighed softly. When Tian Xan heard this, he was shocked. Why? The demon emperor First Kuin is trapped in the easternmost land, and the 13th prince has promised to hold back the demon emperor of the abyss. The current situation should be more advantageous for us. It's hard to predict. Perhaps I have missed something, Emperor Go said solemnly. However, no matter what, the sorcerer tribe must send out their troops as soon as possible. The 13th prince is right. Only by fighting against the heavens can we have a chance. Otherwise, we can only wait for death. I have already given Master's order to the 12 sorcerer empresses. As long as Master gives the order, they can send out their troops at any time. Tianxian said seriously. Emperor Go nodded and looked at the primordial demon area in the distance. His expression gradually turned cold. Internal and external problems. Now that there are external problems, let's see when the internal problems will appear. In the 13th prince's residence in the 3rd imperial city, Ningqin had returned. Shiyu and Shiqing had already received the news and were waiting for him at the residence. Your Highness. In front of them, the white-haired figure was so familiar. Shiyu and Shiqing quickly stepped forward and bowed with joy. No need to be so polite, Ningqin said with a smile. After so many days, seeing the two girls again made him feel much closer. 13th brother. At this moment, a warm voice sounded outside the residence. As soon as the voice sounded, a slightly sinister face appeared in front of the residence. It was the 9th prince, who had previously sided with the 7th prince. Ningqin turned around and smiled when he saw the person who had come. 9th brother. 13th brother, you have been away for so long. You have kept me waiting, Xian said with a smile. I had to leave because of some personal matters. Sorry. Ningqin said calmly, but now that the matter has been resolved, I am back. Xian heard this and narrowed his eyes. Compared to when he had left, his 13th brother seemed a little different. Before this, he felt that his 13th brother was always hiding his sharpness. But now his 13th brother was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed, sharp and threatening. At the same time, in the southwest of the primordial demon area, Xianluo left the royal city and headed east. Prince, the royal family is deep. Are you really going? An old figure asked worriedly. He is there. How can I not go? Xianluo spoke coldly, and then he strode off into the distance. At the same time, in the purple scale abyss, an unprecedented tremor sounded. At the bottom of the abyss, the scale emperor opened his eyes and murderous intent surged. Outside the abyss, Jinlin felt it. She was shocked and said, Grandfather, what happened? Something happened to your brother, the scale emperor said in a low voice. Jinlin was shocked and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her brother's talent and strength were better than hers. How could the heavens beyond Earth's human tribe threaten her brother? What's more, her father was there. The scale emperor's face was gloomy. Now, the Queen Mother's seal was getting stronger and stronger. Even sending messages had become difficult. If they did not break the seal now, and the seal was completely repaired, their years of planning would go to waste. The news from the heavens beyond Earth was that although they had obtained the Western King's hairpin, Deming Tian had sacrificed his life for it. What was worse was that the Western King's hairpin's immortal power was severely depleted and was far from enough to break the seal left behind by the Queen Mother. If they wanted to break the Queen Mother's seal, they had to find a way to replenish the Western King's hairpin with immortal power. However, the 4 major celestial realms had been destroyed for a long time. The Western King's hairpin could not be used again even if they waited another 100 years. After thinking for a long time, the Scale Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed. He said, Jinlin, Grandfather. Jinlin replied respectfully, I will do my best to send you out of the primordial demon area. Take the method to set up the life sacrifice formation with you and give it to your father. Remember, this formation is very important. You must personally hand the method to your father, the Scale Emperor said in a low voice. Yes. Jinlin accepted the order. In the heavens beyond Earth, on a peak in an unknown space, an old man stood quietly looking down at the world. Suddenly his eyes flashed. The power of an emperor. In the red Phoenix galaxy, in the endless white fog, a powerful force spread out. forcibly breaking the seal of the two realms that was constantly repairing. In the next moment, a woman surrounded by golden light walked out. Without any hesitation, she rushed toward the Ziwe galaxy, a member of the Scale clan. On the peak beside the old man, Peacock frowned and said, "This woman's identity is not simple." The old man said with a serious expression, "Now that the passage between the two realms is getting harder and harder to pass, the Emperor of the Primordial Demon area is willing to expend his energy to send her off personally. This woman must be here with an extremely important mission. If that's the case, just get rid of her." With that, Peacock turned her wheelchair and went down the mountain. "You want to do it yourself?" the old man asked. "It's time for me to do something for the human race," Peacock replied and continued down the mountain. As soon as Peacock left, a young man in white came from the peak. He looked at the old man in front of him and asked in confusion, "Master, why did you allow Peacock to go down the mountain by herself?" "Peacock is a goddess." The old man looked into the distance, his eyes full of vicissitudes. He said softly, "If a goddess doesn't enter the mortal world, how can she understand the pain of the world? She always stands here and watches the world. Although she can see a lot, she can't experience it herself. But the purity of a goddess can't be tainted." Young Master Xiaobai said worriedly that Master Successor's hands are already stained with blood. If Peacock is tainted by the mortal world, how can the immortal state ensure fairness in the future? The immortal state and the demon state only differ by one word. Trust them, the old man said with a hoarse voice. Even if you don't trust that young man, you must trust Peacock. Although the world is filthy, there are still people who stick to their hearts. In the bustling starry sky, in front of the Ziwe galaxy, a golden light sped toward it. The Scale clan royal princess came with the life sacrifice technique to find the king of the Scale clan. "The road ahead is blocked. Please leave your life here." At that moment, above the starry sky, Peacock appeared in the divine light and blocked the Scale clan royal princess path. Chapter 1114. Primordial Demon Domain, 3rd Imperial City. The bright moon shone high in the sky. Under the moon, a white-robed figure danced with a sword, and the world was silent. There was no wind, no electric charge, no stormy waves. After losing his cultivation, the sword had returned to its original state. Every move was simple, without the slightest flourish. Not far away, Xiu and Shiqing looked at the figure dancing in front of them and gradually lost their minds. "His Highness is so powerful." After a long time, Shiqing came back to her senses and exclaimed, "You can understand it?" Xiu asked curiously, "I can't." Shiqing shook her head decisively and said, "Then how do you know that His Highness is powerful?" Xiu said, helplessly, "I just can't understand it. That's why I think His Highness is powerful." Shiqing said matter-of-factly. Xiu couldn't help but laugh when she heard that, not knowing what to say. Just as the two women were talking, suddenly, a dark red figure fell from the sky. The powerful palm force was earth-shattering. In the residence, Ning Chun sensed it. Sword Qi surged out from his body and soared into the sky. The rumbling sound resounded throughout the Crown Prince's residence. The demonic aura that reappeared was so familiar that it made people want to get rid of it immediately. "Xian Luo." Looking at the person who came, Ning Chen's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Kid, long time no see." Xian Luo said indifferently, "Long time no see." As soon as the voice fell, the white-robed figure moved, showing no mercy, and the sword edge was about to kill. "Good." Xian Luo's face was filled with madness. With a roar, demonic aura surged out, and demonic aura soared into the sky. The divine sword shook the demonic aura, and the sharp sword edge approached inch by inch, stopping an inch away from the heart. "Invisible sword." Ning Chun pointed at the sword edge, and the sword edge moved even closer. The rapidly spinning sword aura gathered from all directions, trying to break the demonic cultivator's protective Zhen Yuan. I haven't seen you for many years, and your sword has become sharper. Xian Luo looked at the young figure in front of him and said coldly, "Unfortunately, no matter how many years have passed, you're still the same as before, a stray dog." With a loud bang, demonic aura surged, shaking the battle. Xian Luo turned his palm, and thousands of demons appeared, roaring into the sky. "Back down!" Ning Qin formed a sword with his fingers. Sword qi gushed out, knocking the two women out of the battle. Then he stomped his foot. In an instant, the entire crown prince's palace was enveloped by the light of restrictive spells, sealing the entire space. With the space sealed, Ning Qin no longer had any worries. He spun his sword and slashed the demon with the divine sword. The rapidly moving shadow slashed apart the 10,000 demonic phantoms. The sword intent was fast, accurate, and concentrated. In the God-forbidden space, the 10,000 demonic phantoms collapsed. Bai Yi turned around, and a sword pierced through the air. Clang! The divine sword and the demonic palm clashed. Demonic waves surged. Xian Luo raised his hand to grab the moon demon divine weapon. He clenched his left fist and punched out heavily. Ning Chen stepped forwards, evading the fist force. 100 meters away, he clenched his right hand into a fist as his astral soul manifested. The tip of his blood-red sword was extremely sharp. Xian Luo frowned. He condensed his fist and punched at the former. Xian Luo punched at the former. With a loud bang, the two forces collided. The white-clothed figure retreated half a step. She borrowed the momentum to leap forward, her sword turning in a single direction. Nirvana! Nirvana reappeared. 10,000 swords pierced through the air, crisscrossing with each other. A moment later, 10,000 swords pierced through the air, slashing towards the demon. Indestructible protection! 10,000 swords attacked. Xian Luo shouted. A strange light rose from his body, blocking the 10,000 swords. Rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. In front of the indestructible protection, 10,000 swords would not be able to break through it. At this moment, in the air, the white-clothed figure's sword light appeared again. The world-shaking power shook the God-forbidden space. Sword! 12! With a shout of 12 swords around Ning Qin, 10,000 swords gathered rapidly. Instantly, a dazzling sword surrounded Ning Qin and rose into the air. A moment later, Bai Yi moved and 12 swords appeared. A sword pierced through Ning Qin's body. The demonic protection dissipated instantly. The sword that was 3 inches deep into Ning Qin's body brought out a fountain of blood. After 100 years, the Knowing Destiny sword was once again stained with the blood of the demon. Back off! Anger rose in his heart. Xian Luo clenched his fist and punched out, landing on Ning Qin's chest. Blood splashed out, and Ning Qin retreated a few steps. He was injured, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not decrease at all. He moved his sword, and the tip of the sword pressed forward. After 100 years, is this all you have grown up to? Xian Luo had a mocking expression. Demonic qi surged from his body, and the royal clan's special technique surged out. Demonic flames spread out with unparalleled power. Xian Luo punched out, shaking heaven and earth. As the demonic flames attacked, Ning Qin waved his sword to block the demonic power. His left hand grasped the air. In the distance, the moon demon divine artifact flew over. He slashed out, and the sword shook the 9 provinces. With a rumble, the sword qi cut down the demon. In the battle, demonic qi and sword qi shook. The surging power kept attacking the God-forbidden space. Millions of runes collapsed, and the space became unstable, shaking violently. In the God-forbidden space, the two looked at each other with hatred. They were destined to be enemies, and they would not stop until they died. Drops of blood fell, dyeing the sword and the demonic armor red. After 100 years, the demon was stronger, and the swordsman was not the same as before. "Where is the power you took from me? Why don't you use it?" Xian Luo looked at the person in front of him and said coldly, "The sword in my hand is enough to deal with you." With a deep shout, Ning Chen's eyes shone brightly. The sword, qi, rushed to his head. In an instant, his white hair danced wildly, and the emperor reappeared. The sword realm spread out, stabilizing the god-forbidden space. In the sword realm, a figure in plain clothes stood in the air. His white hair danced, and sword qi could be vaguely seen around him. He was like a divine king who had descended. Seeing this, Xian Luo's expression turned serious. He stomped his feet, and lightning surged around him. The extreme demonic technique appeared for the first time. "Sword Emperor." He formed a sword with his fingers. In the sword realm, the red sword light surged like waves. In an instant, it gathered crazily and entered the swordsman's body. "Thunder God!" Xian Luo shouted angrily. Black lightning broke through the sky, and a huge demonic shadow appeared. The Emperor of Swords and the Thunder God of Demons. The two techniques collided, and the result was decided immediately. Just as Ji Ming and Xian Luo were fighting to the death, the battle in the Z-Wei galaxy also started. The five-colored divine light appeared, and the peacock descended. Seeing the person who came, Jean Lin looked serious. Her golden scales shone with golden light, and she activated her genuine qi to the extreme. "Lady, please leave your life." The cold and emotionless words were unusually harsh. The peacock raised her hand, and the five-colored divine light broke through the sky. The power was shocking and unparalleled. Every single move he executed possessed might that shook the heavens, and the torrent of divine light seemed all-powerful. Everywhere it passed, expanse after expanse of space collapsed. Jean Lin focused and turned her palm to block the attack. Her body shone with golden light. She relied on the absolute defense of the Scaled clan to take the five-colored divine light head-on. In the first exchange, the goddess suppressed the demon. The five-colored divine light broke through the demon vitality and hit the armor of the Scaled clan directly. But there was a muffled groan, and the five-colored divine light shook violently. Jean Lin took a few steps back, and the corner of her mouth was red. In just one move, the Scaled clan queen was injured. Even with the armor of the Scaled clan, it was difficult to block the power of the five-colored divine light. In the starry sky, the peacock looked at the shining golden scales of the lady in front of her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Impressive defensive power. On the opposite side, Jean Lin raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her expression was unusually serious. When did the heavens beyond heaven have such a terrifying powerhouse? Knowing that a prolonged battle was unfavorable, Jean Lin did not delay any longer. She took a step forward and rushed forward. Close at hand, her delicate hand turned into a sharp blade. Jean Lin condensed her demon vitality, and dark force surrounded her as she attacked with all her might. On the wheelchair, the peacock did not dodge. Her delicate hand met the attack head-on. Boom! The second exchange between the two powerhouses was earth-shattering. Foundation and cultivation collided head-on, leaving no room for negotiation. In the turbulent aftermath, Jean Lin took a few steps back again. Her delicate hand was stained red. She was at a disadvantage again. It was an unbelievable situation. Facing an opponent of the same generation, the Scaled clan's god's favored daughter was completely suppressed. The demon is a calamity. The peacock will not tolerate it. She slapped her palm out, and the divine light shone. After two moves, the peacock turned from defense to offense and counterattacked strongly. The heaven-shattering move was earth-shattering. The five-colored divine light destroyed heaven and earth, and space and time collapsed. The five-colored divine light arrived. Jean Lin crossed her arms in front of her to block the divine power. With a muffled groan, Jean Lin flew out, and her golden scales were stained red. In front of the five-colored divine light, it was difficult for any technique to display its power. The spirituality of the scaled clan's divine armor was constantly eroded, and it gradually turned into ordinary scales. In just a few exchanges, the battle situation was clear. The opponent was far more powerful than she had imagined. This was the toughest battle of the scaled clan's favored daughter's life. Overturning rain and overturning waves. In order to seize the opportunity to win, Jean Lin did not hesitate anymore. She opened and closed her hands, and the raging waves swept across. The scaled clan's ultimate move was used. The raging waves reached thousands of miles away. The indescribable, terrifying power swallowed the heaven and earth and shook the stars. In front of her, the raging waves attacked, but the peacock was as still as a mountain. The five-colored divine light rose from her body, and the giant peacock's shadow appeared behind her. The moment the peacock opened its tail, a dazzling divine light bloomed. The raging waves collided with the divine light. In an instant, a shocking scene occurred. Under the five-colored divine light, all techniques withered. The raging waves quickly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The shocking scene was unbelievable. Jean Lin could not hide the shock in her eyes. For a moment, she could not believe what she had seen. In a moment of absent-mindedness, the divine light spread and sent the scaled clan's queen flying. Crack! The ear-piercing sound of scales cracking was so clear. Jean Lin's body flew 100 feet away. 100 feet away, she staggered and stabilized her body. She vomited a mouthful of blood, staining her battle clothes red. The three scales on her chest cracked inch by inch, barely blocking the fatal palm. The scaled clan's absolute defense is well-deserved. The peacock turned her wheelchair forward and said coldly, "Who are you?" Jean Lin looked at the woman in front of her and staggered forward. "Immortal state peacock," the peacock said lightly. "Immortal state goddess." Hearing the word peacock, Jean Lin was shocked. She was actually an immortal state person. After the ancient war, the immortal state had not been destroyed. Now that you know my identity, can you go on your way in peace? As she spoke, the peacock opened and closed her hands. Suddenly, the five-colored divine light illuminated the world. "Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me." Knowing that she could not escape this calamity, Jean Lin's eyes flashed with determination. She unleashed all her demon vitality and turned into a black dragon, spiraling into the 9 heavens. The next moment, the two extremes collided. The black dragon screamed and was quickly swallowed by the five-colored divine light. There was not a single ripple. Poof! The force of the palm hit her and shattered her scales. Jean Lin's body flew out and crashed into a withered star. It was the same ending. After a year, the blood of the 2 royal bloodlines of the scaled clan dyed the Ziwei galaxy. Chapter 11:15. It was a life and death battle. The ultimate moves of the swordsman and the demonic cultivator were unleashed. Their destructive power frightened both humans and gods. The Sword Emperor and the God of Thunder, humans and demons, could not coexist. They clashed in the god restriction. It was a shocking scene. The sword realm crumbled inch by inch. Countless sword lights disappeared. At the same time, the demonic aura dissipated. Arg! 2 groans sounded. Blood splattered everywhere. Ji Ming and Xian Luo were both sent flying by the shockwave. Both sides were injured. It was a draw. No one had the upper hand. The blood-stained divine sword made a piercing sound. Demonic aura surged around Ningqin. The demonic body that had been hidden for a long time appeared and joined the battle. The 2 bodies appeared at the same time. The battle changed again. Just as the battle was about to start, a silver spear light broke through the sky and crashed into the god restriction. The god restriction could not withstand the shocking power. Cracks appeared, and it was about to collapse. Ning Chen felt it. His eyes dimmed. He retracted his aura, and the demonic body returned to his body. 13th brother, are you in trouble? As he spoke, the demonic weapon broke the god restriction. The silver spear stabbed into the ground. The spear was surrounded by silver light. Shaoyin! Seeing the silver spear vibrating on the ground, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. It was the demonic weapon, Shaoyin. The crown prince finally made a move. Ning Chen shifted his gaze to the crown prince's palace in the distance. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He had always been on guard against this crown prince. Among all the princes of the Sky Devil imperial family, the crown prince's cultivation and status were far above the other princes. The crown prince's demonic weapon was called Shaoyin. It was a rare weapon even in the primordial demon realm. It's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it. Ning Chen bowed in the direction of the crown prince's residence. Is that so? Xian Zhen's voice sounded in the sky. 13th brother, are you sure this person is not an assassin? He is not. Ning Chen glanced at Xian Luo, who was not far away, and replied calmly. An icy cold smile appeared on the corners of Xian Luo's mouth. Needless to say, this kid's reaction was really not bad. Anyone in the world could be called an assassin, and only this young man before him couldn't. In Primordial Devil region, he was the only one who knew the true identity of the young man before him. Once his identity was exposed, even Xianjuo would not be able to save his life. The spiritual leader of the inner realm and the great benefactor of the human race in the outer realm. No matter what his identity was, it was enough for him to die several times over. That's good. Xian Zhen's voice reverberated in the air. Stranger, I admire you. With that, the Shaoyin divine spear turned into a silver light and flew towards the crown prince's residence. After this brief interlude, the battle could no longer continue. Xian Luo looked at the young man in front of him and sneered, What a pity that I couldn't kill you! This person's identity would be his protective talisman. Even the Netherworld Demon Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Same to you, Ning Chen said coldly. Today's battle ends here. I look forward to another battle of life and death. Xian Luo spoke indifferently, and then he turned around and left. In the crown prince's residence, Xian Zhen stood quietly in front of the palace, looking at the 13th crown prince's residence in the distance. It seemed that someone who could counter the 13th crown prince had appeared. In the 13th crown prince's residence, Ning Chen waved his hand and kept the two divine weapons. Xian Luo's appearance was out of his expectations. The crown prince's appearance had prevented him from getting rid of Xian Luo in time, which was troublesome. His identity couldn't be exposed. At least, he couldn't before he achieved his goal. Today, Xian Luo had left alive. In the future, he would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. He had to find a chance to get rid of him. However, how could he kill him in one strike without giving Xian Luo any chance to counterattack? Not far away, Xiu and Shi Qing looked at the crown prince, who was deep in thought. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with worry. This was the first time they had seen the crown prince like this. Could it be that the crown prince had encountered something difficult to solve? The night gradually passed and dawn arrived. The first rays of the morning sun shone in the east, dispelling the cold darkness. In the crown prince's residence, Xian Luo walked over. In front of the palace, Xian Zhen waited quietly. The lord of the southwest king's territory, Xian Luo, greets the crown prince. Xian Luo entered the residence and bowed respectfully. Xian Luo. Xian Zhen murmured softly. After a while he smiled and said, You're not bad. Thank you, crown prince. Xian Luo stood up and smiled. Chance, Xianjin said. I will give you the chance you want. However, you can't fail again next time. Yes, Xian Luo replied calmly. This kid has lost his cultivation. If there's a chance, I will personally send him to the west. In the 13th Crown Prince's residence, Ning Chen walked out of the residence and headed towards the 3rd Crown Prince's residence. In the 3rd Crown Prince's residence, Xian Qing heard the secret report from his spy. His eyes flashed with joy and suspicion. Last night, someone tried to assassinate the 13th Crown Prince. Not only did the Crown Prince interfere, but the assassin also walked out of the 13th Crown Prince's residence alive. This was really strange. Your Highness, the 13th Crown Prince requests an audience. A guard quickly walked over and said, respectfully, invite him in. Xian Qing came back to his senses and said, yes. The guard accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after, a white-clothed figure walked over and bowed politely. Greetings, third brother. Xian Qing went forward and helped the young man up. He smiled and said, 13th brother, you don't have to be so polite. Third brother. Ning Chen looked at the 3rd Crown Prince and said seriously, I'm here to borrow troops from you. I hope you can agree to it. Oh, Xian Qing was surprised when he heard this and said, 13th brother, why do you want to borrow troops? To get rid of Xian Luo. Ning Chen said in a deep voice, I'm sure you've heard about this. My power came from devouring half of a royal heavenly demon. This demon is Xian Luo. Last night, Xian Luo came to seek revenge. At the critical moment, the Crown Prince intervened and saved Xian Luo's life. Now, Xian Luo might have sided with the Crown Prince to protect himself. I have no choice but to come and ask for help from you. I hope you can help me get rid of this problem. Xian Qing frowned when he heard this and said, the Crown Prince personally took action? If so, it's really troublesome. Ning Chen sighed and said, if you can help me, I'll be very grateful. Xian Qing calmed himself down and looked at the person in front of him with a smile. I'll do my best to help you. However, this demon must have an extraordinary cultivation to be able to survive in your hands. Middle stage king realm, or even stronger, Ning Chen said calmly. Xian Luo must have held back in the battle last night. If his life was threatened, it might be more difficult to deal with him. So, to get rid of this demon, we need at least one middle stage king realm or one middle stage king realm cultivator. Xian Qing looked serious and said, it's not easy. Even I can't easily mobilize those above the king realm. It's a bit troublesome. Is it very difficult? Ning Chen sighed again and said, if it's difficult, then forget it. You can think of another way. 13th brother, you're treating me as an outsider. Xian Qing looked unhappy and said, even if it's troublesome, as long as it's your problem, I'll find a way to help you. Then I'll thank you in advance. Third brother. Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Everything had its pros and cons. Xian Luo's appearance would indeed bring him a lot of trouble. However, if he could make the 3 royal city even more chaotic, it would be worth it, even if it was a little troublesome. In the Crown Prince's palace, Xian Luo stood up and looked into the distance. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time, in the 3rd Crown Prince's palace, Ning Chen also stood up and looked at the Crown Prince's palace. He didn't hide the coldness in his eyes at all. They looked at each other from hundreds of miles away. Killing intent filled their eyes. From the inner world to the outer world, and then to the primitive demon realm, the two who were at odds with each other fought again. This time, they wouldn't stop until one of them died. In the Ziwei Star Zone, after the shocking battle, it was bleak. In the distance, on a withered star, the ground was dyed red with blood. It was a desolate scene. Her scales were shattered and her meridians were broken. The Scale Clan Crown Princess coughed violently. Her life source was gradually draining away. Was this the feeling of death? Jean Linger looked at the primitive demon realm in the distance. Her dim eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, she would never be able to return. In the starry sky, the peacock descended from the sky. Her body bloomed with 5-colored divine light. The goddess of the immortal realm had an inviolable aura. "Do you have any last words?" The peacock raised her hand. Divine light illuminated the world. She was decisive and merciless. "You can't save this world." The hatred in her last words could not be concealed. Golden light shone around Jean Linger. Her demonic chi flowed in reverse and exploded. Red dust self-detonated, its might shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire withered star collapsed rapidly, and the chaotic world pierced through the sky. The peacock frowned. 5-colored divine light protected her body, blocking the explosion of the Scale Clan crown princess. After a long time, the aftershock dissipated. The peacock spread out her divine sense and scanned the starry sky. She didn't find anything unusual. She turned her wheelchair and left. Half a day later, demonic clouds filled the sky and rushed over. Above the withered star, the Scale King appeared. He looked at the blood-stained rocks in the starry sky. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. "Linger." The Scale King's body trembled violently. He couldn't believe this tragic scene. He had lost his most beloved children. Even though he was a king, he couldn't accept it. "Father!" At this moment, spots of light gathered in the starry sky. An illusory figure appeared. It was so weak that it seemed like it would disappear at any time. "Linger." The Scaled King revealed a sorrowful expression. "Who killed you?" "The goddess of the immortal realm, Peacock." Jean Linger replied. Her remnant soul was faintly discernible. She could no longer hold on. "Father, I have delivered the life sacrifice formation. I have completed grandfather's mission." Jean Linger's soul turned into starlight and flew toward the king in front. The starlight entered his body. The method of the life sacrifice formation was reflected in his divine sense. The Scale King's heart was filled with grief. Immortal realm, human. The Scale King clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He would avenge Linger and Linger with the blood of the entire human race. Chapter 1116. Undercurrents were surging in the 3 imperial cities. After Ji Ming's return, the situation became even more complicated. The competition between the 2 princes was getting more and more intense. The 7th prince died in Dragon Emperor Mountain, and the 3 princes were out of balance. The conflict between the 1st and 3rd princes was on the table, forcing all the forces in the imperial city to pick a side as soon as possible. The 3 demon emperors had never cared about the competition between the princes. As long as they didn't do anything that went against the fundamental interests of the imperial family, whoever could win the throne would depend on their own ability. Nobody had imagined that Ji Ming would become the 4th crown prince of the royal family. What was more unexpected was that the 7th crown prince had an accident in Dragon Emperor Mountain, which directly led to the fierceness of the competition for the throne. The choice of the 13th crown prince, who was not qualified to inherit the throne, would directly influence the final result of the competition. After returning for several years, all the members of the imperial family had seen how powerful the 9th Serenity Demon Emperor was. He was even comparable to the head of the 3 demon emperors, the 1st Kunyi Demon Emperor. As the only disciple of the 9th Serenity Demon Emperor, the 13th prince's status became very important. In front of the imperial palace of the 3rd prince's residence, Xian Qing in white stood quietly, thinking. Today, the 13th prince came to borrow his troops, which was a rare opportunity for him. However, Xian Luo's identity was also unusual. According to the spy he sent, Xian Luo was now the lord of the Southwest King's territory. His strength was unfathomable, and even the previous Southwest King was defeated by him. It was said that the previous Southwest King was already in the late stage of the King realm. Xian Luo could defeat him. Either he was more powerful, or he had a trump card that no one knew about. No matter what the reason was, Xian Luo wouldn't be easy to deal with. If he wanted to help the 13th prince get rid of him, he would have to use his hidden strength. Whether it was worth exposing his trump card or not, he had to seriously consider it. The night gradually darkened. In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen was sitting in the main hall, carefully wiping the black saber in his hand against the light. Not far away, Xiu and Shiqing saw what he was doing and felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the prince's sword cultivation was extraordinary. Even those so-called favored ones couldn't reach him. However, it was their first time seeing the prince use a saber. Outside the hall, the night was getting darker. The entire imperial city was completely dark. It was a dark and windy night. Inside the hall, Ning Chen stood up and walked out with Kuang-gu in his hand. "Your Highness," Shiqing said worriedly. "Be careful." Ning Chen turned around and smiled. "It's just a small matter. If you're tired, you can rest. There's no need to wait here." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen continued walking forward. Not long after, he disappeared into the night. In the palace, Xiu and Shiqing looked at each other, unable to hide their worry. In the three royal city, dark clouds gradually covered the cold moon, making the night seem even darker. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating the royal city. On the street, a plain-clothed figure held a black saber. He did not cover his face or change his clothes as he walked toward the northwest of the royal city. The lights in the Marquis Qingyuan manor were lit up. Marquis Qingyuan was once one of the imperial family's senior elders. Now that he was old, his qi and blood were withered, and he was enjoying the rest of his life in his manor. Although Marquis Qingyuan Fu was no longer as glorious as it was in the past, the current Marquis Qingyuan had an extremely high seniority and had an extremely special position in the imperial family. As early as 100 years ago, Marquis Qingyuan Fu had already clearly stated that they stood on the eldest crown prince's side. Everyone in 3 imperial cities knew this. Amidst the muffled sounds of thunder, a plain-clothed figure strode over in front of Marquis Qingyuan Fu. Her entire body was filled with killing intent that was sharp and bone-piercing. "Who are you?" In front of Marquis Qingyuan Fu, 2 imperial guards saw the approaching person and blocked the path. However, just as the words fell, a black saber light cut through the darkness, bringing out a striking scene of residual red. Before they could shout, the plain-clothed figure walked past. Behind him, 2 figures fell to the ground with a thud. Blood overflowed and dyed the ground red. Ning Chen walked into Marquis Qingyuan Fu and turned to close the door. Rumble! Thunder descended and the night sky brightened. Before the manor door closed, the lightning reflected a pair of ice-cold eyes, like an azura. The gentleness of the past could no longer be seen. The manor door closed, and the figure that flashed by was like a death god. In the manor, the patrolling imperial guards did not have time to react. They only felt a sweet taste in their mouth, and their consciousness quickly blurred. Above the ninth heaven, dark clouds rolled. The night covered all the darkness and evil, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Under the night sky, the extremely fast saber brought out a waterfall of dazzling blood. From the front hall to the backyard, wherever it went, blood flowed like a river. Ah! Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream resounded in Marquis Qingyuan Fu. The lantern in a young woman's hand fell. Looking at the corpses in front of her, her face was filled with fear. Before she could speak again, the plain-clothed figure behind her swept past and directly knocked her unconscious. "Who is it?" The woman's scream attracted the attention of even more imperial guards. A large group of imperial guards quickly rushed over. However, while the person was fast, the saber was faster. The plain-clothed figure swept past, and in a flash, the black saber slit the throat. Blood spurted out, and the last thing that the eyes saw was the residual red. Impudent! At this moment, an old roar came from the depths of Marquis Fu. The aura of a king swept out with earth-shattering might. Ningchen stopped and turned around. Looking at the powerful aura in front of him, coldness flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the depths of Marquis Fu. The plain-clothed figure appeared in the ice-cold, forbidden ground. His hands formed seals, and the yellow spring restriction was activated. The divine restriction sealed the battle and cut off all paths of retreat. 13th Prince, it's you. Shock flashed in Marquis Qingyuan's eyes when he saw the white-haired youth before him. A brief moment later, his killing intent erupted. Without saying anything, Ningchen moved and the black saber slashed down mercilessly. Seeing this, Marquis Qingyuan clenched his left hand and a demonic saber appeared. The two sabers clashed, saber against saber. Fast against strong, they clashed head-on. The difference in cultivation was made up for by speed. Ningchen moved and his saber was as fast as lightning. It turns out that you have such extraordinary attainments in the saber. 13th Prince, what are you planning to do by hiding so deeply? Marquis Qingyuan couldn't hide his anger after exchanging several moves. The King of Hell will answer your question in the Yellow Spring. Ningchen stepped forward and dodged the demonic saber. He instantly appeared behind Marquis Qingyuan and punched at his back. Arg! With a groan, Marquis Qingyuan took a few steps forward before he turned around and swung his saber. Marquis Qingyuan, you're old. Before Marquis Qingyuan finished speaking, he appeared before Marquis Qingyuan and punched at Marquis Qingyuan's chest. Blood splattered, and Marquis Qingyuan retreated several steps. He looked forward in shock and anger. What's going on? Wasn't this brat's cultivation crippled? How could he be so fast with just his physical strength? Marquis Qingyuan's expression turned serious, and he swung the demonic saber once more. However, Marquis Qingyuan dodged the saber once more. Bang! The heavy fist struck out, and the fist energy penetrated his body. Marquis Qingyuan vomited blood and staggered back. He finally understood the reason. It wasn't that Ningchen was too fast, but that he was too slow. Just now, when his saber approached Ningchen, its speed had clearly slowed down. It was like the flow of time was messed up. Did you notice? Unfortunately, it's too late. While speaking, Ningchen appeared before Marquis Qingyuan and punched out, increasing his advantage. Marquis Qingyuan took a few steps back and coughed violently. He couldn't hold on for long. His former bravery and skill in battle had long been obliterated by the passage of time. Marquis Qingyuan clutched his chest. His body that had half a foot in the yellow soil felt the aura of death more and more clearly. Why? Knowing that the situation wasn't good, Marquis Qingyuan raised the demonic aura in his body to stall for time. Seeing through Marquis Qingyuan's stalling tactic, Ningchen didn't pay attention to it. His figure flashed past, and he punched and slashed with his saber. Marquis Qingyuan swung his saber to meet the attack. However, he was restricted and his attacks slowed down. Arg! Marquis Qingyuan retreated. But before he could stop, Marquis Qingyuan's figure flashed past and appeared behind Marquis Qingyuan. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, lightning tore through the sky and illuminated the dark night. Berserk bone pierced through his heart and blood flowed out continuously. Marquis Qingyuan looked at the black blade in his heart, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed. Why? Marquis Qingyuan looked back and asked weakly, Because I'm a human, and you're a demon. Ningchen slowly pulled out the black blade, bringing out a waterfall of blood. Ningchen waved the blade to disperse the demonic blood on the blade. Looking at the king in front of him, he said lightly, Let me tell you one more thing. Your death is only the beginning of the chaos of the Sky Devil Imperial family. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait on the road to the underworld. You. Marquis Qingyuan was furious. Blood spurted out from his wound. In the next instant, Marquis Qingyuan's body fell down. His eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Boom! Rain poured down from the 9 heavens. Ning Chan waved his hand and scattered the divine restriction. In Marquis Qingyuan's manner, the rain washed over the ground. In the 13th prince's manner, Ning Chan walked over. The rain soaked his clothes and washed away the killing intent of the sinner. Your Highness! In the front hall, Shiyu and Shirqing, who had been waiting patiently, were shocked when they saw the figure in the rain. They immediately took an oil paper umbrella and greeted him. The umbrella blocked the rain, but couldn't block the pungent smell of blood. Ning Qin looked at the 2 women outside the umbrella and said with a gentle smile, "Didn't I tell you not to wait?" Shiyu and Shirqing were shocked when they smelled the smell of blood. What did His Highness go out to do? Let's go into the hall to avoid the rain. Ning Chen softly spoke before the 2 of them could reply. Immediately, he strode towards the large hall in front of him. Inside the hall, the candlelight was so bright. Shiyu and Shirqing quickly walked to the back of the hall and took new clothes to help Ning Qin change out of his soaked clothes. Okay, you 2 can go and change. You just went out and your clothes are quite wet, Ning Qin said with a smile. Shiyu and Shirqing looked at each other, bowed and left. Boom! Outside the hall, lightning cut through the dark night. Under the lightning, the eyes looking into the distance stopped smiling and became extremely cold. Internal and external troubles. From now on, the real start. Chapter 11:17. In the 3 royal city, the rain fell for an entire night. When the sun rose in the east, the rain gradually stopped. In the Marquis Qingyuan manor, the ground was filled with corpses. A few women and girls who were knocked unconscious woke up. Their eyes were filled with confusion at first, but a moment later, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. In the next moment, mournful screams resounded throughout the manor. It was so sorrowful that it made one shudder. Not long later, groups of imperial army soldiers ran over. The leader was wearing heavy armor and had an extraordinary aura. It was the imperial army's grand commander, Xianmo, pushing open the manor. Xianmo's eyes were filled with blood. She couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. In just one night, the entire Marquis Qingyuan manor was slaughtered. Only a few women and maids survived. It was truly unbelievable. Grand Commander, they are all blade wounds. There should only be one culprit. A few Imperial Army soldiers came back to report after checking the corpses. Xianmo's expression froze. There was only one culprit? How was that possible? Let's go in and take a look. Xianmo spoke before she walked towards the back of the Marquis' mansion. The deepest part of the manor was a mess after the battle. The kings who died in battle had their eyes wide open. Xianmo squatted down and checked the injuries on Marquis Qingyuan's body. She frowned. There was only one culprit. But in the royal city, there were only a handful of people who could slaughter the entire Marquis Qingyuan manor. According to her knowledge, there was no reason for them to do such a thing. Furthermore, although Marquis Qingyuan was old, he still had the strength of a king. He shouldn't be so weak. Even if Marquis Qingyuan couldn't defeat the culprit, he should be able to escape or ask for help. After pondering for a long time, Xianmo stood up and looked at the imperial army soldiers behind her. Seal the entire Marquis Qingyuan manor. No one is allowed to enter. Yes. At the back, the imperial army soldiers received the order and quickly left. At the same time, a secret report came from the Crown Prince and Third Crown Prince's manors. After Xianzhen and Xianqing saw it, their faces changed. Marquis Qingyuan manor was destroyed. How did this happen? Brother, what happened? In the Crown Prince's residence, the 5th Prince asked in confusion. Something happened at Marquis Qingyuan Fu. Xianzhen handed over the secret report and said in a deep voice, "Immediately send someone to investigate who did this." The fifth prince took the secret report and glanced at it. His expression immediately changed. He did not say anything unnecessary and immediately walked out of the hall. In the third crown prince's palace, Xianqing handed over the secret report in his hand and asked, "What do you think?" Sixth Prince Xian, you took the secret report and read the contents. He said seriously, "Right now, we still can't tell who did it. There are many experts who use the blade in the imperial city, but the number of people who can massacre Marquis Qingyuan's household in one night without anyone knowing can be counted on one's fingers. Go back to eldest imperial brother's side and sound him out. Something happened to Marquis Qingyuan Fu. Presumably, the one with the most heartache is that eldest imperial brother of ours." Xianqing sneered. Xian Yu nodded and said, "Third imperial brother, you have to be careful these days. If something happens in Marquis Qingyuan's residence, eldest imperial brother's first suspect will definitely be you." "I understand." Xianqing nodded. Now that the situation in the imperial city was getting more and more tense, and Marquis Qingyuan Fu had encountered a great calamity, everyone's attention would definitely be on the third crown prince's palace. Presumably, the two demon emperors also knew about this matter. Since imperial father wasn't here at this time, it was really troublesome. Xian Yu left the palace. Xianqing stood quietly in the imperial palace with a serious expression. Imperial father was just trapped in the easternmost land, and such a big thing happened in third imperial city. Was it really a coincidence? In the ninth prince's palace, not long after the secret report was sent back, Xian Ke left the palace and headed straight for 13th prince's palace. In third imperial city, the news of Marquis Qingyuan Fu's destruction spread quickly. Everyone was shocked, and dark clouds covered the entire imperial city, making it hard for people to breathe. In 13th Prince's palace, Ning Qin, who single-handedly caused this situation, sat quietly in the imperial palace and drank tea. His expression was calm, and there were no ripples. "Your Highness, the ninth prince requests an audience." A guard quickly walked over and said respectfully, "Invite him in." Ning Qin put down the tea in his hand and said, "Yes." The guard accepted the order and turned to leave. Soon, the ninth prince entered the palace and walked towards the imperial palace. Ning Qin stood up and walked to the front of the palace to welcome him. "Ninth imperial brother." "13th imperial brother, something happened." Xian Ke walked forward and said with a serious expression, "Have you received the news?" "What happened?" Ning Qin said indifferently. "Last night, everyone in Marquis Qingyuan Fu was massacred. Even Marquis Qingyuan was not spared. Now the imperial army has sealed off Marquis Qingyuan Fu, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. When I came, the entire imperial city was filled with imperial army figures. I think the imperial city is now under martial law." Xian Ke said seriously. "Marquis Qingyuan?" Ning Qin frowned and said, "Isn't that from First Imperial Brothers faction? Could it be Third Imperial Brothers doing?" Xian Ke's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he softly reprimanded, "13th Imperial Brother, don't talk nonsense. This is a serious crime. You can't say it casually." Ning Qin smiled and said, "I understand. I only dare to say this when there's only 9th Imperial Brother and I. I will be careful in front of outsiders." Xian Ke nodded and said, "Actually, what you said just now is the guess of the majority of people. Third Imperial Brother is indeed the biggest suspect in the destruction of Marquis Qingyuan Fu. However, nothing is absolute. It's possible that someone deliberately framed Third Imperial Brother to do such an inhumane thing. If that's the case, then the person who did it is really sinister." Ning Qin smiled. Xian Ke sighed and said, "No one knows the truth. I came here to inform 13th Imperial Brother. At this time, you must be careful. The matter of Marquis Qingyuan Fu will definitely cause a huge commotion. If you're splashed with dirty water at this time, there will be endless troubles. Ninth Imperial Brother 2. Ning Chen said seriously, "You must be careful." Xian Kai nodded and said, "I still have to go back and deal with Marquis Qingyuan's matter. I won't stay any longer and will take my leave first." "Imperial Brother, please," Ning Chen replied. 13th Imperial Brother, please wait. Xian Kai spoke, and then he walked out of the estate with large strides. Ning Chen looked at the former's departing figure, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He turned and returned to the hall. In the hall, Xiu heard the conversation between the two and thought of His Highness's bloody aura when he came back last night. Waves surged in her heart. "Don't make wild guesses," Ning Chen reprimanded with a smile and said, "The tea is a bit cold. Go warm it up." "Yes." Xiu respectfully accepted the order and walked forward to carry the tea out. Outside the hall, Shiqing looked at Xiu, who walked out, and whispered, "Sister, was His Highness the one who did what in Marquis Qingyuan Fu?" "Don't talk nonsense." Xiu's face sank and reprimanded, "Nothing happened yesterday. His Highness also didn't leave the Fu." Shiqing was shocked when she heard the reprimand. She immediately nodded and didn't dare to say anything more. Inside the hall, Ning Chen looked at the scene outside and smiled faintly. He didn't care. In the imperial city, from dawn to sunset, the imperial guards came and went, searching for the murderer's whereabouts. The tense atmosphere pervaded the entire imperial city. From the nobles to the common people, everyone was anxious. In the west, the sun set and the sky gradually darkened. The imperial guards also began to change shifts. In the main hall of the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen sat quietly for a day, waiting for the sun to set. In the residence, the lights were lit. When the sky was completely dark, Ning Chen got up and walked out of the residence. Xiu and Shiqing were shocked when they saw this. His Highness was going out of the residence. "Your Highness!" Shiqing couldn't help but call out. Ning Chen stopped and turned back to look at the two worried women in front of the hall. He smiled and said, "Just a small matter. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After that, Ning Chen didn't say anything else and stepped out of the residence. In the imperial city, a figure in plain clothes flashed by. Her speed was extremely fast. In an instant, she was 100 miles away. In the northern true prince's residence, plain clothes swept over, holding a knife, and began to kill. Blood splashed out. The guards in front of the prince's residence didn't even see the appearance of the person who came, and their bodies fell weakly. After a few breaths in the prince's residence, a knife light flashed across the night sky. The king of hell mercilessly took lives. Boom! Not long after, the main hall in the prince's residence collapsed. The figure in plain clothes walked out and left with a knife. "My lord!" In the prince's residence, a desolate cry resounded through the night sky. In the imperial city, the imperial army heard the commotion and immediately rushed to the northern true prince's residence. On the other side of the imperial city, Xianmo received the report and quickly rushed over. In the northern true prince's residence, blood flowed everywhere. The same scene as in the Marquis Qingyuan's residence appeared before everyone's eyes. The prince's residence collapsed and the king died. The knife wound that penetrated his chest destroyed his vitality. Xianmo looked at the scene in front of her, and her face became more and more solemn. Who was this person, and what was his purpose? Although Marquis Qingyuan and Marquis Beijing weren't peak experts in the king realm, they weren't people who could be easily bullied. Now, they were killed without anyone knowing. They didn't even have the chance to ask for help. Could it be that a peak king realm expert made a move? However, there weren't many peak king realm experts in the entire primordial demon region, and they weren't in the 3 imperial cities. If they had entered the city, he shouldn't have not noticed at all. Thinking of this, Xianmo sighed softly. The 3 imperial cities would probably be in chaos soon. In the main hall of the Crown Prince's residence, Xianzhen's face changed when he heard the report. Something had happened to Marquis Beijing? Almost at the same time, in the third prince's residence, the news of Marquis Beijing's assassination came. Xianqing's face changed when he heard it. It was the Crown Prince's people again. This was troublesome. He wasn't sure before, but this time he was sure that someone was deliberately framing him. In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the main hall. Looking at the chaos in the imperial city, his eyes became colder and colder. He wanted to see how long the Crown Prince could sit still. Even if he could sit still, his supporters wouldn't be able to remain calm. No one hoped that the knife would fall on their heads next time. If the Crown Prince didn't make a move, the hearts of the nobles would soon disperse. However, if the Crown Prince made a move, the knife would definitely fall on the third prince's side. In this way, the battle between the two princes would become white-hot. Chapter 1118. Under the night sky, the imperial army rushed to and fro, surrounding the entire northern True King's mansion. After Marquis Qingyuan Fu, northern True Wang Fu was also exterminated. Almost no one was left alive. The ninth prince, Xian Ke, rushed over. When he saw the state of the mansion, his expression turned grave. Trouble. Marquis Qingyuan and Beijing Mansion were killed one after another. The Crown Prince couldn't be indifferent anymore. This time, there would be a big reshuffle in the imperial city. Ninth Prince, should we report this to the two demon kings? Xian Mo asked as she looked at the ninth prince. Yes. Xian Ke nodded and said, we must. Two nobles from the king's domain are in trouble. It's not something we can handle. The Crown Prince has arrived. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded outside the Beijing mansion. Soon, the Crown Prince of the Sky Devil royal family walked out from the imperial army. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, first brother. Xian Mo and Xian Ke bowed when they saw him. Xian Zhen nodded and walked to them. He looked at the scene in the mansion with a cold expression. The destruction of the mansion was a blatant provocation. He couldn't take it anymore. The third prince has arrived. At this moment, outside the prince's mansion, the sound of a messenger rang out again. The third prince, dressed in white, appeared before everyone's eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. The first crown prince and the third crown prince arrived at the same time. The palace suddenly became abnormally quiet. The heavy atmosphere made everyone present nervous. First brother. Xianqing looked at the person in front of him and said politely. Xianzhen looked back and said calmly, third brother, you're here too? Yes. Xianqing nodded and said, I heard that something happened to Beijing Mansion. I was worried, so I came to take a look. Like Marquis Qingyuan, it was done by a sword expert. We can't find out who did it yet. Xianzhen replied calmly. There was no anger on his face. Xianqing went forward and looked at the wound on Beijing Mansion's chest. He looked serious and said, it was indeed done by an expert. There aren't many king's domain cultivators who can do this. Judging from the extent of the damage done to the mansion, King Northern True didn't even have time to resist before he was killed. Based on this, we can infer that the murder's strength is far beyond King Northern True's. There are only a few such experts in the entire primordial demon domain. As long as we investigate carefully, I think we will find something, Xianjin said lightly. Imperial brother is right. Xianqing nodded and said with a smile, however, the primeval demon realm is vast. There are bound to be masters we don't know about. Moreover, even in the demon realm, there are some masters of the king realm who are not under the control of our royal family. It won't be easy to investigate them. Although the conversation seemed calm, there was a sharp edge to it. Everyone present became more and more nervous, afraid that the two crown princes would fall out on the spot. However, everyone's worries did not come true. After Xianqing personally examined King Beijing's wound, he smiled and looked at the great prince and the two people behind him. he said. Ninth brother and Commander Xian Mo still have duties to attend to. I will not disturb you here. Great brother, I will leave first. Please, Xuanjin said calmly. Xianqi nodded and walked out of the mansion. After the third crown prince left, the ninth prince and Xian Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they were afraid that the two crown princes would fall out on the spot. Investigate the case carefully. Don't worry about anything. Understand? Xianjin looked back at the two people behind him and said lightly, Yes. The ninth prince and Xian Mo accepted the order respectfully. After taking one last look at the ruined mansion, Xianjin turned and left. His expression was cold, making people shudder. Xian Ke looked at the great prince's back, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The great brother's words clearly implied something. It seemed that the great brother was certain that the third brother was involved in this matter. In the 13th crown prince's mansion, under the night sky, a white-clothed figure danced with a sword under the moonlight. The cold sword light intertwined with each other. It was breathtaking and bone-chilling. 100 years of practicing the sword, understanding the sword theory, listening to the sword breath. There was a sword on the sword. There was no end to it. The situation in the imperial city changed. All the forces were nervous. Only the 13th crown prince's mansion was unusually calm. It was not affected by the outside world at all. Under the moonlight, the sword technique ended. A curved sword light appeared, cutting through the void and splitting the night sky. Clang! After the final move, the divine weapon was sheathed. Ning Qin looked at the northern true mansion in the distance. His calm eyes flashed with cold light. The turmoil had only just begun. Next, he would make the waters of the imperial city more and more muddy until everyone was dragged into it. Only when the heavenly demonic imperial family was in chaos would the other 5 imperial families have a chance to win. In the northern continent, at the center of the thousands of altars, Go Huang looked at the demonic area in the distance. The demonic area's fate was gradually changing. The 13th prince was not lying. It seemed that the time for the sorcerer tribe to send out their troops was getting closer. At the same time, the western sacred region, the divine capital mountain, and the stone tribe all looked at the primordial demonic area with ripples in their eyes. In the third imperial city, the night sky gradually disappeared and the sun shone on the earth. Xian Mo walked out of the northern true mansion and headed straight for the heavenly demonic ancestral land. The Marquis Qingyuan mansion and the northern true mansion had been destroyed one after another. It was no longer something they could handle. They had to report it to the 2 demon emperors. The heavenly demonic ancestral land was surrounded by demonic qi. Xian Mo walked over and half knelt in front of the forbidden land. She said, "Greetings, demon emperors." Xian Mo, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. "Why have you come?" Demon emperors, the Marquis Qingyuan mansion and the northern true mansion have been destroyed in the past 2 days. The murderer is a saber expert. His identity has not been found yet. I think it is necessary to inform you, demon emperors, Xian Mo said respectfully. Oh, another majestic voice sounded in the depths of the ancestral land. Stand up and report. Thank you, demon emperors. Xian Mo stood up and stood there quietly. There should be no saber expert in the third imperial city who could kill the Marquis Qingyuan mansion and the northern true mansion. Have any other experts entered the city these days? The 7 luminaries demon emperor asked in the void. No. Xian Mo shook her head and said, My duty is to guard the imperial city. I would have sensed it if such an expert had come. Maybe you didn't sense it. The 8th desolation demon emperor replied, It's not strange that you didn't sense it if the intruder has an imperial weapon or an artifact of the same level to conceal his presence. An imperial weapon. Xian Mo frowned and said, There are only a handful of tribes in the primordial demon realm that possess an imperial weapon. They shouldn't have the guts to do it. It's a troubled time. The tribes are getting restless. It's not impossible for them to take the risk. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor replied. Go back and increase the search with the Forbidden Army, especially the southwest of the imperial city. It's easy for the tribes to hide there. We need to search carefully. Yes, I'll take my leave. Xian Mo bowed respectfully and left. After Xian Mo left, the demonic qi in the ancestral land gathered and concealed all presence. Xian Mo walked out of the ancestral land with a serious expression. The 7 luminaries' demon emperors' words were obviously hinting at something. It was true that the tribes were gathered in the southwest of the imperial city, but the 3rd prince's residence was located there. Xian Mo returned from the 3rd prince's palace. She immediately dispatched a large number of Forbidden Army to the southwest of the imperial city. Xian Qing's expression darkened when he received the report in the 3rd prince's palace. Xian Mo had dispatched a large number of Forbidden Army here. Was it the 2 demon emperors' idea? It was troublesome that his father was not in the ancestral land at the moment. Groups of Forbidden Army arrived outside the 3rd prince's palace, but they patrolled from afar. Soon Xian Mo arrived. She glanced at the 3rd prince's palace and said calmly, From today onward, increase the search. Don't let your guard down. Yes. In the rear, the imperial army generals replied, their hearts in turmoil. By doing this, they were essentially monitoring the 3rd prince's residence. Inside the 3rd prince's palace, Xian Yu glanced at the Forbidden Army outside and said sternly, Brother, it seems like the 2 demon emperors are starting to suspect you. It's inevitable. Xian Qing nodded and said, Marquis Qingyuan and Lord Beijing are both from the 1st prince's side. Not only the 2 demon emperors, but everyone in the 3rd prince's palace also believes that I did it. I can't escape suspicion. But it's clearly not your doing, brother, Xian Yu said. Why don't you go to the ancestral land and explain to the 2 demon emperors? There's no need, Xian Qing said calmly. Xian Qing said calmly, unless the real culprit is found, I will definitely be blamed for this. No matter how much I explain, it will be a waste of energy. The truth was not important in the current situation. Everyone believed that he was the one who killed Marquis Qingyuan and Lord Beijing. If it were not for their extraordinary status, he would even suspect that the 1st prince had framed him. Brother, is there a way to solve this situation? Xian Yu asked. Xian Qing looked outside and thought for a long time. Then he said, I need to invite someone. Who? Xian Yu asked. 13th brother, Xian Qing said slowly. Xian Qing said slowly, It's not important whether this situation can be solved or not. What's important is how we can fight for the overall situation. We've tried so many times to rope in the 13th prince, but failed. Now that the situation is not good for you, will he choose to support you? Xian Yu asked worriedly. Whether he will or not depends on our sincerity, Xian Qing said calmly. A few days ago, 13th brother asked me to help him get rid of someone. I didn't say anything at that time. Now, we have to make a decision as soon as possible. In the 13th prince's palace, Ningchen sat in the main hall and drank tea quietly for half a day. Beside him, Xiu and Shiqing looked at each other helplessly. They could almost guess how chaotic the situation was outside, but His Highness was still in the mood to drink tea. Your Highness! At this moment, a guard quickly walked in and bowed respectfully. Someone from the 3rd prince's palace has come to invite your Highness to be a guest. I know. You can leave now. Ningchen put down the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, Yes. The guard accepted the order and left. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back before sunset. Ningchen stood up and looked at the 2 women beside him. He smiled and said, Send some tea to the 9th Underworld King's palace. Tell them that I asked you to send it. Chapter 1119. In the southwest of the 3rd imperial city, not far from the 3rd crown prince's palace, the imperial army came and went. Although they didn't get too close, they kept monitoring the situation in the third Crown Prince's palace. In the third Crown Prince's palace, Bai Yi and Su Yi sat facing each other, discussing countermeasures. 13th brother, you must have seen it when you came. Now, the Imperial Army has surrounded this place. Commander Xian Mo wouldn't have dared to do this without the permission of the two demon emperors. I didn't expect that even the two demon emperors would think that I killed Marquis, Qingyuan, and Lord Beijing. This time, I really can't explain myself. Xianqing smiled bitterly. So was it you who did this? Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and asked seriously. No. Xianqing shook his head seriously and said, I'm not stupid enough to put myself in such a passive situation. Even if I wanted to get rid of these two people, I would have used other methods instead of such an extreme method. Ning Chen nodded. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, The current situation is indeed somewhat disadvantageous for Royal Brother. Although the first prince has lost two capable generals, Royal Brother has been pushed to the heart of the struggle. If you are the slightest bit careless, you will lose everything. I understand. Xianqing said seriously, so I need your help, 13th brother. Me. Ning Chen frowned and said, You should know that I can't even protect myself now. After Xian Luo came to the imperial city, I had to be careful at all times. After all, it's difficult for me to deal with a master in the middle stage, or even the late stage of the king realm. I may have a way to get rid of this person, Xianqing said seriously. Oh. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Do you have a way, or are you willing to lend me your troops? Neither. Xianqing shook his head and said, 13th brother, have you heard of a kind of spell called the incantation technique? I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it, Ning Chen said seriously. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a great clan in the primordial demon realm that was famous for their spells. They were called Qi Huang, and because they were skilled in all kinds of strange spells, they flourished for a time. Legend has it that anyone who was cursed by the Qi Huang clan would not be able to escape the fate of death even if they were tens of thousands of miles away. Later on, the Qi Huang clan was annihilated by the joint forces of several great imperial clans because of their unjust deeds. Before the Qi Huang clan's grand elder passed away, he used his own life essence to inscribe the last 3 talismans of the curse. They are called the Heaven, Earth, and Human talismans. Among them, the strongest Heaven talisman and Earth talisman have long since gone missing. As for the Human talisman, it has been passed around a few times and has now fallen into my hands. While speaking, Xianqing took out a wooden box. In the wooden box, there was a green jade talisman lying quietly on a yellow silk cloth. A strange aura was circulating around it. It was very extraordinary. This is the Human talisman, Xianqing said seriously. Although the Human talisman is not as powerful as the Heavenly talisman and the Earthly talisman, it still has incredible power. According to my estimation, the power contained in this Human talisman is enough to kill an expert who has just entered the king realm without being aware of it. As long as Xian Luo's cultivation has not exceeded the king realm late stage, this Human talisman will definitely seriously injure him, even if it can't kill him. With your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to kill a seriously injured expert in the king realm. Now that your whereabouts are being monitored all the time, I can only help you to this extent. Ning Chen looked at the talisman in the wooden box and thought quietly for a long time. Then he put the talisman away and said, Thank you, third brother. Seeing that Ning Chen had accepted the Human talisman, Xianqing was secretly relieved. Now that Ning Chen was willing to accept his kindness, it would be easier to deal with the rest. When 13th brother left the demon region, did you encounter some assassins in black? Xianqing asked seriously. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said honestly, no less than 10 times. Have you ever thought about who sent these people? Xianqing asked. I have some guesses, but I don't have any evidence. Ning Chen looked at the crown prince's mansion in the northwest and said, "In the whole imperial city, only that person deliberately wants to kill me. 13th brother, I know you don't want to be involved in the fight for the throne between me and my brother, but you have seen the situation now. You and I are both people that my brother wants to kill at all costs. If we don't join hands, he will defeat us one by one soon." Xianqing didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "13th brother, I need your help." Ning Chen was silent for a moment and said, "What do you need me to do?" Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes flashed with joy. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "It's very simple. You just need to stand out and say something for me. You don't need to do anything else." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Seriously, since Royal Brother has been wronged, it's not a big deal for Royal Brother to speak up for Royal Brother. In addition, I will find a way to tell Commander Xian Mo about Royal Brother's injustice. I hope Commander Xian Mo will stop monitoring Royal Brother's whereabouts." Hearing this, Xianqing stood up, cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "13th brother, I thank you first." Seeing this, Ning Chen also stood up and supported the person in front of him. He said softly, "Don't be so polite, brother. This is what I should do." After saying what needed to be said, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. After saying goodbye, he left the third crown prince's mansion. Outside, the sun was setting. A day was about to pass. Ning Chen glanced at the imperial army patrolling not far from the crown prince's mansion. He smiled faintly and walked away. At the 13th crown prince's mansion, Ning Chen returned at sunset. In the mansion, Shiyu and Shirqing had already returned and were waiting quietly. "Have you sent the tea?" Ning Chen walked into the hall and asked. "Yes," Shiyu said softly. "What did Master say?" Ning Chen picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said calmly, "The Demon Emperor told your Highness to be careful with your words and actions. You're not afraid of trouble, but you shouldn't cause trouble," she said. Hearing this, Ning Chen smiled. His master really knew him. He knew that he was going to cause trouble again. "Tomorrow, send another type of tea over," Ning Chen instructed. "Yes," Shiyu said respectfully. "You can leave first," Ning Chen said. "Yes." Shiryu responded and walked out of the hall together with Shirqing. After leaving the hall, Shirqing finally couldn't suppress the doubts in her heart. She asked softly, "Sister, the Demon Emperor of the Underworld doesn't seem to like drinking tea. Why did your Highness send tea?" "Your Highness isn't sending tea. He's asking a question," she said softly. Shirqing was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Shiyu looked back at the white-clothed figure in the hall and said, "Your Highness should be asking the Demon Emperor about something." "I don't understand." Shirqing shook her head. "It's so troublesome. Why doesn't your Highness just go and ask? I don't really understand either." Shiyu sighed. "Maybe he can't go. Well, these things shouldn't be known to us. Just do what your Highness has asked us to do." "Oh." Shirqing nodded as if she didn't fully understand and responded softly. In the hall, Ning Chen sat quietly, drinking cup after cup of tea. Thoughts flashed through his eyes. So far, there were two urgent matters that had to be resolved as soon as possible. The first matter was the trouble of Xian Luo. Xian Luo knew his identity, although he was afraid of his master and didn't dare to come out and tell the truth. He was still an uneasy factor. Once Xian Luo sensed danger, he might choose to reveal everything and destroy everything. If that day came, even his master couldn't protect him. Although the war between the heavens beyond and the primordial demon realm hadn't broken out yet, since the three demon emperors had decided to fight between the two realms, they wouldn't let him leave alive. As for the second matter, it was to stir up internal strife in the heavenly demon imperial family as soon as possible. Compared to the first matter, it was actually more difficult. The matter of stirring up internal strife in the heavenly demon imperial family must be kept from his master. After all, his master was the emperor of the heavenly demon clan. He wouldn't allow him to do as he pleased. In these 2 days, he didn't dare to go to the 9th Serenity King's mansion because he was afraid that his master would detect the bloody smell on him. The strength of an Emperor Supreme was beyond measure. He had to be careful. Outside the hall, night fell. Ning Qin got up and walked out of the hall. At this time, Xiu came in with a cup of hot tea. When she saw that His Highness was about to go out again, her expression changed. "Don't think too much. I'm just going out for a walk today and have a drink with someone." Ning Qin saw through the thoughts of the girl in front of him. He smiled softly and walked out of the mansion. On the streets of the imperial city, the imperial guards were running. The whole city was under martial law. Now that 2 members of the imperial family were in trouble, everyone in the imperial city was in danger. They were afraid that they would be next. Ning Qian walked quietly on the street. His expression was calm and indifferent. He wasn't affected by the tense atmosphere in the imperial city at all. In the southeastern part of the imperial city, in an inconspicuous little courtyard, the lights were on. A beautiful woman was busily preparing dinner for her husband, who had just returned. After taking off her heavy armor, Xianmo's face was less serious and more peaceful. She sat at the table and ate. The feeling of home was always in the simplest dish of vegetables and a bowl of rice. It made people linger. "Sit down and eat. You can clean up after you eat." Seeing that the woman was still busy, Xianmo said. Hearing this, the woman smiled gently and said, "Okay. You've worked hard these 2 days." Xianmo looked at his wife sitting opposite him and said softly, "You're busy outside. Naturally, I have to take care of the things at home." The woman smiled and said, "You must be exhausted these 2 days." Yes. Facing his wife, Xianmo didn't deliberately hide anything. She reminded her, something happened in the imperial city. Now it's under martial law. If there's nothing important, don't go out these days. Okay. The woman didn't ask more and nodded. Outside the small courtyard, a figure in plain clothes stood quietly, looking at the warm scene in the courtyard. She didn't go in to disturb. Demons were emotionless by nature, but there were exceptions. His master and Xianmo in front of him were both emotionless people. This was one of the few warmth he could see in the cold imperial family of celestial demons. He didn't know how long this scattered warmth could last. Although he didn't want to, one day in the future, he might destroy everything in front of him with his own hands. Chapter 11:20. In the southeast of the 3rd imperial city, in an inconspicuous courtyard, the lights flickered. It was not a sumptuous dinner, but it took almost an hour. Outside the courtyard, Ning Qin also waited quietly for an hour. He did not take a step forward. After the 2 finished their dinner, the woman stood up and started to clean the table. Xianmo looked at her wife and said softly, "We have guests." The woman was surprised. She looked outside the courtyard and asked, "It's already so late. There's still someone here?" "It's the 13th prince. Maybe something happened." Xianmo stood up and replied, "The 13th prince? Then go open the door. Don't let him wait too long," the woman said anxiously. "Okay." Xianmo nodded and walked outside. Outside the courtyard, Ning Qin saw Xianmo walking toward him. He stopped thinking and knocked on the door. After 3 knocks, the door creaked open. The 2 looked at each other without much emotion on their faces. "Your Highness, sorry to keep you waiting." "Please come in," Xianmo said. "It's my pleasure," Ning Qin softly replied before walking into the small courtyard. In the courtyard, the night was cold. The woman who was cleaning the table saw the crown prince and immediately bowed, respectfully. "Greetings, 13th prince." "You're welcome." Ning Qin stepped forward and helped the woman up. He smiled and said, "It's already so late. Please don't be offended." "Your Highness, we always welcome you whenever you come. How can we be offended?" The woman said softly, "It's cold outside." "Your Highness, please come in," Xianmo said. "Sorry to disturb you." Ning Qin nodded and walked forward. Inside the room, the lights flickered. The two sat down at the table. The woman brought hot tea and placed it on the table. Can we just drink wine without tea today? Ning Qin looked at the Grand Commander and asked. Xian Mo raised her hand. The woman understood and brought the tea out. I heard that your highness loves tea. Why did you change today? Xian Mo said calmly. I've been drinking tea for 2 days. I'm a bit tired, Ning Qin said with a smile. Oh. Xian Luo was surprised and asked, why? These are troubled times. I don't want to get involved in any trouble, so I can only stay in the mansion and drink tea to pass the time, Ning Qin said helplessly. Hearing this, Xian Mo frowned slightly and said, Today my subordinate also reported to me that His Highness went to the third prince's residence. So Brother Xian Mo already knows. Ning Qin sighed softly and said, Originally, I didn't want to get involved in this storm, but I didn't expect that in the end, I still couldn't avoid it. It's not the first time the third prince has tried to rope you in. Why don't you drag things out and avoid this storm? Xian Mo said with a serious expression, regarding the matter of the Marquis of Qingyuan and the Northern True King. Even the 2 demon emperors have suspected the third prince. At this time, it's best if you don't get too close to him. As she spoke, the woman walked into the house again and brought out 2 jars of wine. It wasn't any expensive wine, but just some home-brewed wine. She knew that her husband had a lot of things to do tomorrow, so she didn't bring any wine that was too strong. After putting down the wine, the woman silently retreated, not saying a single word from beginning to end. It's not that I don't want to avoid it, but that I can't avoid it. Ning Qin looked at the jars of wine on the table and said with emotion, Today, the third prince has already made it clear. If I refuse again, I will really offend the crown prince. It's precious to send charcoal in the snow, but adding frost to the snow will make people jealous. After a moment of silence, Xian Mo said, Even if I offend the third prince, if I can stay out of it, I think it's worth it. Ning Qin shook his head and said, Brother Xian Mo, maybe you don't know, but now the conflict between the first prince and me is irreconcilable. In the days when I left the primeval demon realm, I encountered more than 1 assassination attempt. In fact, it's very obvious who sent them. If I offend the third prince, it's equal to offending the 2 crown princes and all the nobles behind them at the same time. In the future, it will be very difficult for me to gain a foothold in the 3 imperial city. With the 9 serenities demon emperor, who dares to touch you? Xian Mo said in a low voice. Ning Qin smiled and said, Master is the emperor of the demon clan, but the fathers of the 2 crown princes are also emperors of the demon clan. If the first prince and the third prince make trouble, it will be difficult for Master to intervene. Hearing this, Xian Mo fell silent again. After a long time, she sighed and said, Maybe you shouldn't have entered the imperial family. Maybe. Ning Qin said with emotion, but it's useless to talk about it now. I'm here to tell Brother Xian Mo that I've promised the third prince to help him. Hearing the former's words, Xian Mo's expression darkened. She didn't care about the difference in status and reprimanded in a low voice, Your Highness is confused. Don't you see that the third prince is now under the surveillance of the imperial army? If you help him at this time, you will only cause trouble for yourself. Brother Xian Mo, to be honest, I think the death of Marquis Qingyuan and Northern True King has nothing to do with the third prince. Ning Qin said with a serious expression, If the third prince wants to get rid of Marquis Qingyuan and Northern True King, he can use other methods. Why do you have to go to such extremes and push yourself into such a passive situation? People's hearts are unpredictable. We are not the third prince, so we can't know what he is thinking. Now, everyone suspects that the 2 sects were destroyed by him. Don't be stupid. At least, before the third prince is cleared of suspicion, don't get involved. Xian Mo reminded seriously again. I've already promised him that I will speak up for him. Ning Qin picked up the wine jar on the table, opened the wine seal, and smiled. Everything has its pros and cons. Maybe if I help him this time, There will be unexpected gains in the future. Hearing this, Xian Emo sighed, but didn't try to persuade him anymore. She took the wine jar and said calmly, "Your Highness is a smart person. You can understand the pros and cons better than a rough person like me. Since your Highness has already made your choice, I won't say anything more. I hope your Highness can really get what you want." The wine jars collided with each other. The two of them raised their heads and drank a mouthful of wine. When the wine entered their throats, there was a hint of spiciness in the sweetness which pierced their minds. Brother Xian Emo, Ning Chen put down the wine and looked at the busy women outside the room. He said softly, "In the entire imperial city, only with Brother Xian Emo here can I feel the warmth of a family." Xian Emo looked at his wife and said, "If you place too much importance on fame and fortune, you will lose more important things. Your Highness, there is something I don't know if I should say." "Brother Xian Emo, please say it," Ning Chen replied. Xian Emo retracted her gaze and looked at the person in front of her. She said seriously, "Your Highness is the most special person I have ever met. You are so intelligent. Logically speaking, your Highness should have the most happiness in the world. However, I see too many regrets in your Highness." Ning Chen was silent. After a while he said, "Most people don't get what they want in life. Perhaps I have one or two more than normal people." Outside, the sky was getting darker. When Ning Chen was a little tipsy, he got up and said goodbye. In the wind, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by black fog. His white clothes and white hair turned black. With Crazy Bone in his hand, the Yellow Spring Seal was activated. Outside the third prince's palace, the Imperial Guards changed their guard. One group of Imperial Guards left, and another group came. At this moment, a sandstorm suddenly appeared. A black figure flashed by, and a merciless blade was about to take a life. The Imperial Guards in charge of patrolling didn't even have time to react to the sudden change. Crazy Bone cut their throats, and blood spurted out. "Assassin!" A general came back to his senses and immediately warned. However, the God-forbidden space sealed the area. Dozens of Imperial Guards seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The night covered the ugliness of the killing. Not long after, the black figure walked out and walked away. The God-forbidden space spread out. On the street, every inch of the ground was stained with blood. Far away, in the third prince's palace, Xian Qing, who was deep in thought, suddenly got up and looked outside the palace. There was the smell of blood. Xian Qing had an ominous feeling. He took a step forward and disappeared from the palace. Outside the palace, Xian Qing appeared. When he saw the shocking scene in front of him, his pupils shrank. Trouble. In the 12th prince's palace, a cold wind blew. A black-haired figure in black walked over. He raised his hand and brushed it across his face. In the next moment, the black-robed figure flew into the 12th prince's palace. Boom! Suddenly, an aura that was infinitely close to that of a King Realm expert exploded. The blade slashed with demonic chi. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire 12th prince's palace shook violently. "Xian Qing, so you really did it." A furious roar came from the 12th prince's palace. The 12th prince's palace protector moved and blocked the person with all his might. "Your Highness, run." The 12th prince's palace protector shouted anxiously. A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The entire crown prince's palace was reduced to ashes in the battle. A young man in luxurious clothes flew out and quickly escaped. "You can't escape." A cold voice sounded from behind, and the blade light slashed down, earth-shattering. "Your Highness, run." At this moment, the 12th prince's palace protector flew over and blocked the old man with his body. The black blade pierced through the old man, bringing out blood. After a short delay, the 12th prince disappeared into the night. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Behind him, the black-robed figure turned and left. In front of the 13th prince's palace, the black fog dissipated. A white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out and returned to the palace. "Your Highness." Shiyu stepped forward and bowed. "Prepare a cup of hot tea." "I drank some wine, so I'm a little cold," Ning Chen said tiredly. "Yes." She respectfully accepted the order. Confusion flashed in her eyes, but she didn't ask much. She quickly walked to the back of the palace. How could he be cold after drinking wine? Confused, Shiyu looked back at the figure walking toward the palace. For some reason, at this moment, she felt that His Highness's body didn't seem so straight. Not long after, Shiyu walked back to the palace with the hot tea. She poured the tea and handed it over. "Your Highness, if you're tired, you can rest after drinking the tea," Shiyu said softly. "I can't rest yet." Ning Chen took a sip of the hot tea. He looked outside and said, "Shiyu, the weather is going to change soon." Hearing this, Shiyu also looked out of the hall and said softly, "Winter is indeed coming." Ning Chen silently drank the hot tea. However, he couldn't get rid of the chill in his body. Chapter 11:21. It was a cold night. Blood splattered across the streets. The figure in luxurious clothes staggered forward, barely managing to hold on until he collapsed in front of the Crown Prince's residence. Inside the Crown Prince's residence, Xian Zhen sensed something. His expression changed, and he immediately rushed out. The figure lying on the ground in front of the residence was covered in blood. It was a miserable sight. "Xian Xiu." Xian Zhen's pupils constricted. He stepped forward and helped Xian Xiu up. "Who was it? Who injured you like this?" "Xian. Qing." The 12th prince used the last of his strength to spit out 2 words. Then his arms fell and he fainted. "Ha!" Seeing this, Xian Zhen roared. His demonic essence surged and entered the 12th prince's body. A moment later, Xian Zhen carried the unconscious Xian Xiu and quickly walked toward the residence. The crown princess' expression changed when she saw the figure in her husband's arms. How could Xian Xiu be like this? "Go get Mr. Feng," Xianjin said. "I'll go right away." The crown princess nodded and immediately left. Xianjin carried Xian Xiu into the imperial palace. He flipped his right palm, and a green pill appeared. The pill was surrounded by green light and boundless vitality. His younger brother's life was in danger. Xian Zhen didn't dare to hesitate. He stuffed the pill into Xian Xiu's mouth. Then he flipped his palm and condensed his essence to help Xian Xiu digest the pill. The next moment, green light shone brightly on Xian Xiu's body. Vitality spread through his body like waves, fighting for his life with the King of Hell. "Mr. Feng is here." About 15 minutes later, the crown princess returned with an elder. Seeing the figure in the palace, she immediately walked in. "Mr. Feng, please." Xian Zhen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the person. Feng Sherdao nodded. He took 2 steps forward and checked the 12th prince's injuries. Demonic threads appeared in his hand and entered the 12th prince's body as if they were alive. Xian Zhen watched the elder solemnly from the side. He didn't say anything to disturb him. After the demonic threads entered Xian Xiu's body, they pierced through his destroyed organs and reconnected them. The 12th prince, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, gradually stabilized his breathing. At the most critical moment, he was pulled back from the gates of hell by the chief imperial physician of the Heaven Devil race. An hour later, Feng Sherdao withdrew the demonic threads from Xian Xiu's body. He looked at the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, the 12th prince's life is no longer in danger. He'll be fine after resting for a few days." Hearing this, Xian Zhen's heart finally relaxed. "Your Highness, may I be so bold as to say that from the injuries on the 12th prince's body, the murderer clearly wants to kill him. This is no small matter. Your Highness, you should report this to the Devil Emperor." Feng Sherdao said, "I understand." Xian Zhen nodded. All right, since your highness is fine, I shall take my leave. Feng Sherdao bowed respectfully before preparing to leave. I'll send Mr. Feng off. Xianzhen said softly and stepped forward. Outside the crown prince's residence, the two of them walked out together. Feng Sherdao looked at the crown prince beside him and said, Your Highness, please wait. This humble subject will take his leave. Take care, Mr. Feng, Xianzhen said politely. Feng Sherdao nodded and walked toward the three emperors' palace. After watching Feng Sherdao leave, Xianzhen turned around and returned to his residence. His calm expression gradually darkened. Before Xian Xiu fainted, he mentioned the third prince's name. Could it really be Xianqing? In a small courtyard in the southwest of the imperial city, the tipsy Xianmo was about to rest when suddenly anxious footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. Commander, it's not good. The imperial guards outside the third prince's residence are all dead. When the bad news came, Xianmo's body trembled. The tipsy feeling immediately disappeared, and she came back to her senses. She took the heavy armor on the table beside her and walked out. Not far away, the woman also heard the report from the soldiers outside. She didn't stop her and softly said, Be careful. Okay. Xianmo nodded. She didn't dare to delay and quickly left the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the soldiers who were waiting saw the commander walk out. They immediately went forward and said anxiously, Commander, let's talk on the way, Xianmo said as she strode forward, her pace becoming faster. On the streets of the imperial city, the imperial army was running. Before the two of them had gone far, another imperial army soldier quickly walked over. When he saw Xianmo, he hurried forward and said, Grand Commander, something has happened. Xianmo lightly nodded and said, No need to say more. I already know. Let's go to the third prince's residence now. The third prince's residence? The soldier was puzzled. Why are we going there? Shouldn't we go to the 12th prince's residence first? The 12th prince. Xianmo frowned and said, What do you mean? Explain. Commander, have you not received the report yet? The soldier looked at the imperial guard beside Xianmo and said, The 12th prince's residence was attacked by assassins. The 12th prince escaped, but it's still unknown whether he's dead or alive. What? Xianmo's expression changed. Something happened to the 12th prince? Let's go to the 12th prince's residence first. Xianmo's expression darkened. She quickly changed her direction and walked toward the 12th prince's residence. The 12th prince's residence was a mess. After a big battle, the entire residence was destroyed. It was extremely desolate. Xianmo walked among the ruins, and her expression darkened. The imperial guards outside the third prince's residence were killed, and then the 12th prince's residence was massacred. Was there a connection? Report. At this moment, outside the residence, a soldier hurried in. When he saw the commander, he respectfully said, Commander, the first prince's residence sent a message. The 12th prince was severely injured. Before he fainted, he mentioned the third prince's name. When Xianmo heard this, her body trembled. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be? Was it really the third prince's doing? Killing the imperial guards and massacring the prince's residence. Even the crown prince of the imperial family could not bear such a crime. How is the 12th prince now? Did the first prince mention it? Xianmo collected her thoughts and asked the imperial guard behind her. Commander, the first prince said that Mr. Feng had gone to take a look. The 12th prince's life is no longer in danger. The imperial guard replied truthfully. Xianmo heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the 12th prince's life was not in danger. However, before she could finish heaving a sigh of relief, Xianmo's heart was in her mouth again. If the 12th prince was fine, then he was the only witness. If the third prince was the murderer, then things would be really troublesome. Go to the third prince's residence. Mo no longer hesitated and ordered. In the third prince's residence, Qing sat in the hall. He already knew about the massacre of the 12th prince's residence. The usually calm third prince's face darkened at this moment. He knew that he had been set up. The 12th prince's escape was not a coincidence. Someone must have done it on purpose. He could even guess what was going to happen next. First, it was Marquis Qingyuan's residence. Then, it was Lord Beijian's residence. Now, it was the 12th prince's residence. Step by step, he was doomed. What a frightening scheming and frightening execution. Who was this person? Outside the crown prince's mansion, groups of imperial guards were rushing. Behind them, Mo walked over and looked at the crown prince's mansion. She said in a deep voice, surrounded, "Grand Commander, what are you doing?" Qing opened the door of the third prince's residence and looked at Mo in front of him. "Your Highness, please forgive me. The imperial guards outside your residence were killed. Not long after, the 12th prince's residence was also destroyed. Just in case, I had to send the imperial guards to seal off the scene," Mo said calmly. "Commander, do you think this is my doing?" Qing's eyes were cold. "I don't dare." But the first prince's residence sent a message saying that the 12th prince mentioned the third prince's name before he fainted. "I had no choice but to do this," Mo said. Hearing her words, Qing's heart sank. As expected, the 12th prince did not die and even testified against him. Everything that had happened in the past 3 days was like a huge conspiracy against him. Step by step, they were trying to trap him into a place of eternal damnation. "So you're all here." At this moment, a man in plain clothes walked over. He was not fast, but he attracted everyone's attention. The 13th prince? Everyone was surprised when they saw who it was. Why was the 13th prince here? 13th brother. Qing was happy. The 13th prince had come at this time. "Greetings, your highness." Mo and the imperial guards bowed respectfully. "Rise," Ningchen said calmly. He looked at Mo and smiled. "Brother Mo, what are you doing?" "You sent troops to surround the residence. That's not a small crime." "Your highness, you don't know. 2 hours ago, the imperial guards outside the third prince's residence were all killed. Not long after, the 12th prince's residence was destroyed. The 12th prince was seriously injured. Before he fainted, he testified against the third prince. I'm just following the rules," Mo said seriously. "The 12th prince testified against the third prince." Ningchen was surprised. How is that possible? Is there a misunderstanding? Did the 12th prince say that the third prince tried to kill him? Mo frowned and said, "No, the 12th prince only mentioned the third prince's name. He fainted before he could say anything else." "That's it." Ningchen smiled. "Brother Mo, how can you send troops to surround the third prince's residence before the truth is out? After all, the third prince is the crown prince. How can he be wronged?" "Wronged? 13th brother, you have a glib tongue. The crime of killing imperial guards and injuring his brothers is that the commander and I have wronged him." Before he finished speaking, a dignified and cold figure strode over from the north. Behind him, the 5th prince and the 6th prince followed on his left and right. Their imposing manner was extraordinary, and it was very eye-catching. The crown prince, the imperial guards were shocked. The crown prince had also come. In front of the third prince's residence, the 3 crown princes of the Sky Demon imperial family had arrived. The situation became tense. "Eldest brother," Ningchen smiled and said, "framing the crown prince is also a big crime. Eldest brother, you have to take responsibility for what you just said." Chapter 11:22. It was a cold night. The 3 heavenly demon crown princes gathered under the moonlight. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Ning Chen didn't show any fear in front of the first crown prince. He smiled at Xianzhen. Xianzhen sneered and said, "Framing the crown prince is a serious crime, but protecting the murder of the first prince is also a crime punishable by death. 13th prince, this has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to get involved." "What if I refuse?" Ning Chen smiled. "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being heartless as your elder brother." Xianzhen's face darkened. He looked at the commander and said, "Commander Xianmo, one of the two men in front of you killed the first prince, and the other protected the murderer. As the commander of the imperial army, shouldn't you do something?" Xianmo sighed and waved his hand. "Surround the third crown prince's residence. Who dares? Do you want a rebel?" Xianqing, who had always been good at enduring, couldn't suppress his anger anymore. The pride of the crown prince didn't allow him to bear such humiliation and injustice. The imperial army soldiers behind Xianmo looked at each other. Finally, they looked at the commander in front of them. Surrounding the crown prince's residence was a serious crime. "Brother Xianmo, third brother is the crown prince. It's too much to seal the residence before the truth is out." Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "So what if he's the crown prince? The safety of the imperial city can't be neglected. Marquis Qingyuan, Lord Beijing, and the 12th prince have all been assassinated. No one can guarantee that the next target won't be any of us here," the 5th prince said from behind the first crown prince. Xianqing's face turned cold when he heard this. He looked at the 5th prince behind the first crown prince and said, "5th prince, I think you know better than anyone that trouble comes from careless talk." The 5th prince smiled faintly and said, "Third brother, are you threatening me? I'm not 12th prince. I won't let others hurt me so easily." "Is that so?" Before he finished speaking, a figure in plain clothes flashed past. It was so fast that no one had time to react. There was no true essence fluctuation, only the control of time and space. In an instant, the sword finger condensed and pointed at the person in front of him. The 5th prince's pupils shrank fiercely, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block in front of him. However, he felt a huge force coming towards him, and with a bang he was knocked back several steps. After pointing, the white-clothed figure turned around and returned to her original position. 13th brother, the 5th prince was furious. Just as he was about to retaliate, he was stopped by the crown prince. Xianzhen calmly looked at the young man in front of him and said, "13th brother, you're quite skilled. It's just a trick to protect himself. Eldest brother's cultivation is something that all of us are envious of." Ning Chen smiled. Xianzhen looked at him and said coldly, "Are you going to protect this murderer who killed your own people today?" "I'm just stating the truth. How am I shielding you? Moreover, third brother isn't a murderer who would harm his own kind," Ning Chen said indifferently. The situation was in a stalemate. Xianzhen's thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Now that 12th brother hadn't woken up, he couldn't convict Xianqing of his crimes. With the addition of 13th brother, it would be difficult to convict Xianqing today. Thinking of this, Xianzhen looked at Xianmo and said calmly, "Commander, I hope that before 12th brother wakes up, there won't be any more assassinations in the imperial city." "Don't worry, Crown Prince." Xianmo bowed and said, "I've already sent the imperial army to enforce martial law. We'll bring the murderer to justice as soon as possible." Xianzhen nodded and looked at the white-clothed young man on the other side. He said calmly, 13th brother, I'll give you face today. However, if 12th brother wakes up and identifies the murderer himself, I hope you'll still be eloquent like today. Eldest brother, have a safe trip." Ning Chen ignored Xianzhen's words and bowed with a smile. "Let's go." Xianzhen said coldly and turned around to leave. The 5th prince and the 6th prince glanced at the two figures in front of the mansion and followed them without saying anything. In front of the 3rd prince's mansion, Ning Chen looked at Xianemo and said with a smile, "Brother Xianemo, eldest brother has left. Can the imperial army behind you retreat?" "Retreat 1,000 steps and patrol 24 hours a day. Don't be negligent." Xianemo looked at the imperial army behind her and ordered. Yes, everyone accepted the order and retreated. 1,000 steps away, the imperial army stopped and stood guard, monitoring the third prince's mansion. In front of the third prince's mansion, Xianqing's face was still gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He knew that this was Commander Xianmo's bottom line, and he couldn't force it. "Third prince, I hope that you won't leave the imperial city for the next 2 days," Xianmo said calmly and turned to leave. Ning Chen looked at Xianqing's back and sighed in his heart. Sorry, for the peace of the outer world and the inner world, he couldn't be merciful. This was just the beginning. 13th brother, thank you. In front of the mansion, Xianqing looked at the young man in front of him and thanked him. "You're welcome, third brother." Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and shifted his gaze to the former. He smiled and said, "I've already promised to help third imperial brother speak a word of justice. I won't go back on my word. Even so, I still have to thank 13th brother. If 13th brother didn't come in time today, eldest prince would have forced the imperial army to put me under house arrest," Xianqing said. "You are the crown prince. In this world, only the 4 demon emperors are qualified to convict you. Even eldest prince can't." However, at this point, Ning Chen's tone changed, and he said seriously, "Royal brother, you really have to think about what to do next. The crown prince has mobilized so many people to come here. I think he really has the confidence to convict royal brother. That 12th prince is a big problem." Xianqing's face darkened, and he said, "13th brother, let's go inside and talk." Ning Chen nodded and followed after him. In the third prince's mansion, Xianqing looked at the person in front of him and said, "13th brother, what do you think I should do next?" "Cut the weeds and get rid of the roots." Ning Chen said seriously, "No matter what the truth is, when 12th prince wakes up, he will testify against you. By then, it will be too late for you to say anything. So, 12th prince must not wake up." Xianqing was silent. After a long time, he said, 12th prince must be protected by eldest prince now. It will be very difficult to get rid of him. It depends on whether you are willing to sacrifice the rook to save the king," Ning Chen said calmly. "You don't lack masters. You have trained for 1,000 days to use them in a single moment. If you don't use them now, when will you?" Xianqing sighed softly when he heard that. He looked exhausted. That was all he could do. "Third royal brother, have you ever wondered who is behind all this?" Ning Chen asked in a serious tone. "I have no clue." Xianqing shook his head and said, "So far, I know that the person who did this is a master with a saber. But recently, no master with a saber has entered the imperial city. I really don't understand who is behind this. It's not hard to guess." Ning Chen said seriously, "You only need to think about who wants to get rid of you the most, or who will benefit the most when you are in trouble." "Eldest prince," Xianqing said in a deep voice, "if I fall, the biggest beneficiary will undoubtedly be him. However, I don't understand. Marquis Qingyuan and Beijing Wang are both capable subordinates of the crown prince, and the 12th prince is his brother. Why would he do such a thing? A general's success is built on thousands of bones." Ning Chen said indifferently, "Sacrificing 2 subordinates and 1 younger brother is undoubtedly a very worthwhile choice if we can bring down third brother. Brother, you don't really think that the first prince is someone who cherishes old friendships, do you?" Xianqing's expression became increasingly gloomy when he heard the former's words. In the past, he had never thought that the first prince would be so scheming. If the truth was, as the 13th prince had said, the first prince would definitely kill him at all costs. Otherwise, if he failed, the first prince's losses alone would be enough to greatly damage his vitality. "Third royal brother, We can only turn the situation around if we make a decision early. The first prince is gambling, and the key chip is the 12th prince. If royal brother can destroy this chip, all the problems will be solved. At that time, the first prince will be in a dilemma. Ning Chen advised. After hearing Ning Chen's advice, Xian Qing gritted his teeth and made a decision. He couldn't be moved like this anymore. He must take the initiative back in his own hands. Thinking of this, Xian Qing gathered his thoughts and looked at the young man in front of him. He said seriously, "Thank you for reminding me. I know what to do. Since you have thought it through, I am relieved. It's getting late, so I won't stay any longer. I will leave first." Ning Chen said softly, "It's not convenient for me to move now, so I won't see you off." Xian Qing said apologetically, "Brother, please don't see me off. When you regain control of the situation, I will bring a gift to congratulate you." Ning Chen said. He then cupped his fists and left. Seeing Ning Chen leave, Xian Qing's expression gradually became serious. After a while, he turned and walked toward the back of the hall. It was time for them to make a move. Outside the third prince's residence, Ning Chen looked at the imperial army in front of him. He stopped for a few breaths and then walked away. In front of the imperial army, Xian Mo felt something. She looked at the figure outside the third prince's residence with a complicated expression. In the past, she only watched 13th prince's outstanding wisdom when dealing with the major forces in the imperial city. Today, after facing him head-on, she realized how difficult it was to deal with 13th prince. He was eloquent and took advantage of the situation. Although eldest prince seemed to have the upper hand now, Xian Qing had the help of 13th prince. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. In the distance, under the night sky, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked alone. He was thin and looked out of place in the world. Chapter 11:23. The cold night was long and dawn never came. The assassination of the 12th prince had shaken the entire imperial city. In less than 2 hours, almost all of the imperial family knew about it. The important figures of the imperial family were awakened from their sleep. They looked at the imperial city with serious expressions. The imperial city of the 3 imperial families was about to change. In the crown prince's residence, Xian Zhen looked at the unconscious 12th prince with a worried expression. "Brother." Xian Yu walked over and looked at the figures standing beside the bed. 12th brother hasn't woken up yet." Xian Zhen shook his head. Xian Xiu's injuries aren't light. It'll take him a long time to wake up. Xian Yu sighed. "I didn't expect 12th brother to suffer such a calamity. Xian Xiu's blood won't be spilled in vain. I'll make the murderer pay with his blood." Xian Zhen clenched his fists. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had endured for so many years, but some people had gone too far. This time, he wouldn't hold back anymore. While the two were talking, black-clothed figures appeared outside the crown prince's residence. They silently entered the residence. In the next moment, the massacre began. Blood splattered into the sky and dyed the night sky red. The 5 black-clothed figures were all above the king realm. Their terrifying cultivation completely suppressed the guards in the residence. In a few breaths, almost all of the guards were killed. Something's not right. In the room, Xian Zhen's expression suddenly changed. Why was the residence so quiet? He couldn't even hear the patrolling footsteps of the guards. "Stay here. I'll go out and take a look," Xian Zhen said, and quickly walked out of the room. At the same time, the 5 black-clothed figures spread out their divine senses. After searching the crown prince's residence, they headed toward the nearby room. Outside the room, Xian Zhen walked out. Killing intent instantly exploded. "How dare you?" Xian Zhen's expression turned cold. "Trespassing in the crown prince's residence is unforgivable. Leave your lives here." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic qi surged out from Xian Zhen. A terrifying aura spread out. The crown prince of the Sky Devil royal family was in the late stage of the King realm. His cultivation was close to the peak of the King realm. In the blink of an eye, Xianzhen's palm arrived. A rare, desolate, demonic qi surged around him, ancient and heavy. A black-clothed assassin flipped his palm to block the attack, but an ear-piercing sound of bones cracking was heard. The black-clothed assassin flew out like a shooting star, crashing into the courtyard wall with a loud bang. Pooh! A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the black clothes red. With just a single move, a black-clothed assassin was seriously injured. The other four didn't even see clearly what had happened. He was at the peak of the King realm. He was invincible. However, as men of sacrifice, the four of them were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. After a brief moment of shock, the four of them came back to their senses and rushed out to attack the Crown Prince. Their palms crisscrossed, creating an unstoppable momentum. The five of them were all king-level powerhouses with the ability to split open the heavens. However, one of them was worried about harming the innocent, while the other was worried about attracting the attention of the Imperial Guard. Both sides had their own misgivings, so they didn't create too much of a commotion when they attacked. In a close-range battle, every punch hit the flesh. The fist force penetrated the body, bringing out a waterfall of blood. Just as the four men of sacrifice in black were holding the Crown Prince back, in the distance, a severely injured man of sacrifice had disappeared without a trace. He had avoided the battle and rushed to the wing room behind. "How dare you!" Xianzhen sensed this and was furious. He pushed back the four men in front of him with a palm strike. Then he flashed forward and instantly blocked the way of the man of sacrifice in black who was trying to break into the wing room. He threw out a heavy punch with demonic qi. The man of sacrifice didn't have time to block it. His body was instantly swallowed by the demonic qi, and he was sent flying hundreds of feet away. An earth-shattering vibration sounded. 100 feet away, the man of sacrifice's body exploded. Blood and bones flew everywhere, falling down like rain. The other four men of sacrifice were shocked. They hadn't expected the difference in strength between them and the Crown Prince to be so great. "I said that none of you can leave today. All of you must die," Xianzhen said coldly. He raised his hands, and immediately Feng Shaoyan left. The entire palace was filled with demonic qi, which sealed off all escape routes. The four men of sacrifice looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with determination. Their lives were not important, but they had to complete the mission given to them by the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, the four men of sacrifice worked together and rushed toward the Crown Prince and the wing room behind him. "You want to get there? Difficult." Xianzhen snorted coldly. He stomped his foot, and in an instant, demonic qi filled the sky. For black demonic generals appeared and blocked the four men of sacrifice. The two sides exchanged blows. Xianzhen activated his demonic qi to protect the Crown Prince residence. It was an insurmountable moat. One man could hold the pass against 10,000. While the four men of sacrifice and Xianzhen were fighting, the sixth prince, Xianyu, looked at the unconscious 12th prince in the wing room. After a long time, he sighed softly. It seemed that the men of sacrifice sent by the third brother wouldn't be able to break through the first brother's defense. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to hesitate. Xian walked to the bed and raised his right hand. Demonic qi surged out. 12th brother, I'm sorry. The third brother will only be fine if you die." After saying that, Xianyu's right palm landed on the 12th prince's head. "You are indeed the third brother's man." At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the room. When Xianyu came back to his senses, he saw a powerful palm coming from behind him. Xianyu's expression changed. He didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying. Behind the collapsed wall, Xianyu staggered to his feet. He looked at the figures in front of him in shock. "When did you find out?" "You should be asking when we trusted you." The fifth prince stepped forward and sneered. So, you have been acting all along. Xian Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and bitterly said, Why else do you think the third brother left you and 12th brother behind? The fifth prince sneered. Sixth brother, you followed the wrong master. If you repent now and admit that the third brother sent you to commit murder, the third brother and I might spare your life. I can't do that. After saying that, Xian Yu's figure flashed. He gathered energy in his palm and struck the 12th prince again. Sixth brother, you have disappointed me. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. The door was blasted open, and a powerful force blasted Xian Yu back. In the next moment, Xian Zhen, who was surrounded by demonic qi, walked into the room. Behind him, the 5 men of sacrifice in black were lying in pools of blood. Xian Yu steadied himself. When he saw the 5 dead men of sacrifice outside the room, his pupils constricted. How could this be? Keep him alive. Force him to tell us who is behind this, Xian Zhen said calmly. Yes, the 5th prince replied. He flashed forward and raised his hand to stop Xian Yu. Xian, you didn't dare to continue fighting. He stepped forward and quickly retreated. You can't leave. Xian Jin said indifferently. He raised his right hand, and 2 demon generals appeared again to block Xian Yu's retreat. Xian Yu's eyes darkened. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and made up his mind. Demonic qi surged out of his body, and he unleashed all his power. Are you going to risk your life? You don't have the right to do so. The 5th prince snorted. He stepped forward and charged at Xian Yu. In an instant, their fists collided. The powerful impact caused the entire room to collapse. Xian Jin frowned and waved his hand to disperse the shockwave. He didn't wait any longer. He activated his demonic qi and slapped at Xian Yu. In the battle, Xian Yu blocked the 5th prince's attack, but was unable to block the 5th prince's attack. His body was sent flying out powerlessly. Capture him and seal his sea of qi. Xian Zhen glanced at Xian Yu, who was covered in blood, and said indifferently. The 5th prince nodded and stepped forward. In the pool of blood, Xian Yu coughed violently a few times, and he barely managed to stand up. He looked at the 5th prince who was walking over, and a wisp of resolute hatred appeared on his face as he said, Don't even think of obtaining any information from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yu raised his right hand. Demonic qi surged out like waves in the sky. No. The 5th prince and Xian Zhen's expressions changed. However, it was too late to stop Xian Yu. 3rd imperial brother, I, Xian Yu, am here to repay your kindness. Before he could finish his sentence, Xian Yu's right palm slammed into his own forehead. Instantly, terrifying devil qi that was close to the king level exploded, causing the entire 3 imperial city to shake violently. Xian Yu. In the 3rd prince's residence, Xian Qing sensed it. He looked in the direction of the 1st prince's residence, and his expression changed. In the 1st prince's residence, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The destructive power spread rapidly, destroying everything in its path. Primordial chapter. At this moment, Xian Jin didn't dare to hold back. He stepped in front of the 5th prince and released all his cultivation. The power of his small world descended to block the terrifying shockwave. After the earth-shattering explosion, blood splashed into the air. Xian Zhen took several steps back. He had to bear the brunt of the explosion of the Sky Demon Prince, who was close to the King Realm. Even someone as strong as Xian Jin couldn't escape unscathed. Behind them, the 5th prince supported Xian Jin and asked anxiously, Brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Xian Zhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the destroyed residence with a complicated expression. He didn't know why Xian Yu was so loyal to the 3rd prince, but Xian Yu's performance today was worthy of respect. Tell the 2 demonic emperors what happened today. Don't exaggerate. Tell them what happened, Xian Zhen said calmly. Understood. The fifth prince replied respectfully. At the same time, in the 13th prince's residence, Ning Qin, who had just returned, looked in the direction of the first prince's residence. It turned out that Xian Yu was a spy that the third prince had placed beside the first prince. Unfortunately, this pawn could have been more useful. Now that Xian Yu was dead, the third prince's situation would be even worse. However, it was enough. If Xian Qing wanted to protect himself, he had to fight back crazily and fight for the slim chance of victory. The night was too long. It was so long that people were tired of it. At the same time, in the sorcerer's sacred land, Emperor Go looked at the shaking fate above the third imperial city. He sighed. The 13th prince was indeed terrifying. Tianxin, the war is about to start. After a while, Emperor Go calmed himself down and said softly. Chapter 1124. A long night passed in the third imperial city. The sun shone in the east, driving away the coldness of the night. The traces of the battle in front of the crown prince's palace, the 12th prince's palace, and the third prince's palace could still be seen clearly. Too many things had happened in one night. Groups of imperial army soldiers were running around the imperial city. Almost all the soldiers of the imperial army had been sent to lock down the entire imperial city. The 5 commanders of the imperial army were all around the third prince's palace. 5 kings were monitoring the third prince's palace. Inside the palace, Xian Qing stood quietly and looked at the imperial army soldiers gathered outside the crown prince's palace. Your Highness. At this moment, a black-clothed figure appeared in front of the palace and half-knelt. The crown prince's palace was attacked last night. More than half of it was destroyed. The crown prince and his people have already gone to the 5th prince's palace. The 12th prince is also with them. Understood. You may leave. Xian Qing came back to his senses and calmly replied. Yes. The black-robed figure accepted the order, and in the blink of an eye, his figure faded and disappeared. Outside the third prince's palace, the leader of the 5 commanders, Xian Mo, looked at the crown prince's palace and patiently waited for the emperor's order. What happened last night was too big. He couldn't make a decision on his own. What he didn't understand was why the peaceful imperial city was suddenly in chaos. What was the third prince thinking? Even if he wanted to take down the crown prince, he shouldn't be in such a hurry. Could it be that the third prince felt threatened by the first Kunyi demon emperor's imprisonment? Commander Xian Mo listened to the order. Just as Xian Mo was thinking, demonic qi surged in front of him. An illusory figure appeared and said, The 2 demon emperors have ordered the commanders to lock down the third prince's palace. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing the order, Xian Mo respectfully bowed. He looked at the 4 commanders behind him and ordered, Do as the order says. Yes. The 4 commanders immediately led the imperial army to surround the third prince's palace. What should have come has finally come. Within the third prince's palace, Xian Qing's eyes flashed. He stood up and walked out of the palace. Third crown prince, hear the decree. At this moment, a second illusory figure walked out from the void and spoke. The 2 demon emperors have ordered that the third prince is not to leave his residence for the next 10 days. If he disobeys, he will be severely punished. Your subject accepts the decree. Xian Qing bowed and said coldly, 10 days? Were they waiting for 12th to wake up and punish him? The 2 demon emperors were really good at scheming. At the same time, in the 5th prince's residence, the servants were busy preparing for the arrival of the crown prince. In front of the residence, the 5th prince personally came out to welcome him. His expression was solemn. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any more accidents along the way. Presumably, the third prince wouldn't dare to do anything too outrageous in broad daylight. On the streets of the imperial city, the crown prince and his entourage left the crown prince's residence and headed towards the 5th prince's residence. Just then, a shocking palm strike came from outer space. Its might was boundless and unparalleled, and it shook the world. In the carriage at the very front of the group, a cold snort sounded. Similarly, an incomparably powerful palm blasted out, meeting the outer heaven palm. In the void, the two palms collided. In the earth-shattering tremor, the aftermath was vast and mighty, sweeping thousands of miles away. The shocking palm caused the wind and clouds to change. In the entire imperial city, all the experts looked at the sky with shock. Were the two crown princes crazy? How dare they fight in the imperial city in broad daylight? On the streets of the imperial city, the pedestrians were frightened and fled in all directions. The scene became abnormally chaotic for a moment. In the void, black-clothed figures rushed out with powerful auras. Each of them was above the mortal dust realm, and there were even king realm auras hidden among them. They rushed towards the group below. In the carriage at the very front of the group, demonic chi soared into the sky. Xianzhen appeared and blasted out a palm strike. The sky changed color. As an expert who was close to the peak of the king realm, his aura was extremely powerful. His palm strike could destroy heaven and earth. Dozens of black-clothed figures were swallowed up. However, in the turbulent aftermath, 3 powerful figures rushed out and blocked the crown prince's palm strike. They continued to rush towards the carriage in the middle of the group. "You have made me angry." The successive assassinations infuriated the crown prince of the celestial devil clan. He took a step forward and faced the 3 king realm men of sacrifice. "You too hold him back," one of the 3 said with a voice transmission. His body moved even faster as he condensed yuan energy in his palm and blasted it towards the carriage below. The other 2 men of sacrifice stopped and used all their strength to block the crown prince in front of them. The 3 kings fought. The aftermath was earth-shattering. The 2 king realm men of sacrifice took several steps back. Their black robes were dyed red. However, after a moment of obstruction, one of the king realm men of sacrifice had already reached the carriage below. He slammed his palm down, causing the sky to change color. Boom! At this moment, an unprecedented palm strike shot up from the carriage below and met the king realm man. Caught off guard, the king realm man of sacrifice on the carriage grunted and was blasted hundreds of feet away. "After what happened last night, do you think I'm still unprepared?" In the void, Xianzhen looked at the 3 in front of him and said coldly, "Retreat." After the surprise attack failed, the 3 king realm men of sacrifice immediately retreated without hesitation. In order to prevent further changes, Xianzhen watched the 3 of them leave and did not chase after them. Treacherous villains, causing chaos in the imperial city. Unforgivable. At this moment, demonic aura filled the sky. A terrifying aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands descended. The next moment, a giant palm fell from the sky and slammed toward the 3. The demonic emperor, the 3 king realm men of sacrifice looked back at the sky in shock. There was no suspense. Facing the might of the demonic emperor, the 3 of them did not even have the chance to fight back. Their bodies exploded, and blood and bones flew everywhere like rain. After the palm strike, the demonic clouds in the sky dissipated, and the demonic emperor's might disappeared. In the 3rd crown prince's residence, Xianqing clenched his fists. Good, very good. Even the demonic emperor had intervened. This time, they really wanted to kill him. In the 13th crown prince's residence, Ning Chen stood in front of the hall and saw everything that happened in the imperial city. It seemed that the current situation did not need his help anymore. The demonic emperor's intervention meant that the 3rd crown prince had no way out. He had to lose. Demonic Emperor Kun I was trapped in the easternmost land and would not be able to return in a short time. The balance between the 3 demonic emperors had been broken. If Xianqing was defeated now, the 1st crown prince would inherit the throne. The 12th prince could not stay in a coma forever. It would take at least 3 days, and at most 10 days. This was the last time the third crown prince had. Once the 12th prince woke up, everything would be too late. 13th prince. In the sky, rays of light gathered, and an illusory figure walked out. He looked very old. Even though he was an emperor realm cultivator who had peeked into the heavens for many years, he could not stop the heavens from punishing him. Senior Go Huang. Ning Qin bowed respectfully. I have seen the 13th prince's help. Thank you, Go Huang said. Senior Go Huang, please fulfill your promise and prepare to send your troops. Ning Qin said calmly. The sorcerer tribe has made all the preparations. We're just waiting for your news, Go Huang said softly. The imperial city will be in chaos in 10 days at most. Then the sorcerer tribe will attack. Ning Qin said seriously. I will wait for the arrival of this day. After saying that, Go Huang's figure in the sky gradually faded away and disappeared. In the outer heavens, in the moon-worshipping clan, in front of millions of moon-worshipping clan's members, a beautiful woman lay quietly on an altar. Her body was bathed in divine moonlight, and she had yet to wake up even after a year had passed. Below the altar, Mu Qingxue and Aman looked at the girl on the altar with unconcealable worry in their eyes. Why hasn't Yin Er woken up after such a long time? After the phoenix Nirvana, she gave her life force to her disciple without asking for anything in return. In the past, Marquis Victorious returned, and the others were like this. Today, Jiming was the same. In front of the altar, thousands of moon-worshipping tribesmen prayed day and night. They understood that the high priest had sacrificed his own life to save this young lady. Only when this young lady woke up would the high priest's sacrifice not be in vain. The pure and kind moon worshipping clan members, the untainted moon worshipping holy ground, the last pure land in the world. In front of everyone, Mu Qingxue looked back at the moon worshipping clan members behind him and sighed inwardly. Is this the pure land he is protecting? In his heart, what he wants the most is peace. Sister Mu, he might have gone to the devil domain. A man said softly from the side. N. Mu Qingxue nodded and said, with his character, he won't allow the 100 races to threaten the inner world. There are too many memories he can't let go of. 100 years have passed, but he is still so willful. As they spoke, a green lotus appeared in the sky above the moon, worshipping holy ground. The clear sky lotus's aura spread out, holy and powerful. When the green lotus appeared, the yellow springs forbidden land that sealed the moon, worshipping clan, couldn't stop it. A beautiful figure walked out and walked towards the altar. Sister Qingning. Below the altar, a man's face lit up when she saw the person who had arrived. Qingning walked over and rubbed the girl's hair. She smiled and said, "Long time no see." Beside her, Mu Qingxue nodded and stepped aside. She knew that Miss Qingning held an irreplaceable position in Ning Chen's heart. A man couldn't, and neither could she. "Do you remember?" Qingning asked softly. "No." Mu Qingxue shook her head. "If you can't remember, then forget it. If you want to know something, let him tell you." Qingning smiled and said. She walked towards a white-haired old woman in front of the moon worshipping clan and said, "I am Ning Chen's elder sister. I came to see this little girl. Miss, please." The white-haired old woman didn't stop Qingning and said politely, "Many thanks." Qingning nodded and walked up to the altar. Looking at Yin, who was bathed in the moonlight, a gentle expression appeared on her beautiful face. After not seeing her for so long, Yin didn't seem to have changed. The fate that he had inadvertently formed in the past tied him and this child together. It was worth it for him to sacrifice his phoenix body to save Yin, and it was something he should do. As a master, if he couldn't even protect his own disciple, then the title of master was undeserved. Chapter 11:25. In the reverence moon ancient land, the green lotus descended, and Qingning, who had been away from the secular world for a long time, appeared. On the altar, Een was sleeping peacefully. Her severely injured body was gradually recovering under the effect of the phoenix essence, and her aura was stabilizing. Qi Ning went forward and checked the girl's condition. She understood. Er's injuries were more serious than expected. Fortunately, her master stabilized her injuries with the phoenix essence in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, Er's body would be greatly affected after she woke up. However, as long as she could wake up, they could think of other ways. Thinking of this, green flames rose around Qi Ning's body, and Buddhist flames spread, engulfing the girl in front of her. The Buddhist flames refined her body, and a shocking heat wave surged. Below the altar, Aman and Mu Qingxue took 2 steps back. On the altar, the Buddhist flames stimulated and a phoenix phantom appeared around her. Phoenix cries rang out, as if she was being reborn in flames. You brought her out of the inner world to teach her. Since you let her walk on this path, you must protect her. Qi Ning looked at the faint phoenix silhouette around Er's body and said sternly, with the help of the clear sky lotus breath and the Buddhist flames, the phoenix screeched and endless phoenix flames rose and condensed into form. The figure with red hair and red clothes was illusory and difficult to distinguish. She looked at the disciple in front of her with a touch of gentleness in her eyes. Let's meet again if fate wills it. The last words echoed in everyone's ears. In the next moment, the red clothes scattered, turning into starlight and entering Er's body. Below the altar, a touch of sadness flashed in a man's eyes. 10 years had passed, and when they met again, he didn't even have time to look at her. On the side, Mu Qingxue calmly looked at the disappearing red figure on the altar, and his expression didn't change much. Fate came and went. He had experienced too much in his life, and now it was difficult for him to experience any more waves. It wasn't that he was tired, but that he had learned to wait. If 10 years didn't work, then 100 years. If 100 years didn't work, then 1,000 years. The phoenix would be reborn in the end. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and endless lightning and fire fell from the sky, bombarding the altar below. Below the altar, Aman and Mu Qingxue's expressions changed at the same time. Mortal tribulation. In an instant, Chu Xian and the Dayan Green Sparrow broke through the air, blocking the descending lightning. The 2 swords shook the immortal tribulation. In the blink of an eye, 2 beautiful figures arrived at the horizon, joining hands to resist the heavenly might. On the altar, Qi Ning looked up at the sky with a gentle smile on her face. Perhaps one day everything would be over, and they would be able to get away from this troubled world, but not yet. Sister Qi Ning. In her daze, sat up and looked at the person in front of her. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Since you're awake, go and help them. This is your mortal tribulation, so you have to face it yourself. Qi Ning raised her hand and stroked the girl's hair as she spoke softly. Came back to her senses and nodded her head vigorously. She immediately stood up and was about to circulate her martial arts when the huge phoenix fire wings on her back opened up with astonishing power. Master! Ai's body trembled as her expression changed slightly. Go. Don't let down your master's efforts. Qi Ning smiled. Suppressed the shock in her heart and nodded slightly. The fire wings on her back shook, and she soared into the sky. In the void, the 2 swords shook the immortal tribulation, and the battle became more and more intense. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The Dayan Green Sparrow's sword was extremely fast, and lightning rose. Before it had accumulated enough power, the sword Qi had already pierced through the air and restrained the heavenly might. The Chu Xian's sword aura spread out, and endless sword light joined forces with the Green Sparrow to slash apart all the lightning. After 3 tribulations, the power rose sharply. Lightning gathered, and a divine general appeared in the sky. Green lightning surged, and he was extraordinarily mighty. The divine general appeared, and his halberd broke the sky and the sea. The two swords joined forces and forced them back. Master's wife, little master's wife. Een rushed over and supported the two of them. She asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Man shook her head and said softly. At the side, Mu Qingxue looked at the divine general in front of him and reminded, "Be careful. The immortal tribulation of the fourth realm is extraordinary." "Don't worry, master's wife. I'll be careful," Een replied softly and stepped forward. Her aura rose rapidly, and the phoenix fire wings dissipated, turning into raging divine flames that surrounded her body, attacking and defending as one. Man and Mu Qingxue landed from the void, but their eyes were fixed on the sky, not daring to be careless. "Don't worry. With her master's protection, she'll be fine," Qing Ning said calmly on the altar. Boom! In the void, the divine general and Een exchanged blows. He closed his eyes again and continued to accumulate power, waiting for the final battle. Palms crossed, halberds galloped, and the human and heavenly might clashed. Even though Tianyu was omnipotent before the immortal tribulation, everyone was equal. With a thump, her slender hands shook the lightning halberd, and the phoenix divine flames protected her body. Her flesh and blood could block the heavenly might. With the phoenix origin on her body, Een-Er's battle strength reached the peak of her life. Her every move was awe-inspiring. Boom! Violent collisions sounded one after another. The heaven speaker and the divine general of lightning clashed head-on, and each move was earth-shattering and shocking. Below, thousands of moon worship clansmen looked at the faint phoenix image around the girl in the sky, and their expressions were filled with grief. "High Priestess, when will you return?" In the void, the battle of heavenly might overturned time and space. Facing the divine general formed by the mortal tribulation, Een-Er did not fight for a long time. She raised her slender hand slightly, and between heaven and earth, wind and clouds gathered. Vast spiritual energy covered her body, and her eyes suddenly opened, and her body erupted instantly. Heavenly punishment, doomsday, catastrophe. Heavenly might against heavenly might. Een raised her hand and fixed the sky. In the void, a huge vortex appeared, and endless heavenly lightning broke through the sky and blasted toward the divine general of lightning. Boom! In the shocking impact, the divine general of lightning's body quickly collapsed. Even the god of lightning could not withstand the might of heavenly punishment. Below, Man and Mu Qingxue saw that Een had successfully passed the tribulation, and they breathed a sigh of relief. In the void, Een descended from the sky. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing her dress red. The sudden change shocked the three of them. Qing Ning stepped forward and supported the girl in front of her. The clear sky lotus breath entered her body to suppress her injuries. On the side, Mu Qingxue's expression was dignified. A year ago, when Ning Qin asked the god of the Baiwei clan for help, the moon god seemed to have said that Een-Er's injuries were too serious. Even if he sacrificed himself to save her, Een-Er would not be able to recover completely. "Sister Qing Ning, master's wife, little master's wife, I'm fine." Een-Er stabilized her body and looked at the three worried people. She smiled and said, "It's just that I'm a little tired after passing the tribulation. Our clan has prepared a guest room. You three can take Miss Een-Er to rest first." In front of the altar, the white-haired old woman said in a hoarse voice, "Then we'll have to trouble you." Qing Ning replied politely, "Friends of the High Priestess are friends of the Baiwei clan. No need to be polite. This way, please." The white-haired old woman said softly and immediately went forward to lead the way. Qing Ning supported Een-Er and followed. Behind them, Man and Mu Qingxue also followed. "Sister Qing Ning, can Master come back?" Een suppressed the sadness in her heart and asked. He definitely can. Qing Ning nodded seriously. The phoenix's vitality was the strongest among the 10,000 races. As long as the divine flame was not extinguished, the phoenix would be reborn one day. Just as Een successfully passed the tribulation in the primordial demon realm, in the third imperial city, the Forbidden Army sealed the city and made it difficult to move. It was an unprecedented martial law. 100,000 Forbidden Army soldiers sealed off every corner of the imperial city and searched for any potential threats. In the third crown prince's residence, Xianqing, who was grounded, looked at the Forbidden Army soldiers coming and going with a cold expression. Now he was more and more convinced that everything that had happened in the past few days was a scheme set up by the first prince. Even the 2 demon emperors were involved. His father was not around, and the balance of power was tilted. He might have become a sacrificial lamb. He could not sit still and wait for death. He definitely could not. At the same time, in the 13th crown prince's residence, Ning Qin stood in front of the hall with a cold gaze. The onlookers could see more clearly than the players involved. The third crown prince had started to become impatient and had made a series of moves. Attacking the first crown prince's carriage in broad daylight had undoubtedly crossed the bottom line of the 2 demon emperors. Xianqing's situation would become even more difficult. However, the more the 2 demon emperors and the first crown prince pressured him, the more intense Xianqing's resistance would be. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a fully fledged heavenly demon crown prince. Without demon emperor Kun-yi around, Xianqing's sense of danger would undoubtedly be unprecedentedly strong. Now, it was up to the third crown prince to fight back. Right now, the key to everything was the 12th prince. Xianxiu's existence was like a thorn in the third crown prince's heart. If he could not pull it out, the third crown prince would not be at ease. In the 5th crown prince's residence, the first crown prince's group arrived. An unfamiliar figure walked out of the 12th prince's carriage. His aura was extremely strong, and it attracted everyone's attention. This is... The 5th crown prince asked with a puzzled expression. Xian Luo, the current lord of the Southwest King's territory. Xian Zhen introduced. Oh! Hearing this, the 5th crown prince's eyes flashed. Was this the new lord of the Southwest King's territory? Legend had it that this person had defeated the previous lord of the Southwest, and his strength was extraordinary. I think you're more interested in his other identity, Xianjin said calmly. The heavenly demon's power in the 13th prince's body was taken from him. The 5th crown prince's eyes narrowed. This relationship was really interesting. Greetings, 5th crown prince. Xian Luo stepped forward and bowed. No need to be so polite, the 5th crown prince said. The 5th prince said, Since you are my royal brother's honored guest, you will also be an honored guest here. Please. Thank you, 5th crown prince, Xian Luo replied. Save the formalities for later. 5th crown prince, I have something to discuss with you, Xianjin said with a serious expression. Follow me, royal brother. The 5th crown prince nodded and led the way. In the front hall of the residence, the 5th crown prince and Xianjin walked in. The 5th crown prince dismissed the servants and looked at the person in front of him. Royal brother, what do you have to say? It's about the 3rd crown prince, Xianjin said seriously. Xianjin said with a serious expression. Xianqing has made a wrong move, and he has crossed the bottom line of the 2 demon emperors. However, he has no other choice now. He will definitely try to get rid of the 12th prince at all costs. We have to be careful. I've already made arrangements. As long as his men dare to come, they won't be able to return, the 5th crown prince said. Xianqing, I'm not worried. After all, we've fought for so many years, and I have some understanding of him. I'm worried about the 13th prince, Xianjin said.